And then I have it at my house in Burlington, because we have fiber where I am. It's an old system, so. So when you're so.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know what their status is. It's just one of the same. The result will limit. Then, so that was kind of leaned off of that. Oh, yeah. We let's see.
Yeah,
Miguel, you know, the usual suspects. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hello, I see caller. This is Nicole Corrado. One sec. Ken? Ken? Pardon me? I can't hear you. Hi, sorry again. Nicole Corrado on the phone?
Baltimore, California.
If we take one of those microphones to supplement what's going on here, will that cause a bit of feedback?
It'll be an issue because those are on the system, but that's part of the problem. We only had one microphone over there.
Okay.
So, as usual, I'll put you on mute.
Sure.
Turn to speak, or we'll call her name.
Okay, so that's approximately when, she's on the spectrum, so she needs to know approximately when.
Three, so it might take a while. It might be around 11.
Wow, okay, my phone will die before then.
If you want to hang up and call back later, I'll be able to identify you just like I did now. Just follow us on YouTube, and if you call in before the end of the previous episode.
Okay, so it's 5 minutes, I'll try calling back in again, maybe around 10, that should be okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Commissioner Brewer?
Okay.
Hi. I can hear you well, I can see you well. If I could just ask that you keep the camera off until you're called on to give a deputation.
in here.
All right. This is stop video, right?
Oh, that's sorry?
Is this stop video?
Yes. Stop the video,
Great. Thank you. And what item? I think number 4.
I believe yes, your eye is 4, but there's a chance that we're going to move it up to the third item, so we'll be early in the discussion.
Okay, so what time about? Can you sort of a guesstimate?
Around 10, probably.
Around 10. All right.
That's a little bit.
All right.
Do you have any other questions? I'll put you on mute.
No, I think I'm good. Thank you so much. So is it around 10 o'clock?
I'm guessing.
Yeah, but how would I be notified? It means I have to listen all the time, is it?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay, I tell you what, I'm going to set my alarm clock. I set my alarm, and I'm hoping that will give me some indication.
If we get to your turn and you're not responding, then we'll give you a chance later on after other presentations.
Yeah, but the thing is, I need to, I have other things on my agenda.
No, I'm sure.
For the day. So this is, and this is special to me, so.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, if we miss you, we'll try to contact you by other ways. It's probably get you a chance to talk during the meeting.
All right, thank you so very much. All right.
I have a caller on the line. Is this Chris?
Yeah, good morning, Debbie.
Good morning, Chris.
So, how many people are on item 3?
On which item?
3. The
I think it's 5.
Oh, okay, so it's not huge. Okay. All right, well, I'm speaking on a bunch of items, so, but I'm on the first one.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hello? Yes, sir.
This is John.
Yes,
Right?
sir. John. Yeah, John Reed from Toronto.
Hey, John, the oldie.
So, the general report, is that actually item 3?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you.
I'm putting you on mute now, and we'll get a prompt in the system when you're ready.
Excellent, sir. Thank you very much. And do we have the, I heard there might be a revised order. There might be a revised order for matters being called. Do we know about that or no? Yeah.
Chair, we're ready to go.
I would like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Hart, and I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. I would like to welcome all of you to this meeting of our board. As you know, we're holding our first hybrid meeting today, a combination of in-person attendance and those participating and observing virtually. In addition to board members, service members, and members of our staff, we have members of the public and the media here today. In order to make this meeting as effective, efficient, and as safe as possible for everyone, I'm going to encourage everyone to either maintain social distancing or please wear a mask. I would ask each of you to treat each other with respect, whether or not you're a member of the service, a member of the public, or here to observe the meeting. Everyone treat everyone cordially, please. The board believes it's critical that it listens to the community, that it incorporates its views, expectations, and opinions in its processes of deliberation. It's my sincere hope that this meeting will proceed smoothly in an environment that is welcoming, respectful, and fair, and that is free from any form of intimidation. All deputants should feel free they're able to express themselves without interruption or disrespect. I'll now read the land acknowledgement. Although this meeting is taking place virtually, we acknowledge that the land we are on as we hold this meeting is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississauga and Chippewa bands. Members, are there any declarations of interest on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, I'll move forward. I'll now turn this meeting over to the board's Executive Director and Chief of Staff, Mr. Ryan Teschner, who will go over the meeting logistics. Mr. Teschner?
Thank you, Chair Hart, and thank you to everyone who has joined us in person, as well as those who have called into this meeting virtually. Please note that this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police Service YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of this meeting. Joining us in person, we have Chair Jim Hart, Mayor John Tory, Member Lisa Kostakis, Member Ainsworth Morgan, and Member Ann Morgan. Vice Chair Francis Nunziata is joining us virtually. We also have members of our board office, staff, Chief Raymer, his command team, some members of the service joining us in person and virtually, and of course our guests and members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations both in person as well as virtually on some of our agenda items. As with our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon by the chair or brought into the meeting by our colleague Du Buchanan-Gisser. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. Welcome to everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Teschner. Before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to take the opportunity now to congratulate Acting Deputy Chief Kim Yendle, as this is her last board meeting, and indeed her last week of work before her retirement. This is an excellent opportunity to recognize her impressive achievements in her 35-year career with the Toronto Police Service. As a professional, driven, principled, and dedicated member of the service command team, Deputy Yendle has played a tremendous role in helping to lead our organization with her vast expertise in uniform policing, specialized operations, professional standards, and project management. Deputy Yendle retires as leader of the Community Safety Command, responsible for all frontline policing. In this role, she was responsible for all frontline policing, overseeing 12 districts, consisting of 16 divisions in the city. She was also in charge of field services, which encompasses the Toronto Police Operations Center, Communication Services, Traffic Services, Parking Enforcement, Public Safety Response Team, and the Community Partnership and Engagement Unit. Policing runs in the Yendle family, with the tradition having begun with her father-in-law 62 years ago, continuing with her husband Mark, and passed on to her son, now a serving member. Deputy Yendle, I want to thank you on behalf of the board and Torontonians for all that you've done to enrich our organization over your career with us, for your sustained and sincere dedication to frontline policing, your incredible incident commander expertise, and your commitment to working in partnership with our community and our stakeholders. Thank you, Deputy Yendle. Chief Raymer, I know you want to say a few words. And before I turn over to Chief Raymer, I just wanted to mention to everyone that Acting Deputy Chief Lauren Pogue will be taking over the Community Safety Command from Deputy Yendle. Chief Raymer?
Thank you, Chair. I also just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Acting Deputy Chief Kim Yendle's final board meeting, and as you've mentioned, her 35-year career. She is recognized within the service for a strong commitment to frontline policing and her extensive background specializing in emergency response, and she was one excellent incident commander for the service. I know I speak on behalf of her command colleagues when I say that she will be missed both personally and professionally, and I too want to publicly congratulate her on a very impressive career of service to the Toronto Police Service and to the highest, that has brought her to the highest levels of this organization. So again, congratulations, Kim.
Before I go through the agenda for holds, I understand the service is requesting deferral of the report associated with item number 7 on the agenda. I'll now turn the meeting over to the CIO, Mr. Colin Stairs, to comment. Mr. Stairs?
Yes, sir. Chair, thank you. We were anticipating to complete a suggested fairness audit on this procurement. We haven't been able to get that in time for this meeting, so we're asking for the deferral forthwith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stairs. Board members, any questions? I'll now move a motion to defer item number 7. All in favor? Deferral. Any opposed? That's carried. Item number 7 is deferred. Also on the agenda, members, I would like to move the order of the agenda to move the race-based data report forward. So I'd like to move that we alter the agenda to consider item number 4, race-based data collection, analysis, and public reporting, immediately following the Crime Stoppers presentation. Board members, all in favor of deferring altering the agenda? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. We'll now go through the agenda. Item number 1 is confirmation of the minutes from the virtual meeting held on May the 2nd, 2022. We have a deputation on the minutes, so item number 1 is held down. Item number 2 is the Crime Stoppers presentation, so that's held down for the presentation. Item number 3 is race-based data collection, analysis, and public reporting. That is held down for presentation and deputations. Item number 4 are reports to the board from the Auditor General of the City of Toronto. That is held down for a presentation from the Auditor General as well as for deputations. Item number 5 is an update on building a respectful and inclusive workplace, Deloitte Canada report, Forum Research Survey, and Berardi White Paper report. Item number 5 is held down for deputations. Item number 6 is a report on receipt of donations. That's held down for a deputation. Item number 7 has been removed from this agenda. Item number 8 is contract award to General Auto Parts for miscellaneous automotive parts and supplies. Can I have a motion to approve item number 8? Ms. Morgan, a seconder. Ms. Kostakis, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Item number 9 is the annual report 2021 activities and expenditures of community consultative groups. That's held down for a deputation. Item number 10 is special constable appointments and reappointments. Could I have a motion to approve item number 10? Motion to approve. Ms. Kostakis, could I have a seconder? Vice Chair Nunziata, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Item number 11 is budget variance reports. We have one deputation on that, so item number 11 is held down. Item number 12 is response to the jury recommendations from the coroner's request. Could I have a motion to approve item number 12? Motion to approve. Ms. Kostakis, seconder. Vice Chair Nunziata, all in favor? Any opposed? Item 12 carries. Item number 13 is request for review of a service complaint investigation into professional standards case number PRS 084977. We now have a deputation on that item that was missed on earlier, but we have a deputation, so item number 13 is held down. Item number 14 is Special Constable Annual Reports. Could I have a motion to receive? Meritori is holding item number 14. Item number 15 is the Annual Report 2021 Recruitment, Appointments and Promotions for Uniform and Civilian Members. We have a deputation on item 15. That's held down. Item number 16 is Annual Report, April 1st, 2021 to March the 31st, 2022, Grant Applications and Contracts. Motion to receive item 16. Motion to receive, board members. Ms. Kostakis, a seconder. Seconder on 16. Ms. Morgan, all in favor. Any opposed? 16 carries. Item number 17 is the Toronto Police Service Audit and Quality Assurance Annual Report. Motion to receive item number 17. Meritori, could I have a seconder? Ms. Kostakis, all in favor. Any opposed? Item 17 carries. Item number 18 is Chief Administrative Investigation Reports, and there are 12 of them, and we have one deputation on that item, so item number 18 is held down. Oh, number 9. I just got a note here, item number 9. Just one moment, board members. We'll go through these notes. Item number 9 is a written submission only. So on item number 9, so we can approve that, board members. Item number 9 is the Annual Report 2021 Activities and Expenditures of Community Consultative Groups. Would anyone like to move approval of item number 9? Ms. Morgan, seconded by Meritori. All in favor? Any opposed? Item 9 carries. Item 18 is also written only? Okay, my notes didn't reflect that, but okay. Okay. All right, item number 18, the Chief Administrative Investigative Reports 18-1 through 18-12. The deputation is written only. We thank Ms. Corrado for that. Board members, move to receive item number 18. Vice Chair Nunziata, seconder. Seconder, Ms. Kostakis, all in favor. Any opposed? Item 18 carries. Is that everything, folks? We're good? Okay. Okay, we'll now go back to the top of the agenda, and the first item of business is the Chief's monthly verbal update. Chief, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. In line with my news conference from last week and the theme of this month's public board meeting, my update will focus on systemic racism and workplace harassment. Both of these issues have challenged our organization, as they have so many organizations within and outside of policing over the past number of years. Eradicating both remains a top priority for me as Chief and for our service. Consistent with our ongoing work to rebuild trust with all our communities, my update will shed light on a number of initiatives that the service has undertaken to combat both systemic racism and workplace harassment. Many of the initiatives were underway prior to the commencement of race-based data collection and the board's retaining of Deloitte to examine workplace harassment. And there are signs that we're making progress. With respect to membership and leadership demographics, I can report that the racial diversity of senior officers has increased by over 50%, from 17% in 2019 to 25% at present. There has also been improvement in identifying promoting female leaders. 2 of the 5 staff superintendents promoted in the last process were female, and 7 of 5 15 senior management team members are now women. 42% of senior officers are female. Moreover, our cadet recruitment was 10% more racially diverse in 2021 than it was in 2020. Today, I wish to demonstrate for the public and the board that while we remain committed to finding better outcomes for communities and for our members, much work is already underway. With respect to workplace harassment, that any member of this police service should have to endure harassment in the workplace is unacceptable. To demonstrate our commitment to this position, in 2019, we created the TPS Equity, Inclusion, and Human Rights Unit, the first unit of its kind in Canadian policing that is staffed with subject matter experts with extensive backgrounds in social justice, community engagement, and data research and analysis. EIHR incorporated a much-needed equity and human rights lens to the many initiatives and processes within our service, including recruitment, training for new and active members, equity-based budgeting, improve member engagement through our internal support networks, and reviewing of TPS procedures through an equity lens, to name some examples. We have instituted mandatory senior officer and supervisory training on workplace harassment and discrimination that is being conducted by outside experts in the field. The TPS is the first service in Ontario to undertake this depth of training, and we choose to go beyond what was mandated by us by the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal. This training is complemented by an ongoing investment in leadership programs for all levels conducted by outside experts, including Schulich, Global Knowledge, as well as FBI and CACP leadership training. We will continue to partner with well-recognized organizations to deliver leading practices and progressive teachings. EIHR, working with Professional Standards, TPS Corporate Communications, and TPS Wellness, continues to work toward establishing a workplace culture that rejects all forms of harassment. Significant investments in our TPS wellness strategy have been made to better support victims of workplace harassment. Recognizing that the rigid structures around police discipline can present actual or perceived barriers to reporting harassment, the service has introduced alternatives to dispute resolution within EIHR and professional standards. The overall intake and investigation process is being refined to take a more trauma-informed approach and to utilize HR workplace practices in areas where the Police Services Act may not be the most appropriate approach. To date, approximately 50 resolutions have been achieved through alternative means, and there have been over 100 proactive conversations and coaching with members and management to get ahead of potential issues before they escalate. The service has recently hired 2 additional workplace resolution specialists. While workplace harassment has been recognized as an issue in many workplaces, and not just a TPS problem, this in no way makes it any less abhorrent, nor does it absolve us of our duty as an organization to eliminate it. What it did prompt us to do, however, was to reach out to our friend. I, along with Commissioner Creek of the OPP, and with the cooperation of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, established a working group on respectful workplaces in policing. Along with 15 other police services from across Ontario, we are now actively collaborating to develop best practices to address workplace harassment and discrimination in policing. One of the priorities will be to examine the role of leaders in establishing respectful workplaces. This is critically important given Deloitte's findings that TPS supervisors and managers were sometimes themselves contributors to workplace harassment. In light of this, building the capacity of our leaders in fostering a respectful and inclusive workplace and holding them accountable for inappropriate behaviors is a top priority for command. These findings will inform our promotional process and how leaders are ultimately selected. Moreover, the internal team that will be established to lead the implementation of the Deloitte report and related reports and surveys will develop an action plan to address this, including addressing specific recommendations made by Deloitte on the topic of leadership and workplace harassment. Future actions will include finalizing the design and communication of a refined complaints intake and investigative process, providing greater pathing for civilians, including greater collaboration with the city, a review and redesign of the recruitment and promotional processes, collection of service-wide socio-demographic data to obtain a baseline and better meet our members' needs in more culturally sensitive ways. Last summer, we also launched an equity and inclusion survey to capture even more data on the nature and extent of the issue of workplace discrimination and harassment, and to gather diversity data in respect of our workplace. This data augmented that collected earlier by Deloitte and indeed provided even more insight into these matters. Additionally, we now have a baseline from which we can measure by rerunning the survey questions to see if we are making progress. I'll end my comments on workplace harassment by reiterating what I said at the beginning. We have more work to do. Despite our efforts, our members have told us through surveys and focus groups that many of the systemic issues we're attempting to eradicate still exist. As we prepare to roll out our new equity strategy this summer, a strategy intended to embed equity and inclusion into the very fabric of all we do, it is my sincere hope that we'll take further strides forward on this important issue, one that is so critical to our culture, to our members' well-being, and of course, to public confidence. In respect of our efforts to eliminate systemic racism, I'll reiterate that the creation of our EHR unit in 2019 was heavily influenced by our recognition that dedicated focus and investments were needed to address systemic institutional biases within our organization. Combining EIHR expertise with that of our existing consultative groups, including the Police and Community Engagement Team, or PACER, the Board's Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, our Aboriginal Consultative Committee, our Black Community Consultative Committee, our Black Internal Support Network, and other important voices, including the addition of the Race-Based Data Community Advisory Panel and our Community Advisory Panel on Training. They have all heavily influenced and informed so much of the work we've done in our efforts to provide fair and equitable policing. We have made concerted efforts to incorporate training that went beyond previous iterations, training that was informed by communities and rooted in the lived experience of those who felt the distrust, pain, and fear caused by racially biased policing. Important elements of this training have included confronting anti-Black racism and Indigenous experience training, delivered to all members by our EIHR unit. Significantly, it was delivered to members of our talent acquisition unit, who are tasked with recruit hiring, to recruits themselves, to coach officers, all with a view to embedding an anti-racism mentality and establishing anti-racism as a day one expectation for all TPS members. We also invested in dedicated EIHR instructors at the college so that all material is taught to our members by experts and those with lived experience. A new community experience program was also added to field training for newly deployed probationary constables. This is a 4-day immersion in community groups to allow new officers to experience and learn about local community culture. The TPS has also instituted a framework to review all TPS procedures through an anti-racism lens. Importantly, all procedures relating to arrest, apprehension, and detention have been reviewed by EIHR. Intercultural development inventory assessments are being introduced to all new recruits through DiversiPro, and to all newly promoted supervisors through the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion, to increase intercultural competence among members. Anti-bias awareness assessments and training will continue to be an area of focus for the service. The service is actively working toward improving our ability to accurately collect workforce diversity data for existing members to better measure our successes in mentoring, career planning, and promoting to all ranks and classifications our members who reflect the communities we serve. Moreover, this data will help us celebrate our members' uniqueness and tailor the programs and services we offer them in our quest to be an employer of choice. Finally, I want to mention a new initiative we will place before the board at the July meeting. This new initiative will focus on career-long learning from the time of recruitment into our organization. We believe that it will enhance the professionalism, diversity, and education credentials of our membership over the long term. While this update has provided a snapshot of some of the initiatives underway in our service with respect to equity, inclusion, and diversity, they are just that, a snapshot. In line with the board's 81 recommendations on police reform, the recommendations stemming from the missing and missed review, and now the 38 recommendations tied to race-based data collection, and I will make further comments about RBD later in the meeting when that agenda item is called. I've used this update to provide the public with some tangible examples of the types of initiatives we've implemented or intend to implement on our path to achieving truly respectful workplaces for our members and truly unbiased policing services for all our communities. I'd like to acknowledge the dedicated work of our People and Culture Pillar and EIHR and the Toronto Police College specifically for leading so much of this important work. Thank you, and I look forward to further addressing these important issues during today's board meeting.
Thank you very much, Chief. Board members, any questions of the Chief? Seeing none, motion to receive the Chief's update. Ms. Kostaka, seconder. Ms. Morgan, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Board members, we begin today on a very special note with a formal congratulation to the winners of the 55th Annual Police Officer of the Year Awards. and you see them coming in right now. The board would like to invite Sergeant Brian James, Constables Ramandeep Singh, Kwabena Saffu, Deanna Jovanovich, and Nicholas Ditlof, who are here with us today at the presentation table. In June 2020, these officers responded to a person in crisis call at a residence. When they arrived, they found a man dangling a crying child, later identified as a 6-year-old son, out of the window. The boy's grandmother had tried to help before being punched and choked by her son. The boy managed to pull away from his dad and hold onto an adjacent window ledge. Firefighters assembled a safety tarp to catch the child if he dropped. As the officers entered the room, the man jumped from the window, falling 3 stories onto a driveway as his son dangled from a nearby window ledge. The officers ran to the window and were able to grab the boy's arms and bring him to safety. With the assistance of other responding officers, the man was taken into custody and transported to a hospital for psychiatric treatment. Officers remained with the boy to ensure he was safe. The young boy repeatedly said he thought his dad was going to kill him and kill his grandmother. Since the incident, officers have visited the child and his family. These dedicated officers worked as a collective, effective, and compassionate team. And through their extraordinary actions, were able to make a very volatile situation safe and bring comfort to those involved. To our winners, you're true heroes, proactive, insightful, brave, and compassionate. And as I said on the evening of the awards presentation, we heard about many amazing service members who were Police Excellence Award winners, each of them heroes. But it's important to note that there are many officers and events that the public never hears about, because we're a police service organization filled with incredible service members, whether or not they receive awards. Through my role as chair, I learn of many stories, but I know the general public is not aware of the heroism evident on our streets day in and day out. Members of the Toronto Police Service are dismantling gangs that threaten our neighborhoods with violence and weapons. They are de-escalating people in crisis with incredible passion and respect. They're removing dangerous drivers from our roadways. They're rescuing people intent on ending their lives, perilously hanging over overpasses and balconies to bring them to safety, even when it jeopardizes their own safety. They're out there on our streets and working behind the scenes each and every day, making our city safer, kinder, and better. They face great danger on a daily basis with selfless courage and deal with countless situations of chaos, sadness, and risk with their trademark professionalism, care, and dedication. They never ask for recognition. Indeed, they usually and humbly say, and I've heard this many times, we're simply doing our jobs. But they deserve our recognition, they deserve our praise, and they deserve our immense gratitude. And trust me, you have all three. They're not just saving lives, they're changing lives. They're reminding people daily that policing is not simply enforcement. It's serving and protecting all members of our communities in a way that's professional, innovative, strategic, compassionate, kind, proactive, and equitable. I join Torontonians in honoring the exemplary service members and award winners here today and pay tribute to their extraordinary deeds, as well as their everyday actions of service members across the city. You have our sincere respect, our profound praise, and our deepest thanks. Thanks to each and every one of you. Chief, did you want to say a couple of words about your officers?
Yes, actually, Chair, I don't think I can add much more to what you've said there, and I want to thank the board for those acknowledgements. And it was indeed my privilege to actually present the awards to these officers a couple of weeks ago, and it's just outstanding work. So thanks very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming. Board members will now move on to item number 1, which is the confirmation of the minutes from the virtual meeting held on May the 2nd, 2022. And we have one deputant, when the deputant's ready.
And is no longer a member of Toronto Council, and this current group of 6 or fewer people does not meet the statutorily mandated configuration of a police board. I call on the chair of this illegal meeting, Jim Hart, to identify the 2 members of Toronto Police Council who are members of the police board as required under the law. It should be noted that, of course, the mayor, city solicitor, and the board, as well as some media and others, were notified of this legal issue 2 weeks ago on June 8th, in advance of last week's meeting of City Council, when they failed their statutory duty to, quote, forthwith, immediately and without delay, appoint a replacement to fill the vacancy in accordance with those requirements under Police Services Act, Section 27, Sub 11. As a result of all this, despite the fact that there may or may not be a quorum of the majority of the appointees to what used to be the police board under the laws of Ontario, I guess that means a quorum now is only 3 members. Those individuals are now essentially 3 or more random people, some of whom live in Toronto, having a meeting that lacks any legal authority, impersonating a government body. I also make note for the record of the numerous members of the Ontario Law Society that are aware of this illegal activity, but who are nonetheless conspiring, either through active participation or silence, to facilitate this crime. I guess we'll have to wait for the minutes to come out next month to find out if Jane Burton is the City of Toronto Legal Services Division lawyer responsible for today's meeting and permitting the crime to proceed. And, of course, countless Toronto police members at the meeting today varyingly abet or breach their duty by turning a blind eye towards this crime. Moving on to last month's minutes, the board's minutes have, since February, continued to contain the same, what phrase do I need to use to not get hung up on this month? Shall we call them alternative facts? The minutes continue to contain alternative facts placed on the record by Chief Raymer in February. So I'll make the same request I've made previously, since perhaps the Chief didn't hear me the last few times as the Chair and Vice Chair and Tory and Teschner randomly went off about how true statements and accurate facts are not permitted in this forum, at least not as long as they're still around. So Chief, are you finally prepared to correct the record? Are you finally prepared to acknowledge that there were no City of Toronto trucks needed or present to block would-be freedom protesters? Correcting that the, quote, City of Toronto trucks across all lanes of traffic, close quote, that you previously put on the official record did not actually exist. And that are you further prepared to admit that, despite your statements last month that unknown officers put in their notes and, according to you, broadcast, quote, alternative facts over the police band radios, and despite your claims in, I believe it was April, that there is photographic proof somewhere on the internet, which, as I indicated last month, despite days of searching and perhaps viewing hundreds of hours of video, I was never able to corroborate. Will you finally either, as Derek Moran suggested to you by email in February, show the police the body camera video that actually confirms your version of events? Or will you acknowledge that the truckers didn't actually attempt to run over police officers with their trucks, as you claimed on the official record in February that they had done? I'd like to thank Derek for providing me the printout to be able to present today here out front of the police headquarters, and I reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Board members, any questions for Mr. Langenfeld? Seeing none, can I have a motion to adopt the minutes of May the 2nd? Motion to adopt the minutes, Vice Chair Nunziata, seconder. Ms. Kostakis, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Board members, our next presentation is focused on the Excellent Crime Stoppers program. We'll hear from Sean Sportun, Chair, Toronto Crime Stoppers. This presentation will include the continued evolution and rebranding of the program, as well as some of the high-impact initiatives Crime Stoppers has been spearheading in partnership with the Toronto Police Service and the media to make Toronto's communities safer. With that, I'll turn it over to our presenter when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank everybody in the Police Service Board, Chief Raymer, for allowing us to speak here today. Crime Stoppers began in 1984 and has maintained a successful relationship with the Toronto Police Service, the media, and the community since inception. Currently, our program falls under the Community Partnerships and Engagement Unit, led by Staff Superintendent Randy Carter. Just as a point of reference, most major crimes are solved by a direct result of information provided by the public, which is, in our case, Crime Stoppers, that anonymity that we provide the public to report information into us and then into the police. The 4 agenda items that I'll speak to today is what Crime Stoppers is all about. I'll get into our rebrand and evolution, our community projects, and then the history of success that we've had. So Crime Stoppers is a partnership of the public, the police, and the media that provides the community with a proactive program for people to anonymously, or for people to assist the police anonymously to solve crimes, thereby contributing to an improved quality of life. Toronto Crime Stoppers does not receive government funding and is solely dependent on fundraising initiatives to support our community reward program initiatives, deliver important public awareness campaigns and crime prevention initiatives into the community. The annual Chief of Police dinner and our golf tournament are our signature fundraiser events, which provide the majority of our fundraising operating model that we use. So who operates Crime Stoppers? A group of concerned citizen volunteers serve on the board of directors to oversee the Toronto Crime Stoppers program, like myself. Board members meet regularly to manage and promote the program, raise funds, and authorize community reward program initiatives. The Toronto Police Service provides a coordinator who is a detective to manage the day-to-day operations, a police officer responsible for overseeing our community engagement and social media platforms, as well as an office administrator that, in collaboration, all manage the tips that come in to ensure that they're what we call vetted and the information of anonymity is taken out for those that are reporting into Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers is truly the only anonymous platform in the world. We have 2 Supreme Court of Canada case law that protect us, which is R versus Liepert and R versus the Durham Region Crime Stoppers, which was in 2017. Getting into our rebrand. So as before, Crime Stoppers would receive information. If the information was successful and a tip reward was awarded to the individual, we would pay that individual tipster. So what we started to do was think critically, and we started to do a paradigm shift and question everything. We were thinking differently and challenging old ideas, because what we were looking at was maybe some of the things that we were doing were the problem in the solution that we were trying to look for, and that was getting the public to call Crime Stoppers more actively than they were. So in 2019, we began to analyze our statistics that we had, specifically our reward payouts over the last 10 years. And what we found that was only 17% of those who submitted successful tips actually came forward to collect their reward. So we started to strategize and quickly realized that there was an opportunity to potentially redirect our efforts and our reward payouts to benefit the entire community and not one specific individual. So perhaps if tipsters were not claiming cash rewards for themselves, they may be motivated to claim for the greater good of the community. After speaking to community members about our new forward-thinking strategy, the consistent response was clear. Individuals believed that doing the right thing was its own reward. So in 2020, our program placed individual reward payouts with a program that channels our efforts back into communities we serve across Toronto through the new community reward program, which is basically you go on our website, you can fill out an application, and you can put down certain criteria that we've suggested, and the board would review it, and we would move forward with that community reward program. The Crime Stoppers mission remains the same: provide concerned citizens the ability to report crime anonymously. But processing the tips remains the same as well. The board of directors review the tips and community reward recommendations that come in. So here's how it works. A tipster submits a tip and gets a unique identification code. The tip is then what we call vetted or washed of any identifiers to the person who submitted the tip, and it's passed on to the investigating units. The board then reviews the dispositions that come back, and through the application process, as I mentioned on our website, we then look at the applications that come forward and determine which ones meet our criteria. And then we, at the end here, you'll see deploy the community rewards program and the benefit back into the community. Whereas before, it would go to an individual tipster that would claim that reward. So I'm going to show a quick video here of what everything I'm explaining on the community reward program and how it works. I think it's best depicted into this video here.
This is actually amazing. Dream come true. This is awesome. And everything here is just super cool. And in my after-school program, we do work, reading, printing, playing. When I walked in, I just went totally speechless. And, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting one or two boxes with maybe a few things in here, but we didn't expect anything like this, like an overhaul, new chairs, and how the books are done, the TV and the mantle, and everything. Like, look at the kids over there. They're just so happy. They're on work right now.
What we're doing here with Crime Stoppers is we're not doing individual rewards anymore. What we're doing is directing our funds into the community where it's needed the most, in hopes that people will build their trust in Crime Stoppers. When they see something, they'll say something. Coming here today and actually giving back to this community to start, it's home for me, and it means a lot, because this is where I grew up, and I didn't have these sorts of things when I was a kid. So, our hope is that these kids will remember that there is good in the community, and there's good in giving back, and there's also good in making sure that your community is safe.
Very. It's so fun looking at, like, you have like you have like TVs, like all these cool stuff like this. I know. It's all fresh. Millionaires should have this.
Ms. Steele in this neighborhood is an absolute saint. This is gonna help you become the person that you want to be in the future.
Right now, with our kids doing the success program, they know the officers by name. They run, they jump on them, they say hi. The officers feel welcome in this community. And that's going to bring about the changes in attitudes. For people who don't know, that's a big step for this community. To have kids coming out and greeting officers, big step. The things I envision has become a reality, right? With the help of Crime Stoppers.
So as you can see, the important message there is giving back to the community and how the impact is. But most importantly, Crime Stoppers is about partnerships. And as you can see in the video, all the partners that we hold for in our foundation, being the police, the media, and the community, are all represented in the video and everything that we do when it comes to our community rewards. and bridging that gap and creating those partnerships within the communities is very important. So some history of success that we've had. So since inception, since 1984, these are the numbers that that we've been able to attain when it comes to tips, arrests made, charges laid, cases cleared, so on and so forth, things that we measure. But most importantly, when we look at the shift that we made when we went away from paying out individual rewards to giving back into the community, it was very, you know, some people were saying, hey, you're never going to get a tip again, you know, the program's not going to work. But we believed in what we did and the studies that we had, and the numbers are proving it. So as you can see in 2019, you know, the number of tips into 2021 have gone down slightly, but where we look at the impact the most are the arrests made, the charges laid, the cases cleared, and this is still going through the pandemic, where we weren't able to be out into the community doing our regular grassroots community engagement and promoting our program. Most of this was done via social media, and we saw the numbers. The things that I look at as the chair, and when I look at these numbers, most important in supporting the officers within the Toronto Police Service and the community members from a safety perspective, is a number of firearms seized. The homicides that tips helped investigators solve dramatically increased, which means that the program is working. And I think the new model that we've implemented is resonating with the community members, and they're calling Crime Stoppers more often now to make their community safer. When we look at the stats into this year, and we're talking year to date, arrests made, we're almost at we were at the end of last year. When we look at the illegal firearms seized, we're at 17 compared to 18 last year, and we still have half a year to go. Homicides, we're at 5 compared to last year at 8. So with a half a year to go, we are certain to generate additional information that can assist these officers and the communities to make them safer. So this impact that we have with Crime Stoppers is, as I said, resonating with the community and is a very important piece to the puzzle when it comes to providing community members the ability to have a voice and be anonymous. Thank you very much.
Just before you go away, just checking with board members, see if they have any questions of you, board members. I'm seeing none. Anyone wish to speak? I'd like to say a couple of words. First of all, thanks so much for coming today. When I went to the Crime Stoppers dinner, I was so struck by the numbers and by your presentation there. That's why I asked Ryan to reach out to you and have you come and show the world, if you will, and certainly show the board the work that you're doing. But what really got me was that video. That was brilliantly done, and some of the quotes in there. That little boy that said, "You must be a millionaire to have this kind of stuff." I mean, when you hear that, that has to get to you. And you see the relationship between the officers and the kids, which I know is all over this city, but we don't often see it, and we don't often see it on video. So thank you for bringing that today. That really meant a lot to all of us, I think.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Board members, a motion to receive the Crime Stoppers presentation. Ms. Kostakis, seconder. Ms. Morgan, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Before we go on to our next item, board members, it's an item that understandably has a great deal of public interest, the implementation of the board's race-based data collection, analysis, and public reporting policy. In September 2019, the board unanimously approved this policy, cementing the board's commitment to the elimination of racial bias and the promotion of equity, fairness, and non-discriminatory police service in the City of Toronto. The policy sets out a new best-in-class standard in Canada for the collection, analysis, and public reporting of race-based data by a policing organization. Beyond requiring the collection of race-based data, the policy called for comprehensive contextual analysis by an independent expert. One of the reports being considered today, transparent public reporting of the data and findings, and the development of concrete and meaningful action plans to address problematic trends. This work is a critical step forward for the board and for the service. By bringing community voices into policy development, we recognize that transparency and accountability are critical in building community trust and engagement between the service and the communities it serves. The board takes very seriously the significant disparity noted in the various reports and is committed to working in partnership with members of our communities to move forward together to directly address the issues we're facing. We understand that the data and analysis we're considering today are troubling for many people across Toronto, and in particular for the affected communities, Black communities, Indigenous communities, and other marginalized groups. We acknowledge the hurt and distrust that have marked and continue to mark relationships with many members of the public. We recognize your lived experience and the great impact it makes on your lives. We vow to work with you to make the future different than the past. We want to hear directly from you what your expectations of policing are, what your concerns are, and what we can and should be doing differently. We'll not pretend that this is a problem that could simply be solved overnight. Indeed, the disparities we note have their roots in systems and organizations throughout history and throughout society, well beyond the Toronto Police Service, though the police undoubtedly is included. It's an extraordinarily complex issue, demanding a complex and comprehensive long-term response. It will not be easy or fast, but is without doubt necessary. We are willing to put in the hard work to acknowledge our own failings and the fact that change must be both systemic and cultural in order to be effective and meaningful. But we can't do this alone. We need the collaboration of members of all of Toronto's communities to work alongside us in the spirit of mutual respect and partnership. We know that in many cases the trust has been so eroded that this will be a significant challenge. We do not view this as insurmountable, and we ask in good faith for your help, your trust, your confidence for the collective good in moving all of us forward. I'll now turn it over to members of the Toronto Police Service and others here today for a presentation.
Okay,
We'll
thank you, Chair.
Deputations will follow the presentation for those of you deputing.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hart. And before I turn things over to the race-based data team for their presentation, I'd like to make some opening comments. Following my public comments on this issue last week, there's been a great deal of media commentary, including some who have questioned our level of sincerity and our commitment to truly rooting out all forms of racism and to holding those who commit acts of racism within our ranks to account. I indicated last week that I'm listening, and I continue to listen. When it comes to experiencing the sting of biased policing, there is no distinction between overt and systemic racism. What I want to make clear here today, perhaps clearer than I did in last week's news conference, tolerance for acts of racism within our ranks. Those who are found to be behaving in ways that demonstrate bias and whose behavior does not live up to the standards expected of us and of the racialized communities we serve are held to account on an individual level. This was the case before we embarked on this exercise, and it remains the case. The Anti-Racism Act is aimed at identifying and eliminating systemic racism and to advancing racial equity. The focus of the Anti-Racism Act and the board's policy by which we are bound is systemic racism. As the Privacy Commissioner clarified in her remarks last night, while the Privacy Commission was involved in work pursuant to the Anti-Racism Act, other than perhaps being consulted by the board generally on the policy, her office did not provide any advice relating to the creation of the rule restricting the use of race-based data to systemic issues. This is a point that I too wanted to clarify from last week's news conference. The data standard under the Anti-Racism Act restricts the use and reporting of personal information that is collected under the Act. That data standard was used by the board in crafting its policy. I point this out because our current data analysis was built to comply with the board's policy, and thus it simply cannot be used for individual performance issues. Nonetheless, I want to emphasize that the analysis undertaken by the service was the most comprehensive analysis of police race-based data worldwide. It would be helpful to me, and I believe all police leaders, if the province were to consider developing some provincial consistency for the use of this data to ensure that province-wide issues are measured and reported the same way everywhere in Ontario. What is clear to me in all of this, however, is that some of the communities we serve, especially the Black community, have a significant distrust of our current discipline system and hence our ability to properly address acts of individual racism. I believe that some large part of that distrust flows from them not seeing what is happening in that system. I can't change the legislative system for police discipline, but I can try to give people a better picture of what is currently happening, and I can listen to ideas for reform, and where I agree, request change. The public needs more transparency, and they need to witness our accountability. I am entirely open to discussing how we can engender greater trust in our performance management and discipline processes. But I reiterate, the direction that race-based data focus only on systems, not on individuals, in no way absolves us of our responsibility to hold our individual members to account when their behavior crosses the line into misconduct. The rules around race-based data collection did not and have not changed that. Even prior to this exercise, one of the ways that we looked for misconduct was through daily supervisor reviews of body-worn and in-car camera footage of our officers. What better way to assess the conduct of members than to watch how they interact with the community? With the recommendations we are implementing, this video review process will now extend to all incidents of reportable use of force. Now that we know, for example, that members of the Black community have force exerted on them 1.6 times more often when subjected to police enforcement, we will review every one of these use of force incidents to see when and if there has been an unnecessary use of force. It is this type of procedural change that will lead to meaningful and lasting improvement, and this represents just one of the 38 recommendations for improvement. As I noted last week, our change in strip search policy flowing from the OAPRD's recommendations is another example of how reform of this kind equates to tangible and measurable improvements for racialized communities. In 2019, we did more than 14,000 strip searches. 14,000 strip searches. In the fourth quarter of 2020, we implemented our policy change. Throughout 2021, the number of searches dropped to 719. As we note in our detailed report, the impact of our process change in 2020 was significant. We listened, we implemented change, and we saw improved outcomes and reduced disparity owing to systemic issues. When I speak of 38 recommendations, I also want to make clear that this is in no way a finite number. We arrived at 38 recommendations based on extensive consultation with our community partners. That said, we intend to continue the consultation process. In fact, we have 5 upcoming town halls scheduled in various parts of the city between June 27th and July 21st to continue to seek input from those most affected by disparate policing outcomes. We remain 100% committed to seeking community input and, where appropriate, to expanding on the 38 recommendations. Our overarching goal is simple: to drive the data down until it reflects equal outcomes for every community, every person in the city. It's not lost on us that this data is so much more than numbers. It represents people, their lives, dignity, and their perception of us as a police service. The feedback we have received since last week's news conference has been extremely valuable. We remain fully committed to getting this right. I'll now turn it over to our CIO, Colin Stairs, to introduce the RBD team.
Thank you, sir. This is a team effort, and not just a team within the service, but a team that extends into the community, and that's represented by the folks who are here. We've been running all of our analysis through a community advisory panel, and 3 of the community advisory panels are here, 2 in person and 1 virtually. Stephanie Hill, Nate, wasn't Taylor, sorry, Nate, keep calling you by your first name, and virtually Rayanna Patel. Within the service, the team includes Deputy Yendle, Dr. Mai Fan, Nicole Rebello, and of course myself, Colin Stairs, Chief Information Officer. And keeping us accountable from an academic perspective and doing the academic review, Drs. Lauren Foster and Les Jacobs. So this being a community effort really starts with the community speaking first and hopefully last. Stephanie? Spin it here. There you go.
Can you hear me? Good.
Yeah, I think so.
Hello?
Okay. Okay. Hi, I'm Stephanie Hill, band member at Six Nations of the Grand River Territory near Hamilton, Ontario, and a member of the Community Advisory Panel for this project. So first wanted to acknowledge the calls to action that have led us here today and the work done by others to address and identify systemic discrimination, anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism that started long before this project started. For the past 30 plus years, communities, commissions, and inquiries have called for police to do these analyses and to understand and address systemic biases in its systems. And we, as members of the CAP, are aware of the starts and stops over decades to address racism in policing, and TPS is also aware and has acknowledged the misuse of research results in the past to further marginalize communities. In this age of truth and reconciliation, both the CAP and the service have committed to a new way of seeing and a new way of communicating, and this is one step towards that truth. A clear equity purpose is a fundamental shift from how race data has been used in the past, and we know how important the data is to hold the organization accountable for harms done in order to move forward. So,
So the race-based data effort stems from the 2017 Anti-Racism Act and the board's 2019 policy on race-based data. That policy calls for the service to gather race-based data on use of force, and the service went beyond that because of breaking the golden rule, the review on strip searches in Ontario, to include strip searches in that analysis as we were trying to make changes in that domain. As the chief has said, this policy is, or this effort is intended to look for systemic challenges. Some of those systemic challenges also include in our accountability measures. So we are looking at our accountability measures and how effective they are. But we are not using this data to identify individual officers. It's not really an effective tool at doing that. And so that's why the chief is talking about the use of body-worn cameras, which were introduced and were rolled out over this period of time. There's a lot that's different about this approach, and I think you're seeing a bit of it here with everyone who's beside me. We gathered a lot more data than we've ever gathered before, but more importantly, we didn't leave the race-based data in use of force in its silo. We combined it with all the other data sets that we have in the occurrence data. And that allowed us to ask more questions, dig deeper into the data, and do so iteratively. So we went from being able to answer a few questions to being able to answer a great many. And in that process, we had a lot more avenues of exploration. That wouldn't have been useful if we didn't have the CAP with us to ask the questions and demand of us the answers that they were looking for. We came up with about 86 different hypotheses, questions, things that we wanted to test. And we moved through that as well as we could, finding answers or analysis that answered about 20 of those questions, which obviously means that we've got a whole bunch more questions that are unanswered. And we intend to proceed from here to answer those questions with our CAP and move forward. This is obviously part of a larger set of reforms. The chief spoke about the 81 recommendations that we've been working on since 2019. Also, the 151 recommendations and the new recommendations that we're adding to this with this work. But most importantly, this is a cycle. This is going to be a continuous improvement cycle. We're going to keep working at this. We're going to solve all the questions and come up with new ones, and then answer those questions in addition. And so while this has been a large piece of work, It's going to keep going, and that's our commitment. I think the chief has spoken to how this is part of a bigger piece of work, and that's really our approach. The analysis is much more academic and academically rigorous than it has been, and that is thanks to the efforts of Dr. Fan and the oversight of Drs. Fosters and Jacobs. And the community advisory panel and the engagement with the community advisory panel has been essential and fundamental to how we've approached this problem. This has been a new thing for the Toronto Police Service. This is not how we approached analysis before. We would have run the data, run our analysis, figured out what we wanted to do about it, and then come to the community and said, here's what we're going to do. That is not how it happened this time. We ran the data, ran the first analysis, and then we went back to the community and said, what do you think? And frankly, it was unsatisfactory in the analysis. So we went back and back again, asking more questions, trying to find answers, and trying to find meaning in the data. Now, this report is running off of 2020 data. And I do recognize that 2020 ended 18 months ago. So the obvious question is, why did it take us so long to do all this? And I think I'm hinting at that in terms of the work that we needed to do around the analytics, to find new paths, to find new analysis in the analytics, and to understand this data, and to understand how far we could trust the data that we had. We also needed to change the way we worked with the CAP and move from being driven by the police service to being driven by the community. And that was a significant change and a lot of tough conversations. And so we also then needed to, once we got that rolling, have those engagement and those conversations with the CAP, and then broaden that out steadily to more and more community members until the point we were ready to go with the full public release. We're going to get better at this. We're going to get faster at it. But this is a quality over speed type of situation. We need to get this right. We need to have the right conversations, and we need to move this forward effectively. Again, I think the chief spoke very eloquently about how the service is changing and that we are making efforts across the board to be more inclusive, to be more anti-racist and anti-black racist in particular, and to move the organization. So I'm not going to address this in great depth, but I will call out this because this slide is very near and dear to my heart, which is the essential promise of continuous improvement. The service has a history of being pushed into reform. And that's unacceptable. There has to be an impetus within the service to reform that we then engage the community in a conversation about those reforms. And that's the fundamental change that we're embarking on here. This diagram where we start with policing practices, we measure them, policing practices in this case being strip search and use of force, we measure them, we look at the outcomes, and then we engage the community in the conversation about the outcomes, go back to the outcomes, look for more data, more analysis, try and find the meaning, and then from that meaning and that insight, drive towards action items. And then, again, engage the community around the action items. This cycle is essential to having cooperative change with the community. And it's also essential to the impetus being internal to the organization as opposed to being external and being pushed by community. So, Nicole, you'll be taking us through this in a bit more detail about what this cycle means.
Thank you, sir. Officers must select one race based on their perception of an individual, and those are from race categories outlined in the Ontario Anti-Racism Data Standards. We are adding police interactions into this analysis in a phased approach. So phase 1, which is use of force and strip search, commenced in January of 2020. Phase 2, which data collection commenced in January of 2021, includes perception data in arrests, apprehensions, both child and mental health, and youth diversion data. We recognize the importance of self-reported identity, and so as the strategy progresses, we will be looking to add that in as well. Each phase of this analysis is grounded in a principled analytical framework to ensure that we apply similar analysis approaches to each interaction under the strategy. This ensures we are using sound methods based on leading practices that are explainable and transparent, including multiple benchmarks, that center race and racial disparities, that are solution-oriented, allowing the service to make evidence-based decisions to improve policies, practices, and procedures, and importantly, that reflect engagement for operational expertise, as well as youth, racialized, and Indigenous people with lived experiences to help us understand the data and interpret the results. Dr. Fan.
Thank you. To ground our understanding of use of force incidents, we look at the broader context of police interactions with the public in 2020. There were nearly 700,000 interactions with the public in response to 911 calls and other enforcement activities. That represents 0.2% that resulted in use of force incidents, so 950 incidents. While this may be small, we recognize that each incident is unique and has significant impacts on the individual, their families and communities, and on each officer involved in those incidents. By tying our use of force information with occurrence records, we were able to build a better and deeper picture of what those incidents entailed. So when we looked at the calls for service types that were involved in each use of force incidents, we understood that nearly half of those incidents were officers responding to violent calls for service, such as weapons calls, sound of gunshots, unknown trouble, etc. Only 8% were associated to proactive events, which are officer-initiated events, interactions such as investigations, traffic, pedestrian stops, compliance checks, and about 7% of use of force incidents were in response to persons in crisis calls for service. Our analysis took a collaborative approach to answering the questions that were the most important to members of our communities, represented by our, reflected in our advisory, community advisory panel, as well as our engagements with members of the service. In answering those questions, we found 4 key findings in use of force. The first finding was that there were differences by race in use of force incidents that showed distinct patterns for different race groups using our multiple benchmark approach. We found essentially that Black, East, Southeast Asian, Middle Eastern, and Latino people were overrepresented in reported use of force incidents compared to their presence in enforcement action population. We also found that officers may use multiple use of force options in an attempt to de-escalate an incident. And when we looked at the highest level of force used by race, we found that there were differences in highest type of force used by officers in an incident involving different race groups. We also found that these differences by race remained even after we took into account weapons, we took into account calls for service types that resulted in enforcement action, and we also took into account frequency of police interactions and their effects on use of force. And we found, and those differences by race remained. Fourth, we also found that there were differences across locations in the city where incidents occurred. And those variations in use of force incident rates by location were not explained by differences in crime rates, nor were they explained by the resident population demographics in the local area. For strip searches, we took a similar approach to ground our understanding of strip searches within the dynamics involved in an arrest. Strip searches cannot occur without an arrest happening. So we ground it in the context of an arrest. In 2020, there were 32,000 arrests by the Toronto Police Service, of which there were about 17,000 bookings of persons into custody at a police station. This represents about 54% of all arrests. And of those bookings, there were 7,114 strip searches that occurred in 2020, which represents 22% of all arrests or 42% of all bookings that year. In our collaborative approach to understand strip searches and answer the questions that were important to our members and to the Community Advisory Panel, we identified 4 key findings for strip search data. The first finding was that strip search rates varied throughout the year. It was affected by the pandemic, but significantly, it was also affected by changes in search of person policy and procedures that were introduced in October of 2020. The second finding is that there were differences by race in strip searches in 2020, but these differences were reduced in 2021 following those changes in policy and procedures, such that the disparities, disproportionalities we found for Indigenous people disappeared with the new search policy. Third, there were differences by race in strip searches in 2020 after accounting for primary offense, including drug-related and weapons offenses. And fourth, we did find that there were variations across the city where arrests took place, such that strip search rates were high in areas, the downtown areas, and they were not explained by the local demographics of residents in those areas. So as I mentioned, we took a community and member-led approach to guide this analysis and to understand the findings. The contextual variables and the early findings were put forth during engagements so that we collected questions, understood perspectives, and developed hypotheses for us to examine with the data. This was important to ensure that we worked with the data in ways that spoke to the lived experiences of communities, as well as the day-to-day realities of frontline officers. And to speak on what we heard in those engagements, Rihanna Patel will take us through some points we heard.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So as members of the CAP, we were able to tell the team what our communities were saying, and along with our feedback and other feedback from the service members and stakeholders, these were the key concerns we raised for the service to reflect on and consider. So in terms of actions, since this strategy is about systematic issues, we wanted to see areas of accountability for officers, and we wanted to know whether the data is entered properly. We wanted to see more work with communities and the frontline on real solutions, not a top-down approach. We know that when solutions are made together, we know they have a better chance of success. With regards to deeper analysis, what we were hearing is that the service should use other data and provide context that reflects the daily operations of policing and do more to understand the experiences of different communities, and in particular, Indigenous experiences as distinct from Black and other racialized groups. We wanted to see acknowledgement of the role of the service in the strained relations it currently has with communities and the history of ignoring and not taking adequate action for change. The service is there for the community, so we wanted to see this reflected in action, including the ongoing work that the service is already doing, but also to acknowledge the trauma from all levels of use of force. And finally, we wanted this information communicated in a way that is accessible to communities so that we could be informed and take part in the conversation. Thank you. I'll hand it back over to I think.
Good morning. The next steps for us and what really is substantive in this work is where do we go forward and what are the action items that are coming out of this work. Our team, which includes our CAP and other stakeholders, we've identified 38 action items to address the outcomes of the use of force and strip search that are identified in the report. These action items are just one part of our commitment to reduce disparate outcomes. They are in line with, as the Chief mentioned in the CIO, they are in line with the work that we already have underway, the 81 recommendations for police reform, as well as many other bodies of reform work. These action items look to improve procedures, support members through improved training and coaching, revise and improve governance, continue engagement with our affected communities and our members, and enhance monitoring and communication of our progress. As we've said throughout, engagement is integral to the race-based data strategy, and it's certainly critical with these action items. These action items are a starting point. Meaningful solutions depend on collaboration with our communities and our members. Our commitment is to work with our communities, our members, and our partners to further develop and collaborate on these proposed action items and identify areas where we can do better. A full list of action items, you've seen the full list of action items appended to the report. At this point, I'm going to take you through our approach to these action items and highlight some of the key ones as we go forward. Just to, as we get into the action items, we're taking a change management approach to drive this work, to ensure continuous learning and ability to adjust and pivot and keep the momentum going forward. This program of change is made up of a number of interconnected pieces, which I'll take you through to help drive the real outcomes that we wish and that the community needs to reduce the disparities in use of force and continue to make positive progress with strip search. The first interconnected piece there is listening and understanding. And embedded in this process is our sustained collaboration with Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. We will be going out to these communities to hear their concerns, engage in what changes are needed, and where we can improve on what we are doing. The next important piece is governance. For use of force, we currently have, so I'm just going to go through the points individually. So that first point speaks about review committees. For use of force, we currently have what's called an incident review committee. This is a committee that provides a corporate view of use of force incidents. It reviews all incidents service-wide to look for trends and assess effectiveness of training and governance. We will enhance this committee with representation from our Equity, Employment, and Human Rights Unit, our SIU Liaison Office, and our Professional Standards Analysis and Assessment Unit. We are then hoping to, or will mirror that committee and the process for strip search. So we don't have a strip search corporate committee at this point, but that is our plan. And both committees, their work will be reviewed at a senior management level by the staff superintendents. Every division, the second point talks about an equity assessment. So every division or unit in our service that initiates a crime management project completes an operational plan. We are developing an equity assessment that will be a mandatory part of every one of these plans. This assessment will help determine how our projects and the corresponding deployments impact the communities in which the project is taking place. This assessment will look at the levels of impact of the actions and what can be done to reduce any negative impacts and increase any positive impacts. This will ensure that each of our service operational plan is viewed with an equity lens rather than just a crime reduction focus. The third interconnected piece is communication, and as usual, as in all that we do, it is critical. It has already begun, and our commitment is that it will continue and grow from here. It's crucial for our communities and our members that this continue. To that end, we want to ensure the best understanding possible of this work through numerous communication avenues to reach a variety of levels of interest and understanding. To that end, we have a commitment and we have launched our website that we have all of our data and analytics available online. As with any set of recommendations in any body of work such as this, training absolutely plays a key role. The first point there is revising police training in collaboration with the community to be more community informed. As you are aware, we are well underway on this work through our recommendations from our 81 recommendations on police reform, as well as PACER, ARAP, CABR, and MHAP recommendations. Our training on anti-Black racism and anti-Indigenous and the anti-Indigenous experience is developed in partnership with our community and subject matter experts. Our college has its own community advisory panel that advises on this work, and as well has equity and inclusion specialists to lead and develop the training. The second point speaks to a new program called Adverse Childhood Experiences. This is a program out of the UK, and we currently deliver this program to all of our neighborhood officers and community officers. What we wish to do with this is make it available to all of our members. This training examines the root causes of crime and social disorder, including the role that childhood experiences play on poverty, mental health, addictions, abuse, domestic violence, and violence in the community, and the role that this all plays in the development of children and long-term consequences. It's the core of the broader community and safety well-being plan that is led by the city that we are very involved with as well. So again, this is our intention is to bring this training to all of our members. The third point talks about our coach officer training and revising our coach officer training to understand the unique needs of our diverse communities. Coach officers are the officers that are new officers, the officers that have just graduated from our police college. Our coach officers work with these new officers for the first 2 months or so of their career. It's the first on-the-job training that our new officers get. While they learn many practical and operational skills, it's equally as important that they continue to learn about the community-centric service delivery that the college, the community experience training, has already provided them. We want that to continue with the coach officer training. So in revising that training, we're looking to empower these coach officers with that information, the root causes of crime and social disorder, the understanding of the unique needs and perspectives of different communities, anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous discrimination, mental health and addictions, and much more. We want to continue those conversations with the recruits and ensure constant reflection. The next point is procedures and workflow, and the chief has already spoken a bit about this in his opening remarks. The one piece that we're adding to our procedures is mandatory review of body-worn camera for all use of force for all use of force incidents. So we have a supervisory review in the first instance of all use of force incidents, and body-worn camera review and all camera review will be mandatory in that review. Our new police officers, as I spoke about during the coaching, they have a 1-year probationary period when they are first assigned to the division. During that first year, there will be mandatory debrief with these officers and a supervisor for all use of force incidents. And the last piece there is looking at the next phase and what other data we can introduce into this work. The last piece is monitoring. This brings it all together. It ensures that we're moving forward and that we are being held accountable. The first point there talks about revising officer performance reports to include additional metrics pertaining to community focus to measure more community service. So at this point, our officer performance reports measure reactive work such as arrests and traffic tickets. We want to focus that on the important community work that our officers do, such as referrals, work with focus, and community diversion programs. The second point, we will develop a post-interaction survey to gather public feedback on their interactions with our officers. And the third point is transparency and accountability of our actions is a priority with the service, and we are committed to monitoring and tracking how we are doing this and how the progress is made. So we will have a public-facing and internal-facing dashboard so that we have ownership and accountability and transparency of our work. Next steps. We have a long road ahead. This is a long journey. We know this, as the CIO mentioned. This is not a one-stop piece of work. It is not linear. It is cyclical, and it is a journey with continuous feedback from our community. The engagement, as we've spoken about, has already well begun with our CAP and our community stakeholders. This project has many avenues for this community and engagement to continue. And as the chief spoke about, we will be launching town halls in the summer to continue with this feedback and engagement. We also have an academic report that will be authored by Dr. Fan that will be released in September. And we have much work to start on our phase 2 analysis. To finish up the presentation, and I think it's absolutely appropriate that it's not for me as a member of the service to finish up the presentation, but it is for a member of our CAP and a member of our community to finish up the presentation. So I'd like to introduce to you Nate Wilson Taylor. Nate is a member of our community advisory panel, and he brings a closing or wrap-up statements on behalf of our panel.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Yendle. Good morning to members of the board. Again, my name is Nate Wilson Taylor, and I'm one of the 12 members of the Community Advisory Panel for Race and Identity-Based Data Collection Strategy. Personally, I joined the Community Advisory Panel to help bridge the gap between police and the Black community based on my lived experiences. Having grown up in the Woburn and West Hill areas of Scarborough, myself, friends, family, and members of the community had very unfavorable interactions with the police that still affect them to this day. My hope is that this work will provide much needed transparency and, more importantly, accountability that will help rebuild and strengthen the trust and relationship between the Toronto Police Service and the communities that they serve. I'm here today to represent the members of the Community Advisory Panel who reflect youth, Black, Indigenous, other racialized communities, and social justice advocates to help the service in this strategy and bring in various perspectives of community experiences. It was a diligent process to get here. Given the institutional barriers that are present within the Toronto Police Service, we faced challenges to push the status quo. We appreciated the flexibility and responsiveness of the race-based data collection team and members of the senior leadership team within the service, who listened to us, took us seriously, and incorporated our perspectives to do things differently and to accomplish what we did together. We believe the legacy of this initiative will open new doors by building a blueprint for how police services can support and provide adequate resources for community participation, and has emphasized the seriousness and urgency of the issue in addressing systemic racism at this time. Our hope is that this work establishes a concrete model and foundation to implement continuous community collaboration with the police to tangibly address systemic discrimination, anti-Black, and anti-Indigenous racism. We can accomplish much by working together to bring greater transparency of the data to communities and increase institutional accountabilities to improve racial equity outcomes within the Toronto Police Service, other municipal police services, and more broadly, within Ontario's public sector and beyond. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nate, and thank you so much to Stephanie and Rayanna for being here today as well. Our team is actually going to step away from the front now, but as stated during the presentation, we wanted to ensure that our work was transparent. To that end, our analytical processes, practices, and our findings for this phase one, have been independently reviewed. We would like to introduce Dr. Lauren Foster and Dr. Les Jacobs, who are here today. They are leading experts in race and identity-based data collection and analysis with a human rights lens. Dr. Lauren Foster is here. Dr. Les Jacobs joins us virtually. Dr. Foster is a full professor and director at the Institute for Social Research at York University. Dr. Jacobs is a full professor and vice president of the Research and Innovation at the Ontario Tech University. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I want to also thank the Chief Raymer and Colin and the board members for inviting us to speak here today as experts, independent external experts, and who've provided a report on the race-based data collection strategy and the phase one data analysis. As you heard, I'm Lauren Foster, and I'm here with Les Jacobs by video link, who is a professor at and vice president of research at Ontario Tech University. And Les and I have extensive experience working in partnership with police services and public sector agencies in areas of race collection and human rights, focusing in particular on human rights projects that engage racialized communities. It's also worth noting, I believe, that we served as expert consultants for the Ontario government and the Anti-Racism Directorate on the formation of the Anti-Racism Act in 2017 and the development of the anti-racism data standards that all public sector organizations, including the police, are required to use in collection and management of race data. And central to those standards are the de-identification of data, the sanification of data that the Chief and Colin have emphasized in the anonymization of the data. And plus the other point would be the systemic focus that's required in terms of public sector data collection. And all of this is required for the TPS strategy and emphasized very well. We were commissioned by the TPS last year, beginning in July, to work closely with the Equity, Inclusion, and Human Rights Unit, the EIHR, to help understand the approach and decisions made regarding the analysis of racial disparity in police interactions. The EIHR unit is led by a terrific group of researchers, including Mihaela Dinka-Panatescu and Nicole Rebello, who's beside me, and May Fan, who is the external research expert. They are all highly skilled and remarkably professional, and this is very evident in the quality of the first work phase of the race-based data collection strategy that you have seen. Now, we've been allotted with time to discuss a few issues, and we're going to discuss some key assessments of our report, some limitations of the RBDC strategy, and some of the recommendations that we put forward for the TPS to move forward. So let's move to some of the assessments. You want to move? Let me just move that forward. Next. There we go. Okay, the first assessment, and the key assessment, is that the RBDC strategy reflects the best practices in race data collection methodology, and it should be a model for other police services in Canada. Now, the reason is it provides a textured and differentiated data analysis and breakdown that goes beyond what was required by the province and goes beyond what other services in Ontario have done. We work with a number of services, and we are very familiar with how they've approached the use of force data. For example, the Toronto Police Service employed a multiple benchmark strategy that you've heard about. Now, a benchmark is a point of reference or a baseline that allows you to compare and to assess and measure outcomes of different groups. And all other services used one benchmark related to residential populations or modified residential populations derived from Stats Canada's census data, their microdata. Now, the fact that the TPS strategy was able to employ multiple benchmarks related to not only residential population, but to all enforcement actions that the TPC were engaged in, and all arrests and the arrest populations allows us to see use of force and the added strip search study from different angles. So there was different nuanced stories that multiple benchmarks helps tell and gives us a fuller picture of the racial incongruities in police interactions with the public. The intricacy and the complexity of the TPS report submitted to this board can be compared to peeling away the layers of an onion. Most police services in Ontario, and maybe begrudgingly, only have taken off the outer onion skin, the outer membrane of use of force encounters, whereas the TPS report peels away layer after layer of use of force and strip searches, revealing sort of new and deeper insights. Now, the ability to tease out the race-related data is absolutely necessary for advancing evidence-responsible relationships and equity-deserving groups, with equity-deserving groups, excuse me, and eventually eliminating any discrimination that may be embedded in the delivery of services for the police. Les and I have said on numerous occasions that the RBDC strategy has tremendous promise and potential. There's tremendous upside to the strategy. But one thing that I think everybody has noticed since the release of the report is that there's also some fairly significant blowback and anger for members of racialized communities, particularly the Black community. Now, the problem is many people from equity-deserving groups, particularly Blacks and Indigenous communities, can see themselves in the data, but they don't see themselves in the data collection process. They are on the outside of the process, and they should not be. Now, what I mean by this is that they've not been effectively engaged with the TPT strategy to see how the collection of data and the data collection process can benefit them, or how they can leverage it. The data itself reveals concerning levels of racial disparities, and many people are offended by those disparities, which is understandable and even reasonable, I would suspect. The level of the race data disparities reflects the painful experiences and uncomfortable relationship that Black and Indigenous communities in particular have historically had with policing. Black and Indigenous people are saying, you know, we have been telling you for years we are the targets of disproportionate surveillance and police actions. They experience firsthand the data findings that were released last week, but they are not in the position to see how the data collection process can create transformational change for them. Let us put it this way. In our view, there has not been enough effective community engagement to crowdsource the paradigm shift that the TPS strategy and its innovations and insights offer. And now it could be otherwise. The anger and blowback is not inevitable. How is this going to be corrected? How can it be corrected? The lived experience of at-risk groups should inform every stage of the data collection process. Research design, research development, research implementation, the research analysis, and the research reporting. They should be in on every stage. And robust forms of community engagement should provide a foundation for a common cause with at-risk communities, for investing in the process and pooling of efforts to identify, say, factors that influence use of force and a strip search decisions. And this could lead to police community coalitions in search for more advanced policy solutions, perhaps to agree on effective interventions and prevention options, and finally, the scaling up of active organizational best practices for eliminating systemic discrimination. and promoting racial equity. So in our view, this effective community engagement is the impetus of the reform that was mentioned here today. And it is the missing link between the RBDC strategy and the ability to achieve transformative change. And the cost is going to be growing alienation from both sides of the ledger unless this is changed, we believe. Now, with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Les to continue.
You can move on to the next slide. Good morning, everyone. Thanks very much for the opportunity to provide some comment. As Lauren highlighted, the reason that we see the strategy as being so valuable is that it's a process to ensure that the data collection is high quality data. As I'm sure everyone in the room appreciates, when it comes to data and data analysis, garbage in, garbage out is always a risk. And we're very confident that the data collected and the analysis is high quality. And that's a reassuring starting point. Another theme that Lauren touched on just a moment ago is the broad fact that when you begin to collect high quality race data around policing, it's inevitable that in fact what you're going to see is a lot of alignment between what the data shows and the lived experiences of racialized communities and indeed lived experiences that they've been reporting in Toronto for 30 plus years. And so there is an issue about what's new here. And to a certain extent, what Lauren's comments are getting at that is a shortcoming or a limitation is what answering that question of what's new there. And him and I both have a general view that even though there is alignment and reinforcement in the data around the racial disparities that communities have been reporting for a generation or two generations, that there's also a value when you're trying to think about what to do about it. And the analogy I often give is that anybody who is listening to Indigenous communities across the country for decades would have heard continuous narratives about missing and murdered Indigenous women. But surprisingly, disturbingly in a sense, it really wasn't until it was quantified 6-7 years ago that it sort of suddenly seemed to crystallize in the public's mind that the degree of the problem and to provide a pathway forward. I think that there's a similar analogous lesson to be learned here. And that is an important limitation or shortcoming in moving the strategy to actually implementing the strategy. So that's the central theme that we want to highlight. I think there are a couple of other cautions that we would really emphasize. One notable one is that the strategy emphasizes that we should constantly be centering race. We should always keep race at the center in thinking about recommendations and solutions. There is a danger, and I think that probably some of you, if you reflect on some of the recommendations and new programs that have been talked about here today, they don't necessarily center race. And we understand fully why they make sense, but we're giving a caution about not letting race or fall to the side. The other point is really the one that runs through the report, acknowledging that this is the first phase. It's setting an example. It's setting something to start working with going forward, and that's the really important point to recognize. But there is so much more that can be done, particularly around addressing systemic racism and drawing on new data as it's being collected to identify new ways to approach issues. A very good example is that if you think about the use of force frequency, and as is highlighted in the report, it accounts for a very, very, very teeny number of the interactions that police have of virtually any type of interaction. There is a potential in race-based data for all of those other interactions that were successfully de-escalated. What's the potential? What can we learn from that? That's a good example. Another one may be that if you think about the strip search data, the fact that we saw basically a 90% decline in strip searches year over year because of that change in operation, without a whole lot of evidence that community safety was put at risk by that change in policy. That vindicates the broad idea that systemic racism analysis or approaches really take to say sometimes revisiting things that have traditionally been done when they have huge racial disparities is at the very core of anti-racism strategy. To move to our 8 recommendations, I think it's pretty obvious to most of you that all of these have been are embedded in various ways in the 38 recommendations and or the 81 recommendations that the chief spoke about. And other than perhaps really the begin to commit to progressive performative targets to reduce racial disparities. So what is an appropriate target each year? How can we reduce racial disparities in use of force and strip searches so that we do achieve that eventual outcome where there are no racial disparities in either of these interactions, and optimally use of force incidents overall are reduced as are strip searches. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone for your very comprehensive presentations. We'll now move to deputations, and following deputations, we'll have questions of service members or others. So please put on the first deputant when they're ready. Thank you.
Please indicate when you're ready. Good morning, Chair Hart, the Toronto Police Services Board members, Chief Raymer, and all viewers, whether in person or on a platform. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief deputation for the Ontario Human Rights Commission. Last week, the Toronto Police Services released findings derived from its collection of race-based data about officers' enforcement action, particularly those actions involving officers' use of force and strip searches. Chief Raymer acknowledged what Black communities have said for decades and what has been articulated by the Ontario Human Rights Commission, that anti-Black racism in policing continues to exist and that Black communities continue to be victimized by discriminatory use of force and other enforcement actions. The impact on Black communities and their members has been profound and long-lasting. Many have described that impact to the Commission, which includes insecurity, fear, mistrust, lack of safety and security, exclusion, and trauma. The service's acknowledgement of these findings and the express willingness of the board and the services to work collaboratively with the Commission to improve outcomes for Black communities are positive and welcome steps. The board's race-based data collection, analysis, and public reporting policy and the service collection of race-based data went beyond the minimum requirement of the Anti-Racism Act. For example, through controlling for differences in level of interaction between the Toronto Police and racial groups, and through including strip searches, not just use of force, in the analyses. The decision of the board and the services to go beyond the Act's requirement is commendable and an approach that police services across Ontario should replicate. And we point this out because issues of racism in policing are of province-wide importance. Robust race-based data collection is necessary to promote true accountability in policing. Chief Raymer apologies to the Toronto Black communities for the discriminatory policing confirmed by data. Community members have expressed different views to which they are entitled on the extent to which they are prepared to accept the apology. The Ontario Human Rights welcome the apology, although the real test will be the extent to which it is followed by concrete, measurable, transparent change, and whether discriminatory policing is reduced or eliminated in a timely manner. As you know, the Ontario Human Rights Commission is in its final stages of its inquiry into anti-Black racism in policing. Our final report addresses, among other things, true and transparent accountability for discriminatory policing, including at the individual officers level, how to measure the impact of implemented recommendations on police performance, and how systemic racism and individual acts of racism do not exist in isolation, but also coexist and overlap. The Commission looks forward to continued engagement and collaboration with the Toronto Police Services Board, the Toronto Police Service, and the Black communities across Toronto as we move forward with our inquiry to ensure anti-Black racism in policing is rooted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. Board members, any questions for the Chief Commissioner? I just have one a question and a comment. First of all, I'd like to thank you so much for working so closely with us. We've had many meetings, and one as recently as I believe last week, and I want to thank you for that. I think you said this in your comments, but I just wanted to touch on it a little bit, and an independent expert said it this morning. Do you believe that the work that the Toronto Police Service has done to date is first in class for policing in Canada and should be replicated not only in Ontario, but probably across the country?
I echo what I said or repeat what I said earlier, and that is because the anti-racism is a province-wide, in policing, is a province-wide issue. And yes, I do believe that.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your meeting. I shall exit now.
Thank you. Please put on the next deputant. Welcome. You have 5 minutes when you're ready. We'll start your clock when you start.
Okay, but don't start the timer yet. Just let me quickly say, Good morning, everyone. I am a member of the Police and Community Engagement Review Advisory Committee, but I'm not here in that capacity. I'm doing a personal deputation. You may start the timer now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when Prime Minister Stephen Harper issued an apology for the harm done by Indian residential schools, the survivors were there. When Justin Trudeau apologized to members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community for the purge, affected employees were there. When Pope Francis apologized for the segments of the Roman Catholic Church involved in the operation of residential schools and the abuse meted out to the children in their care, the survivors were there. When Chief Raymer issued an apology for the race-based disparities regarding the use of force and strip searches, members of the media were there. The affected communities were not invited. To add insult to injury, Torontonians, particularly the affected communities, did not have a chance to thoroughly review the report before the apology. Just a little over 2 years since the murder of George Floyd, which afforded anti-black racism the attention it so rightly deserves, this is the level of respect, or dare I say disrespect, that black folks receive. Jean-Baptiste Alphonse Carr, the French critic, journalist, and novelist, wrote, "Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose," translated to mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same. The oft-recited aphorism encapsulates the reaction of the black community to the results. No surprise. The community already knew. At various points, there have been recommendations to make the service better and improve its relationship with disadvantaged communities. Some of the reports in recent memory are 2013, the Police and Community Engagement Review, 31 recommendations. 2017, the way forward by the Transformational Task Force, the recommendations were not numbered, but they were many. 2018, a collective impact, the first of 2 interim reports by the Ontario Human Rights Commission. 3 of the 5 interim actions fell within the purview of the service. We now await the final report scheduled to be released later this year, which according to the Commission will include an extensive series of recommendations. 2021, missing and missed by the Independent Civilian Review into Missing Persons Investigations, 151 recommendations. 2020, policing reform by Toronto City Council, 81 recommendations. 2022, the race-based data collection strategy, 38 recommendations. The service may be overwhelmed and crumbling by the weight of these recommendations. The sheer number and frequency of them and their utility or futility are worth reflecting on. You may not be of the persuasion that the service should be defunded, disarmed, dismantled, or abolished, but when the recommendations implemented in whole or in part fail to produce the desired and lasting change, the service appears irredeemable and the arguments against policing in its current form increase in merit. I find myself struggling to offer further advice to the service because all that needs to be said has been said. Given what I have seen, at issue is not a lack of ideas to fundamentally change policing, but a need for competent and willing leadership to ensure their implementation and sustainability in accordance with the spirit intended. Neither I nor many members of my community seek a contentious or antagonistic relationship with the Toronto Police Association. I welcome thoughtful and fact-based rebuttals that help to contextualize the data. Constant and prolonged fighting has been detrimental for all. We can no longer live like this. Though the actions of the association are not under your jurisdiction, I believe you have a moral obligation to build a functional and respectful relationship between the service, its union, and all Torontonians. If you do not believe the service is beyond repair, then you have a momentous task ahead of you. Perhaps it begins with the new police chief who will hopefully bring about a service transformed. Otherwise, you will have failed this city to bore from the superhero arrow. May God defend the rights of people of African descent and the oppressed, protect our police officers, and give wisdom and counsel to leaders of good conscience. That's it.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Thank you for, Mayor Tory.
I just wanted to check, I assume you heard the
I think you're in the room to hear the advice from the experts, the two professors, and that they talked about an extensive process of engagement all the way through. And that while you focused on the news conference and the fact that the communities weren't there for the actual apology, that I assume you would endorse a continuous engagement process of the kind they suggested as we go forward with this, because this data collection is, of course, going to continue, as well it should, in future years. And I assume you would endorse that as opposed to just the point of who was in the room at the time.
I feel like Justin Trudeau was asked about whether Trump was racist or not. I think, so yes, I agree that there needs to be a continuous process of engagement. The engagement should never continue. I mean, in any model for improvement, it does have a feedback loop, right? That there is that engagement with all stakeholders. But I don't want to minimize the dynamics or the context under which the apology was given. Imagine if I did you significant harm, but I gave you no basis, no information about what the harm was. Communication is not just the act of communicating the message itself. It has to be contextualized with the medium through which the message is being given and the circumstances under which that message is being given. So the apology and the conditions under which it was done, I thought were sad, and I was disappointed in that. At the outset, I said I am not here in my capacity as a member of the advisory committee, and while my comments that I'll now make may touch on the committee, again, this should be no reflection of them or the opinion en masse. You can't say you are working with our committee and we don't even know the plan. That does not speak to true partnership for me. And I remember when this committee was reconvened, when we were reconstituted, because we were first there, as you'll recall, from about 2013 to 2017 to work on the PACER stuff. Then we've been reconvened to work on the 81 recommendations for policing reform. Early on out, I said, I expect to be here again, possibly if the service will have me, in the next 5 to 10 years if something fundamentally different isn't done. And that is why in my deputation, I listed out for you the series of reports and recommendations, and that's just recent memory. I also did not account for the external work that has been led by Justice Tulloch with the Independent Police Oversight Review and the Independent Street Checks Review, which themselves contain many recommendations, as you would expect a judge to do, but they're fair. But here we are again, and I really do not want to be here again. And it is why I'm struggling, and why I still struggle, and why I struggled in the meetings with the service, to give any concrete advice, because I don't know what else needs to be said. So yes, continue to engage with us, but at some point too, that engagement will be meaningless when the actions do not support or point to any real, concrete, and lasting change.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Mr. Morgan.
First of all, thank you very much for your deputation.
You're welcome.
I ask this because I think it's important to sort of get a sense of, I hear the frustration, and a part of my question is, why do you continue? Why did you show up today? Why do you continue to show up, given, from your perspective, from what you're sharing, the countless opportunities that, if I'm interpreting correctly, seem to be missed? So I'm trying to get a better sense of the breakdown in the engagement and where, as a board, if possible, there's an opportunity to do better. So I just...
So first, I should say, throughout my involvement with the service and my continued involvement, I don't even think I'm qualified to be an advisor to the service because yes, I'm for all intents and purposes, what you can visibly see, Black Jamaican immigrant guy, whatever, but I haven't necessarily been implicated in the circumstances or the communities where one might find issues of over-policing or strained relations. So that question you didn't ask me, but it is one that I always consider, and I think I should always keep at the forefront of my involvements to guide my involvement. Why do it? I've always believed in environment influences behavior. Environment shapes behavior. We keep focusing on the individuals, but focusing on individual change won't be sustainable if the environment remains the same. And not many will appreciate that, and not many will want to prioritize that, but that's where I think. And that's how I think. So being able to make the connection between systems and think about how do we really advance systemic change? How do we change the rules of the game so people start to play more fairly and act accordingly? That's what keeps me coming back. But I would also be lying if, I said, when I was there in the first go-around with Pacer, there were many times I decided to call it in. I can share with you all, I've been involved with Children's Aid Society of Toronto, not as a parent. I don't have children yet. And my children, and I have no children and no one is in care for me. But I was a part of that committee from about 2016 to 2020. And at that meeting in December 2020, I tendered my resignation because I said, after 4 years, I have nothing to show for it. And I can give nothing concrete to my community. The piece that throws me off is I used to say to them, I found the service far more transparent and open to working with the community members than did the society. That shocked me, because when we needed to access and look at the material for the training of the officers, I could get it, I could see it, and we could spend time at the college to develop the curriculum. And that's why I stayed engaged. And I kept hoping and hoping that the society would be a little bit more flexible, albeit it's a little bit more difficult to engage and the matters are sensitive because we're dealing with minors. But that's what's kept me with this service. But it is like riding like a roller coaster. There are moments of high and there are serious moments of low that say enough is enough. And I'm at the end of my tether. The last meeting we had was probably 2-3 weeks ago, Myron? And I didn't speak. If I did speak, it was probably just to give a confirmatory or negative response in the negative or positive. And so someone like Myron checked in with me and I said, listen, I had to spend the entire meeting reflecting on, does it make sense? I don't know that it does. I don't know that it does. But for this next go round, and we queried, what is the length of our mandate? To borrow from Myron, we serve at the pleasure of the chief, so we're there until you tell us, get out. I will do my utmost until I think I have no more to give. And I am nearing that point of I have no more to give.
Any other questions, board members? I want to really thank you for your deputation. Not only was it very impactful, but it was very well delivered, and I can assure you we heard you.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You as well. Next deputant, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to the members of the board, the Chief Raymer, and other members of the Toronto Police Services, and to all the guests. Thank you for the opportunity to add the Jamaican Canadian Association's voice to this issue. My name is David Betty. I am the president of the Jamaican Canadian Association. The Jamaican Canadian Association has been around since August 1962, and our first deputation to the Toronto Police Services was back in 1963. On June 17th of this year, we shared our views on the release of the race-based data, which was released 2 days prior by the Toronto Police Services. I've also shared same during my request for permission to speak today. Therefore, I assume this is a part of the documentation, your documentation. My goal here today is to highlight only sections of the Jamaican Canadian Association response to the release of the data. Firstly, that the Jamaican Canadian Association is disappointed as to how far we have come over the last 60 years. It was our first president, Roy Williams, whom I believe was once a member of this illustrious board, and who wrote glowing in his memoir of the work that was done during the 90s and early 2000s on race relations. However, the evidence shown here suggests there's a lot more work to be done. Secondly, on a more delicate topic, that of separating the message from the messenger. I first want to say it is not our intention to dictate to the board how it should operate. However, perception can undermine credibility and trust. Secondly, we thank the Toronto Police Services for their openness, transparency, and sophistication in the analysis and presentation of the data, including the efforts taken to ensure the analysis was informed by experts in the field and the broader affected communities. Please forgive me for the actual words and terminology used here, and note that they are used only for emphasis. As a member of the public, it was our perception that the tail was wagging the dog. More importantly, we felt it was left up to the perpetrator of the injustice to right the wrong, to bring justice where there is injustice. It is therefore in that vein that we call upon the distinguished body to tell us how you propose to right the wrong and restore confidence in the good and very relevant work that has been done and that you continue to do. We've scanned the 81 recommendations aimed at police reform to address systemic racism, alternative community safety, and crisis response models, and to build a new confidence in public safety. We've also scanned the 30 recommendations put forward by the Toronto Police Services. We are no expert in the area, but we felt there were good recommendations in both instances. Where we have some concern is in the ability to track outcomes in a timely manner and to course correct. The race-based data is a great tool to inform policies, but we're looking at 2020 data in mid-2022. And while the analysis was top-notch, it was narrow in scope. And we get it that this is done in a phased basis. We're postulating that it will not provide you with the timely feedback loop that will allow you to gauge success and to course correct in a timely manner. In closing, our ask is twofold. Firstly, to let us know how the race-based data will influence the board policies going forward. And secondly, how this data will further drive urgency in the implementation of the 81 recommendations from the Toronto Police Services Board and the 38 recommendations from the Toronto Police Services, including the implementation of relevant scorecards to ensure a timely feedback loop. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Board members, questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. It's very informative. Thank you. Next deputant, please. Welcome, Miguel.
Thank you. Thank you. Point of privilege before we start my deputation is that can you make sure that in future meetings we have the time on the monitor so that we know how many minutes we're speaking on? I think Councillor Derek Moran is going to be taking the minutes for me. Councillor. All right. So, and thank you also for providing the Wi-Fi password. Hopefully next meeting that information will be available. So thank you again for opening the meetings to the public. We have said over and over that the police training leads to the ongoing problem of biased racism towards Black, Indigenous, and of course, the few white apples that are currently on the payroll and benefits. The lack of discipline is notorious. John Tory, last month I sent you a picture of a TPS officer wearing a patch of the Team Blue Line on his uniform. We all know that is a far-right sign, and you ignore my email. John, closing an eye on subordination is wrong. I CC on the email the board and Chief Rammer as well, for the record. Toronto Police has systemic discrimination and racial profiling towards Indigenous persons. I am an Indigenous man from Peru. We celebrated yesterday Indigenous Day, and I saw the mayor among the dignitaries in attendance. A year ago, June 21st, 2021, we hold a sacred fire at Trinity Bellwoods Park to honor the 250 children graves found in Kelowna, BC. Members of the grassroots communities asked the Toronto Police in charge that Indigenous community members were to hold down ceremony for 72 hours. Here is the problem. We found out that the officers who took the request did not care to pass it on to the TPS sergeant and corporate security in charge of the eviction of the encampments. We found out later that the request made earlier on the day is not on the record. And we were told to leave the park, close down the ceremony in progress to honor 250 children's graves, and to put up the fire. We told them no. By 7 p.m., the sacred fire was raided and the fire was put out by Toronto Police. 4 people got arrested, including myself and my girlfriend, Barbara. Today, the number of children's graves across Turtle Island has reached 10,220 kids, a total genocide. Chief Ramber, with regards to report released last week, and I'm looking at you, and your public apology, the Indigenous grassroots community rejected. We don't accept your apology. Is fake. Thank you. Why? I'm going to tell you why. You are asking for more funding, more money to train your officers. Why? Don't you have already a problem with your training? And the negative stereotypes, perceptions, and attitudes towards Indigenous people by some members of the TPS. Chief Rammer, this report is not going to change anything, as the previous deputy mentioned, unless we do fundamental changes. But unfortunately, for many of the TP officers, we are just another group of drunken Indians on the street. We don't deserve respect. For the record, Premier Doug Ford has given $300 million to the TPS since 2018. It's like Christmas every day at the Toronto Police. No need to apply for Santa. John Tory, use that money to implement your recommendations. I think are 30 recommendations on the report, because you know that costs money, especially for salaries and benefits. And that, as you know, that doesn't go very long. Therefore, owes the city money to invest in city building-led projects that has federal contribution. But the problem is Darfur doesn't want to give us the proper amount of money to implement those social housing initiatives. As you know, 40% of the people that live in encampments are Indigenous people. This is my friend, Jordan, at Clarence Square. 2 weeks ago, his camp was raided. This young man is doing an amazing work to ensure other Indigenous men and women has permanent housing, not just a hotel room. Sorry, we don't need Band-Aid solutions. We need proper housing being developed. And again, this is also just to blame on Doug Ford. And this is my friend, Lynn. She's at Allen Gardens. Please continue working with her so she has permanent housing. Both happen to be Indigenous people. They're Métis. So obviously, they own this land. How is my time, Mr. Gourmand?
5 seconds left, McAllister. Wrap it up.
Okay, so in conclusion, I want to say that We need to do fundamental changes, and we need new leadership. And one of the things we can do to move forward is to include voices from the community, like grassroots people. More indigenous representation at this board, for instance.
Okay, thank you,
We don't
Miguel.
have it.
Thanks,
Thank
Miguel.
you.
Appreciate your deputation. Any questions for Miguel? Seeing none, thanks for taking the time.
You're
Miguel.
very welcome.
Appreciate it. Next deputant, please.
Hi, can I please speak from Nora's account? It's not working on mine. Great, thank you. So my name is Inez Halal, and I'm a Toronto resident and an economist. I wanted to talk today about the use of force and strip search report that shows the disgusting overrepresentation of all racialized groups in use of force incidents involving Toronto police officers. I think it's important to recognize that while horrifying, these figures are not surprising, as they are known to people that experience violence at the hands of police on a regular basis. The shock and dismay being expressed in response to this report is a further trauma to communities, as it is a clear demonstration of the lack of weight and respect given to community voices. The refusal to act before having researcher-vetted results and so-called real data is rooted in white supremacy. These results are not revelations. They echo what you have already heard from community. Police are violent, they act with force, and they direct that force disproportionately towards the city's most marginalized residents. With these truths in mind, we conclude that reforms will continue to be ineffective. If you care to improve this situation, as you claim, the only option available for you is to detask and defund the Toronto Police Service. Anything short of this is performative at best and is in direct opposition to both community knowledge and empirical evidence. The report commissioned by Drs. Jacobs and Foster contain a multitude of false statements, incomplete and inconsistent statistics, and striking degrees of bias, which understate the true extent of the violence being experienced amongst marginalized groups in Toronto. And the report suggests ineffective and unsuitable solutions. We further raise concerns with the choice of Drs. Jacob and Foster as the lead researchers on this report due to their history of partnering with police forces on work of this nature. They just recently completed similar work for the Ottawa Police Force, where the recommendations of reform were almost identical and characteristically underwhelming. First, the report makes the bold claim that the researchers are the leading experts in race and identity-based data collection and analysis with a human rights lens. They use a convenient definition of this lens that doesn't mention a single human right, but it does mention that police are fundamental to democracy. What is state violence if not a violation of human rights? How can sexual assault be consistent with human rights? How do you apply a human rights lens in a document that never mentions the violation of those rights? This shameful misrepresentation of the lens and the failure to engage critically with what police use of force and strip searches really are is enough, in my opinion, to completely discredit any and all work done by Jacobs and Foster. Second, the report frequently mentions a commitment to transparency and then completely fails to deliver on it. To illustrate, the report provides details of how 72% of use of force incidents began, but leave unexplained 28% of those incidents. If this board values transparency as they claim to, complete figures should be the bare minimum. Raw data, void of any bias of the researchers, is essential to understand what is being concealed by the TPS. Third, the data itself is limited in its significance as it is self-reported by police officers who have a vested interest in underreporting both the frequency and the severity of use of force incidents in which they are involved. The only data collected in addition to the self-reported police data was collected from dispatchers and other TPS officers. In response to the comments made today, it is critical to restate that the core issue here is police violence and not a lack of community engagement in the data collection process. Fourth, a further methodological weakness lays in the sample size of the community advisory panel. A community panel of 12 individuals for a city of 6.3 million people is quite frankly laughable and cannot provide any meaningful or significant image of community views and experiences. Lastly, the report does not highlight any inconsistencies between police-reported data and evidence provided by community members. Testimonies of strip searches occurring in alleyways and other public spaces, where police intend to humiliate and assault marginalized persons and seize belongings, are not mentioned. There are huge gaps in the data presented in this report that the researchers fail to mention, let alone address. I call on this board to recognize the testimonies and lived experiences of Toronto community members as data. Call on this board to release the compiled statistics on police misconduct. And I call on this board to release the data on police assault and sexual assault rather than leaving us to fill in the gaps and identify police lies from this poorly conducted study. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Board members, questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us today. Appreciate it. Please put on the next deputant.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I'm also going to speak to the report. I am a resident of Toronto, a PhD student, and a researcher in social policy. The report's claim that it employs a human rights lens to this work suggests a lack of understanding. The human rights lens is an orientation to practice. It requires that we see community members first and foremost as rights seekers, and police violence first and foremost as a violation of human rights. This inconsistency is nowhere more clear than in the report's discussion of strip searches. Strip searches fall firmly under the UN definition of sexual assault. This categorization of strip searches is nothing new. In Toronto, it can be credited to the work of Black feminist voices, including in the 1999 review of sexual assaults by the Toronto Police Service. Despite this, the report's authors continue to frame strip searches as a legitimate tool used in policing, rather than as both a violent assault and a violation of human rights. In the report presented ahead of public delegations, we saw a timeline of calls to action dating back to 1989. While calls for change long predate this, by your own documentation, you acknowledge that reforms have been called for and implemented for over 30 years, with no meaningful change having come from any of these actions. We cannot and we will not wait another 30 years for violence to stop. Lives are at stake and communities are at stake. Evidence is clear that reforms do not work. We demand a detasking and defunding from the Toronto Police Service. This report also further legitimizes use of force. Effectively, police perpetuated violent assault against Toronto residents. The terms police violence or brutality are completely absent from this report, despite the authors acknowledging the use of force, even in, quote, proactive events. The authors in this report parrot the TPS's self-serving message, making no attempt to dispel the inherently contradictory and false nature of the statement that use of force can be used as a de-escalation tool. Surely a human rights lens would be preoccupied by eliminating every single use of force incident and would provide bold and necessary recommendations to accomplish this goal. Despite this, the report states that no financial implications arise from the recommendations contained in this report. This means the recommendations outlined in the report are drastically inadequate and completely overshadow repeated calls made by the community to defund the Toronto Police. Instead, this report procrastinates saving lives and reducing harm and state violence in our community. Recommendations calling for more data serve only to benefit those who will be paid to collect and analyze this data, as community is well aware of the violence and racism that is at the very core of the TPS. Recommendations that call for professional development and accountability set us back 30 years by calling for reforms that have been tried and failed across this country and in this municipal police force. In order to see a sharp and immediate reduction in sexual assault and violent assault in the City of Toronto, defunding and abolishing the TPS is essential. To end, I would like to respond to a statement made by Interim Chief James Raymer in his press conference last week. When we say defund the police, we do not mean reform, and we do not mean modernize. We mean detasking the Toronto Police Service from all responsibilities and reallocating the funds currently held by TPS to the community. Interim Chief Raymer does not speak for the community. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your deputation. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us today. We appreciate it. Next deputant, please.
Hi there. So my name is Monica Lemke, and I'm a PhD candidate in socio-legal studies at York University. I'd like to respond specifically to the race-based data collection strategy around strip searches. But first, before I get to the substance of my written deputation, I'd like to reflect on something that was stated earlier. It was the onion metaphor by Lauren Foster. So before people are strip searched at Toronto police stations, they're booked into custody. And when that happens, they're asked to part with items like shoelaces, like the strings off of hoodies, and so on. I was reflecting on that the other day, especially about the racial social marker that hoodies are. So when we have a policy that asks all hoodies to be, let's say, mutilated, we're taking off the string of somebody's item of clothing, and we're telling them that that string poses a potential harm to people around them. That strikes me as a symptom of some kind of racist paranoia that has infiltrated or is perhaps embedded in the very DNA of policing. We adopt these policies like strip searches that accuse people of hiding things in their orifices and private areas, and we don't have the data to back up that these items pose any harm. When we apply an anti-racist lens to the harms of the strip search, we can understand that taking away something as supposedly innocuous as the string off of somebody's hoodie can actually be quite harmful, triggering of trauma, something that will bring them back to the moment where they were detained, arrested, searched, just by looking at an item of clothing. In my deputation, I outline that we know from the data that strip searches are ineffective, they're overused, they're a conduit for systemic discrimination, and it's wrong to continue to subject people to strip searches. The courts have acknowledged that they're fundamentally humiliating and degrading. As I've mentioned, they trigger and induce racial and sexual trauma. And it's not necessary to keep infringing people's rights and dignity by subjecting them to this kind of personal search. The rest of my deputation, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get into it for the rest of 1 minute, goes into some details. But I'd like to highlight that the Department of Justice wrote a working paper in 1983 where they outlined that the practice of searching people for items has intensified during a period of drug policing, the 1960s and 1970s. When we take that into account, we're not only harkening back to an arcane regime of strip searches that predated the legal regulation of searches, we're actually introducing something new to the texture of a police search. Strip searches are a product of racist drug policing, and we can actually take them away. They're not effective. They're not a good policing tool, and they do nothing but traumatize communities. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your deputation. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, thanks for taking the time today. We really appreciate it. Next deputation, please.
Next deputation is Chris.
Hello, thank you. Given that the race data being reported today was collected in 2020, we're now halfway through 2022, I'd like to ask what concrete steps can the chief report that were done in the last year that they had this data, that visible minority groups were being treated inequitably? Other than last week's apology for what we've known about now for 2 years, or at least what should have been known if you looked at the data being collected, and what, in fact, of course, all of society has been telling you for 3 decades now. What have you done to begin correcting the problem so that we can see what the numbers have already started to prove when we start to look at the data in 2021? The only discussion you seem to be having is that, well, we're going to have more discussions. The researcher made the comment, well, collaboration with community is what's new. Mayor Tory talked about, continued engagement. And yet we know that's what's been going on for 2 decades before this report came out. It's been for 3 or 4 decades before that the community has been saying that this is an issue. What's the difference going to be now that you have a report that gives you the number of 1.6? How's that going to change things? If we see the report next year that says 1.7 or 1.5, is that going to tell us that everything's good or not? And are we only going to get there by having more discussions? Because you don't actually follow any of the recommendations from people. You don't hold an open meeting and say, well, what are your recommendations and what can we do to fix this? How can we better track data? You want to know? Well, prosecute some of the people that are committing these acts. Yes, the Racism Act does prevent the publication of race data, but that doesn't prevent the police service from looking at what officers do and how they treat people and figuring out through, other than this reporting, which officers are engaging in racist activity. Why aren't we seeing those people prosecuted? The chair asks, well, what can we do about the disciplinary process? Well, our courts are open. They're on Zoom. They're visible on the internet. Why is it that disciplinary trials for police officers are held in secret and nobody knows what's going on in them? You want to change things, you've got to open up to the public and let them actually see what's going on. One of the big issues here is talking about the strip searches and how, the OHRC gave out a report 3 years ago breaking the golden rule. What is the golden rule? Well, that's the decision from 2007 from the Supreme Court of Canada in a case involving the Toronto Police and Mr. Golden. And in that case, the Supreme Court of Canada pointed out in 2007 that the Toronto Police were committing crimes. And what was the response? Well, 12 years after that, we see that the Toronto Police actually did something about it. Now you only strip search half of the people you incarcerate, or 40-some-odd%, 22% of all the people you get called about. But where are the reports that tell us how many strip searches yielded evidence? How many threats were found? Where's the count categorized by types of items found? How many strip searches led to additional charges? None of that information is given to the public. And then we wonder why it doesn't yield any results and any differences. We've had how many reports? The last chief's big changes when he started were going to be culture change. That was going to be the big thing. That was what was going to make all the difference. Oh, sure, there were dozens of other recommendations, just like in the 81 recommendations, just like in the 28 recommendations, just like in whatever random number you can pick. But the fact is that culture change was what we all expected was maybe going to do something, and nothing's happened on that. That's simply been what the police have given up on trying to achieve. And so it's no wonder that there is no community expectation of benefit. Here we have the police now, first, as the other deputant pointed out, there were no community groups at the chief's apology, so I don't know who he was apologizing to, the cameras. And then today, what do we have? Well, we have the requirement that if somebody wants to come discuss this, they've got to submit to being searched. Sure, it's not a strip search. It's only a physical search of their belongings and their body. It's only going through a metal detector. But so what? The Supreme Court of Canada told you before that searches are demeaning, not just strip searches, although obviously them much more so. But you wonder why nobody believes that you're trying to make any difference. It's because you hold meetings and then basically make it an obstacle, a challenge, basically a threat to people if they want to actually come and be in your presence.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. You're at 5:15 now, so I have to wrap you up. But thank you very much for your deputation. We appreciate it. Board members, any questions of Mr. Langenfeld? Seeing none. Thank you very much for taking the time, Mr. Langenfeld. Please put on the next deputant.
Good morning. I hope you folks can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. My name is Wali Kogali Ali, and I just want to, first of all, start off by acknowledging the importance of collecting race-based data to collect evidence, but it's important to provide context that the Black community in Toronto and across Ontario has been calling out the impact of carding and of policing for a very long period of time. And it's unfortunate that we're now at a point where we must act. We were at that position a long time ago, decades ago, when we called out anti-Black racism and its impact systemically. And I just want to start off by talking about experiences that did not make it to the report, which were actually outlined in the Ontario Human Rights Commission's report that looked at data that was released not too long ago that spoke to the impact of overcharging. But this report doesn't touch on the impact of overcharging beyond incarceration when it comes to access to social housing or other social services, employment being another important piece. And when I think about the report and its findings, it's experiences that I know many members of the community have experienced, whether they were pulled over while driving on the streets of Toronto and searched while they were in a car and the car was not mobile for suspicion, given a ticket, and that ticket was not in the system for whatever reason, or Black women who are at food banks and experience anti-Black racism, and Toronto Police Services officers being called to remove those women from those spaces and being ticketed, and those tickets not making it to the system. So there's been a lot of important things that we need to challenge, and actually we do that through accountability by speaking to the impact of what this data means, which is systemically within TPS, you have a serious anti-Black racism issue. And what we know is it's also within society. So how do we work collectively to address it systemically and ensure that our communities are safe? Because a huge portion of our community does not feel safe because of these interactions. So I would like to challenge the board to work with the provincial government and most importantly, to work with communities to really be intentional in finding solutions that are community-led, that are community-focused. And one of the biggest community asked was to detask funding from a model of incarceration to funding our community sustainably to address the root causes of poverty, to address the mental health and other needs that have come about because of the impact of this pandemic. So I think it's important for us to move forward, not repeating our mistakes, not repeating the same broken financial model, but detasking and funding alternative ways that does not emphasize incarceration, because its impact on our society, the impact on our families, on our loved ones are too much. People are dying because of the rise of anti-Black racism. So I want to thank the chair for giving us an opportunity to speak to this very important item. But like many residents of Toronto, I'm deeply concerned about the findings of the report, and I'm hoping that there'll be an end to the rhetoric and more action when it pertains to finding solutions. And the solutions should be community-led, and hopefully people will be listening instead of defending the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us today. We all appreciate it. Are there any further deputants?
No, sir.
Thank you. This item is now before the board for discussion and questions of the service or others. Board members, over to you for questions, and then we'll speak after that if there's anyone who wishes to speak, and I'm sure there is. Mayor Tory will start off the questioning.
Yes, I had just two, Mr. Chair, thank you. And they were for the community representatives on the committee that we heard from earlier. And I guess they're here with us somewhere. Are they still?
Would you mind please coming forward to a microphone, please? Thank you.
Thanks for coming back in on the screen as well. My first question was this, and there was just so much information this morning, and I'm very grateful for it all, but this is directed to the community members that were there to help us, help the service to understand, the expectations and so on of the data that was produced. I just want to ask your view, and you sort of addressed it, but maybe just in concise answer to this one question. Do you believe the report met the expectations of the community? And if not, what do we need to do to have it meet in future iterations, or even sort of as a second chapter to this one? How do we meet the expectations of the community? And I mean the community at large. In particular, of course, we could focus on the Black communities, Indigenous people, and so on, but the community in the broadest sense.
I can speak to that a little bit. Absolutely 100% no, because we're not done. So I think there's a lot of work. This is just the beginning of a lot of work, and I think coming back to the community sometimes with solutions already in hand is disrespectful. So we've come back to the community with information and ideas, and waiting for their feedback on what to do next. So that community engagement piece is really vital to the whole process. So no, it's not satisfactory, and we're not done. So thank you.
To kind of just add to that, I think one thing that really needs to be done is a way in which we can capture, all demographics, all different groups that are out there. Me coming in with some lived experiences, I remember when I had first applied to the panel, there were many different criteria that I met. But as somebody who works in the community, particularly in the Scarborough area, how we capture, some of the the young demographics, some of those youth that have been, impacted by their interactions with the police? How do we, engage them? How do we have these meaningful and impactful conversations so that we can have that perspective in how we move forward with, capturing data and also releasing data to the public? But in short, yeah, no, I don't think it's met the expectation so far. There's still a lot of work to do.
Any additional comments from our committee member that's on virtual?
No, I echo what both my colleagues just said. A lot more work to be done, but I think most people would agree the work is important and it's a good first step, but a lot more has to be done.
Okay, I'm mindful of a quote that came out of the Truth and Reconciliation report that I'm certainly trying to take to heart now in the work we're doing on truth and reconciliation, which is nothing about them without them. And I just keep it's in my head all the time now and on these kinds of things because I recognize the merit. The second question I had, would you agree that some degree of individual and divisional analysis, to the extent it's possible, either using this data or other means, is necessary to get closer to the root of the problem of discrimination that is at the core of this report?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Do you believe or do you agree that some degree of individual, in other words, the behavior of individual people or a breakdown by divisional structure here, and that's the way the police service, of course, is structured, is necessary to get closer to the root of the problem here and how to address it, including what might be a contributor to the systemic problems that are referred to in the report?
I would think, yeah, the answer to that question would be most certainly be yes. Toronto is obviously a very diverse city. Things that happen in the eastern part of the city where I'm from, as opposed to like west, as opposed to down here in Toronto, downtown, are obviously very different. The interactions are going to be very different because the people, a sense, are very different. Holding individual officers accountable, I think would most certainly be like a necessary step. But I do understand, we're looking at the big picture here. We don't want to stigmatize individual officers or communities. But I think it would be a step in the right direction, identifying some of the individuals to help address some of the root causes. Because I will tell you, as somebody, as I said, who's in the community, out east, we have some amazing neighborhood community officers, but at the same time, some of the stories I've heard from the youth that I work with have been completely opposite, and it seems to just sweep those positive interactions of these neighborhood officers under the rug. So yeah, I'm sure the answer to the question is yes.
I do think that's necessary at some point. I also think that what we're trying to do is to start a top-down process, right? That those changes need to happen at the top, and they need to trickle down. And I think when we start really looking at things, and we had some very, very difficult conversations, during some of those meetings that we've had leading up to this, around what is accountability and what is contrition and what is really feeling, really moving towards something that is, you spoke to the truth and reconciliation and how important that stuff is and how important it is that we speak truth and that we, there's a defensiveness that comes up for all of us. When someone tells us we've done something wrong, there's a defensiveness that comes up. And so how do we deal with that? How do we work through that? So that's going to come up at the top, but that's also going to come up, at those front lines. So I think those changes really need to start at the top, and they'll trickle down for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Board members, further questions? Ms. Kostakis?
Hi. Just in your collecting, like you, I probably don't even need a microphone here, in collecting your information and getting the representation from the various areas of the city. And when you mentioned also the youth groups, have you been accessing other groups or agencies or youth serving agencies or other multi-service agencies in order to be able to have, I guess, the access to a lot of the groups? Or is that something you're looking for in the future? Because as you know, there may be some that, there has to be different avenues of being able to contribute to the research, where some may not want to come out physically and share their experiences or information. So if there's anything in the models that you're using right now to have those opportunities so that we can get that broader representation and that trust component where you can work with other groups as well to gather more information to have that larger representation.
Speak to that, Maya and Nicole, with regards to the other avenues that we've done and other engagement that we've done?
Yes, thank you so much. So we have pursued a number of different ways to reach other perspectives, the CAP being the main venue, but also we engage with a lot of stakeholder groups earlier on in 2019, 2020, and continuing forward. We have established relationships with organizations who work with communities in Toronto in various capacities. We had partnered with them in 2020 to conduct focus groups. So they were really engaged with doing the outreach and facilitating those conversations with individuals from communities who may not be comfortable talking to us as police services. And we supported them with those engagements, and they collected the information for us, and it gave us really good insights into what the community was feeling around race-based data collection, what they were comfortable with, what they weren't comfortable with, and what was their priorities for this work. That was the findings from that was published in the In Community's Words report on our website. And we continue to work with these community organizations, and they will be supporting town halls. We've been doing town halls throughout 2020, 2021, and going forward as well. So those are some of the venues, as well as the key stakeholders from the province, from the city, and from other agencies as well.
And just saying, because of COVID as well now, I think everyone's coming back. Programs and services have begun again, and a lot of our youth as well, but also other families and their families are coming out more. So it's probably, there'll probably be a lot more opportunities to have that engagement, but within those avenues, due again to the trust and just people listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, further questions before we get into speakers? Any other questions?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Vice Chair, go right ahead.
Just on that point, as far as the various stakeholder groups, so you mentioned the city, so you are working with the city on connecting with the various stakeholders throughout the city and working with the city on that?
Yes, thank you. So we had some of the key stakeholder groups from the city we had been engaging with were CABR, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism, as well as the Indigenous Affairs Office. We've had a few meetings and tasks. So there are a few tables that we've gone to have these conversations, and we look forward to developing, more relationships with other agencies and areas of the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Last round, any questions? We'll now move on to speakers. Board members who wish to speak, please let me know. Okay. Mr. Morgan, would you like to speak first? Okay. Any other speakers? I know we have some motions coming. Well, I will speak before the motions start. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for the presentation today. It was extremely in-depth, covered anything and everything we could possibly think about, and I particularly liked when our CIO talked about data that was being collected and going back to community and making changes after touching base with the community. I thought that was a very important point that you raised, Mr. Stairs, that you went back and changed things. So that tells me that we're working with community, and obviously we have to do a much better job of that going forward. But it tells me that we're on the right track under the leadership of the senior folks in the TPS and our community members who we can't do this without. So I really want to thank all of you here today for all of the work you've done, our experts as well. I mean, you've touched every base in terms of community expert advice and TPS leading the way. And we heard today from the Chief Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission, who said point blank that all services across Ontario should be following the TPS lead. So I was quite pleased to hear that, and thank you, everybody. And, I know we'll have motions shortly. Thank you. Really appreciate all your work, and I know it's nowhere near done, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Our motion is ready, Mr. Teschner?
I can certainly start on the parts that are ready.
Okay. So let's put up the mayor's motion as it is now. We'll add this one piece.
Okay, Mayor Tory, when you're ready.
So, Mr. Chair and members, thank you. And I want to just do a bit of a preamble before I actually get to the motion, which we can put up there, and it'll give people a chance to read it once it goes up. I accept the fact, and there'll be considerable debate about this, I'm sure, but I accept the fact that the vast majority of our police officers carry out their very difficult work in an unbiased manner. But I also accept the fact that for some time now, we have acknowledged the challenge of modernizing and reforming policing practices to ensure that the overall culture of the police service and behavior of individuals, perhaps a smaller number, and definitely a smaller number, I think, within the police service is consistent with our collective responsibilities that go with being the most diverse city in the world, and all the challenges that come with policing and many other things that we have to do in this city. And it also goes with something that I boast about all the time, including as recently as yesterday at the Collision Conference, namely that we're a city where we respect each other and where values are hugely important. And that is something that the world is increasingly looking to Toronto to exemplify in a world where sometimes that doesn't seem to be the case elsewhere. I think, as I think most people do, even the critics, indicated that they thought that the publication of the data was a step forward. It was required by law, but I think it was acknowledged by the head of the Human Rights Commission or Tribunal that we went some steps further. But the bottom line is that there are aspects of the data that are very troubling. And they're troubling to the police service. I mean, the chief, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he said as much himself in talking about this last week. I still believe what I said at the outset, namely that the vast majority of officers carry out their duties in an unbiased manner. But I guess that illustrates one of the challenges of this report, because it clearly tells us we have a problem, but the nature of the anonymized data is such that you can't drill down and determine where the problem lies. Through the structure of the police service, you really have no way of knowing that, although there may be more in the data than is presented, right down to the level of the individual. There are cultural and systemic problems, in my view, that require addressing. And while addressing those requires an even greater sense of urgency than I think we have shown, because, as has been pointed out, this is a bedeviling issue that has bedeviled police boards, police services, and more importantly, the communities for a long, long time. I think it is impossible to meet that big challenge without addressing individual behavior and finding ways to try to do that. Indeed, we have a result right here which shapes attitudes, and it was mentioned by one of the previous answers that there's a risk in something we were doing that you might stigmatize some of the individuals, that you're going to take a look at their behavior. But what we've got here is almost the reverse of that, which is that you're stigmatizing all police officers by a report that comes out and says that there's clearly a state of affairs that exists where there's some discrepancy based on the data as between how different members of Toronto society are treated. And so, we have to, I believe the unacceptable conduct is confined to a relatively small group, but even if that number is relatively small, the very nature of police work in teams with considerable, we heard about it with the, the coach officers and how that system works. And I think it's a sensible, kind of system that is probably replicated in most workplaces, where there are people that are coaches and so on, people who work in teams. But, I think it is the case without fear of contradiction that individual behavior can and does impact the overall police culture. And that it's not intentional, it's not desired, of course, but that there can be individual behavior that can infect just even another officer. If the coach officer is not behaving well, then the officer that they're coaching isn't necessarily going to get the right kind of coaching. So I think the focus of several parts of the motion that I'm tabling focuses on trying to identify the roots of the problem, not confined to, but certainly of necessity, including divisional, perhaps. I mean, and it was mentioned again in some of the comments and deputations and the analysis from the two professors. And by the way, I mean, I heard what deputants said about their work. I thought their work was very objective and very professional. I thought that criticism was wholly unwarranted, but everybody's here to state their own opinion. But I think that we need to take that work and take these results and look, as we heard today, at whether in different parts of the city there were very different results in terms of the evidence of this of the use of force being applied differently to different people. And it's hard, given the nature of this data, but there may be ways in which you can look for individual officers who seem to have an issue. I recall, and it may be a very bad example because I know it's very confined, that when a police officer here, since I've been here on the board, was charged with a criminal offense and involved his use of his weapon, that it was on the public record that he had pulled his weapon out 3 or 4 times before and been investigated for that. And that certainly gave you an indication, if that was going on, that particular person had a problem. And that the rest of that whole story is history. So I think that we need to sort of find ways to determine precisely where the problem exists and among whom, both because it's important to solving the problem, but also because it then allows you to sort of focus on the places where it's a problem as opposed to the entire service, even though there are some systemic and cultural problems. How can you address individual and systemic bias in policing where it exists, if you don't know where it exists? So the motion now, I don't even have my own copy of it, I think, because I gave it to Mr. Teschner, but it's up there, and I can't see with it. I have my glasses today. It's great. It's fantastic. So I won't go through it all, but the first paragraph tries to deal with asking the chief of police to look at racial bias and individual acts of racism, and directs the chief to report to the board on the analysis of the data, including by divisions, and what actions can be taken. So it sort of tries to have us drill down, in whatever way is possible. The second really just makes a declaration in support of what the chief himself said about overrepresenting racialized communities in the use of force and strip searches. The third, it really would restate the board's commitment to making sure that we ensure greater accountability and commit ourselves as a board, just reaffirming that commitment. The fourth would be one that was mentioned in the presentation, and I wasn't sure whether the service had accepted this or not, but certainly if they've accepted it, then it's redundant, I guess, but that we direct the chief to implement mandatory reviews by supervisors of body-worn camera footage. I think that's part of why we did this, so we would have that evidence and be able to then review it with respect to things that are recorded there. The fifth goes through looking at ways in which we can ensure a more consistent approach to performance analysis and management of police services, and including the use of force. The sixth, these really just confirm things that the police chief himself said, which is to add elements into the scenario-based and dynamic training. The seventh is to work in collaboration with these community service pilots and with Black and Indigenous-led pilots, which provide client-centered, community-based responses to crisis calls. The eighth is to communicate something that again came up, which is to see that, to get the province to see that this data, which is being collected by everybody, be reported and analyzed in a consistent way, because otherwise what you're going to get here is an incredible hodgepodge of what can be very useful information, except it'll be differently reported by police services across the province. And I think that'll do a great disservice to the exercise not to have that. I think it's up to them to mandate that. And then finally, the one that I just gave to Mr. Teschner in response to what I heard this morning, which is to ask our Equity, Inclusion and Human Rights unit of the service and ask people at the City of Toronto and other advisory groups and leaders from the Black and Indigenous communities and other communities how we could achieve that more deeper and more continuous engagement with them as we go about collecting, analyzing, and reporting this data, because it was clear to me, and I think there was some validity to the point. I mean, we consulted a lot of people in this based on what I heard this morning, but I'm not sure we sort of took that down, far enough. But at least we could get advice on that to try and answer that was repeatedly stated, I think, by a number of people today. So I'm sorry to go on so long, but I believe, I believe this. It's hard to see the reaction to the report as positive. It's certainly, you can't see the results of the report as positive in terms of it indicating clearly there's a problem, but I believe it's a really important first step. And I believe the chief's comments, look, I am one who holds the chief as being a person that's of the utmost good faith on this. And I believe that it represents an opportunity for us now, after 30 years of reports, and to actually move forward and do some of these things and actually see the magnitude of this problem diminish over time. It won't be instant, but I think we can do it, and I think if the will is there on a number of these things, that we can move forward to do that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Morgan, are you ready?
Thank you, Chair. Before I go through the motion, I just wanted to provide a bit of context. And again, thank you to all the deputants today and for all the information that's shared. I'm listening and been listening and getting a lot of information and a lot of conversation since the announcements by the chief last week and the public apology. I want to start by just acknowledging, sharing a little bit of information of how I got to this particular point. So my first stop by the police was when I was 10 years old. Growing up in the community of Regent Park, I was going to school. An officer stopped me with a senior officer with a rookie officer. He stopped me, and that officer, I can see, kind of motioned to the rookie and stopped me, asked me where I was going. So my response, I'm going to school. He says, okay, what's in the bag? I said, books. So now I tend, perceived as a smart ass. So he decided to come out of his vehicle, take my bag, empty the bag. And he said, oh, I guess it is books. Okay. So picked up my bag, he drove off, picked up my stuff, put it away, went off to school. Fast forward a number of decades later, and many other encounters, some positive, some not so positive. Those that you may not know, part of the process of becoming part of the Police Services Board, you have to do a criminal background check. So I was informed that I was provided with a letter that I could take to any police station in the province to start the process for the background check and bring government-issued ID as part of that process. So I went to a police station in Peel region, shared my information with the letter, with my ID, let them know why I'm here, with the purpose of my walking into their space today. Person at the counter looked at me and said, we don't do that here. I'm not sure why you're even here. I said, okay, maybe you can connect with your supervisor. Supervisor comes out, looks at me, looks at the form. Sorry, we don't do that here. I said, oh, okay, maybe I was mistaken. Maybe it's Toronto. So I said, okay, let me take myself to Toronto. So go to a precinct in Toronto, ID, letter from the province, explain why I'm here. Same situation. I was told, sorry, we don't do that here. I said, oh, okay, well, I was informed that I can take this to any station in the province. I said, nope, we don't do that here. Maybe take it to police headquarters. So I said, oh, okay. Not knowing the process, I said, you know what? I don't want to go to another police station. Let me contact the folks at the province and let them know. Can you call ahead and let someone know, please tell me what division I can go where I can get this information done. And they were quite shocked and astonished that why I was having any problem going through the process, given the context and the information, and that this was not new. I share that to say, from 10 to 50-something, the encounter is with the individual. Now, you can say, is that the individual response or is that a systemic response? The individual, my contact is with the individual. The community's contact is with the individual. The system is made up of individuals. So if we have an issue with the system, there obviously absolutely has to be an issue with the individuals within that system. We may have folks sitting in this space right now that have racial, racist, or viewpoints that might have held prior, may continue to hold. We don't know unless those things are acted upon. The question is, what do we do when we do encounter someone with those tendencies? I was very fortunate. 10 years old, 50-something years old, those incidents could be considered an inconvenience. Others may not be so lucky to have that opportunity to be sitting in this space, to have this voice, to be able to speak to you today in that context. I say all this to say, in terms of the motion I'm going to bring forward, none of this is going to be possible without looking at the individuals, without working with system, and without working with the union. There is a collective responsibility that we have to be able to work collectively, community as part of that process, union as part of that process, service as part of that process, board as part of that process. So, with that said, the motion is there, and I could read through that. So therefore, I'd like to direct the Chief of Police to assess how the service's approach to race-based data collection analysis can be modified to enhance the service's ability to identify, investigate, and address specific instances of potential inequitable policing, including with respect to use of force, strip searches, and other interactions, and to report back to the board in Q4 2022. With the results of this assessment and any steps, as well as an area of consultation with the police and community engagement review, other community stakeholders, and the Toronto Police Association. And 2, direct the Executive Director and Office of the Police Services Board to undertake a review of the board's race-based data collection, analysis, and public reporting policy in consultation with the board's anti-racism advisory panel, key stakeholders, and community partners, and to report back to the board in Q2 2023 concerning any suggested revisions to the policy, and in particular, revisions to the related to the Chief of Police assessment in item 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Any questions on any of the motions, board members? Seeing none. Before I call a vote on this, I just want to thank all of the deputants today who spoke to us, but also provided written submissions. And we also had written submissions from others like Steve Lurie, Jennifer Chambers, John Sewell, Ben Lau, and Nicole Corrado, who provided written submissions to us and didn't speak today. So I want to thank each and every one of them. So board members, extremely important report, and now time to adopt the report as amended. Could I have a motion to adopt the report as amended? Mayor Tory, did you want to do that? Mr. Morgan? Mayor Tory, second by Mr. Morgan. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you so much, everybody. That was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. I just want to take this final moment. Thank you all. Leadership of the Community Advisory Panel co-chairs, which we hadn't had a chance to acknowledge earlier, and all the members of the CAP and the consultants on the Community Advisory Panel that worked so diligently with us, who were willing to engage with us on many difficult conversations and really helped to challenge how we do things in the service and push this work forward, and we'll continue to push this work forward. So I want to acknowledge Dr. Apondi Otiambo, as well as Jared Mack, for their co-chairing of this panel and working with us throughout the years, and we look forward to more of this. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you so much. Board members, we're now going to move forward to the Auditor General reports. We'll be hearing from the Auditor General shortly. She has 3 reports before us today. one on the public safety answering point, 911, second report reviewing certain types of calls for service that police currently respond to, and a third report entitled Key Common Themes, which identifies key common themes and findings across the two projects. Auditor General, over to you when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and good board, and good afternoon, deputants and those watching this video. It's a very short presentation. It's going to be done and completed within under a half an hour. But I sincerely first want to open up to thank the chair and this board for asking me to come in. This is the first or second projects that we have done and completed out of our work plan. And I was trying to obtain access for a number of years. And this board not only opened the doors, and the chief opened the doors, but were completely supportive to for me to obtain whatever I needed to complete the work that we've completed. So we're going to start with just going, next slide please, looking at why this work is important to you all. And I think really coming off of the really important reports that you've just had, this is really a dovetail to that. Why is this work important? We're going to talk about how we conducted our work. And then we're going to talk about two reports of what we found. And then I'm going to just themes. And I would actually go so far as in those common themes, you know, ask yourself the question, is there any common ground that this board, this service, the community can move forward with one solid step? Next slide, please. Looking at why this is important. The number of calls coming into 911 and the amount of strain on the level of resources for the staffing is quite high. And as we look at population increases, not only in Toronto, but really the greater Toronto area, because as we know, people outside of Toronto live, work, and play downtown. And so 911 serves a lot of people. And you know, there was really three things that I see are important in this. There's an opportunity to reduce calls to 911. And by reducing calls, that benefits not only, you know, is done through obviously community awareness and to dial the right number, make the right call. But there's an opportunity here to prevent calls to 911. As I was going through this project, I was asking myself, why are we here? Why is that call being made? And so there's an opportunity to have a common goal here. So if a call is made and someone does need to go, having the right response for the better long-term value outcome is going to be important. And, you know, we found opportunities for that. And I think that will interest a lot of people here because, you know, having the least amount of interaction with the police, but when police are needed, making sure that they're there, to my third point, that they're there in with a response time that will support the interaction is really important. So that's why these two reports and the common themes report is important. And we'll just walk through that in the next few minutes. I'm going to ask my Assistant Auditor General, Tara Anderson, to commence the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Auditor General. So in terms of how we conducted our work, first of all, our Auditor General's office is independent and provides an objective lens when doing this work. We must be invited in by the board in order to audit Toronto Police Service, otherwise we don't have the legislative authority to do so. And as our Auditor General mentioned, we thank the board that they have invited us in to conduct a risk assessment and develop a risk-based audit plan. And these two projects, as well as our previous cybersecurity assessment, are the first projects on that plan. We started this audit and this review over a year ago, and both involved extensive work and an evidence-based approach. There were initially some challenges and barriers in receiving the requested data due in part to the legislation, but our MOU with the board and TPS, support from the chief, and weekly meetings with TPS staff helped in overcoming these challenges, and we were provided with access to information and data that we required for our audit and review. Having said that, not all the data we were seeking was available to TPS, and that did result in a scope limitation for our 911 audit and an extensive amount of work in using the reports and manual spreadsheets that were available for our data analysis. We used statistically valid and randomly selected samples for both of our projects and sampled hundreds of 911 calls and calls for service. We also consulted with experts, including a panel of former law enforcement officers and an academic with 911 expertise. Third, we consulted with stakeholders as part of our work, with interviews across many TPS divisions and functional areas, including police officers. And we also met with the Toronto Police Association, the union, many times, as well as with city management, including those who are leading Toronto's community crisis service pilots. Those are the pilots recently started that provide the responses to mental health calls. And we reviewed the studies and community consultation that was conducted to inform those pilots and the recently released city's SAFE-TO plan. Next slide, please. So we have provided 3 reports to the board. The first one is our audit of TPS's 911 operations. The second is our review of opportunities to support more effective responses to calls for service. And the third provides an overall summary of the key common themes of those two reports. If you'd like to get our video ready, we're going to be showing 2 videos today for those 2 main reports, and I'll provide a quick summary at the end of each with the next steps, and then our Auditor General will walk you through our key common themes report and overall next steps.
Emergency, you require police, fire, or ambulance.
When you dial 911, it goes to a call center. The Toronto Police Service runs the call center for all emergency response in the City of Toronto. This call center transfers calls to fire, police, ambulance, or alternative responders and takes the police calls. It also responds to the police non-emergency line and dispatches police when needed for calls to both lines. The call center receives over 1.8 million calls a year. About 1.1 million of these are to 911, and over 700,000 are to the police non-emergency line. It's vital that 911 calls are answered quickly. The call center aims to meet the industry standard and answer every 911 call within 15 seconds, 90% of the time. The call center did not meet this goal from 2018 to 2021. Other jurisdictions are also challenged in meeting the time frame required by this standard. To understand why, we dug into the data. We found that when you call 911 impacts how long you wait for the call to be answered. The peak times are usually between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m., which is when the call answering times are generally longer. On average, call answering times during peak periods were trending at about twice the standard. The average wait time varied significantly throughout the day. As you can see in this graph from 2018, the darker the bars, the longer the wait time. On some days at peak times, the wait time was 8 minutes or longer. Call volume and staffing levels have the biggest impact on the call answering time. The call center operates on a demand-based model. That means the call volume is determined by the public who call 911. Every call gets answered, and callers who hang up before they get an answer are called back. Staffing levels are the main lever to keep the call answering time down. While it's extremely important to have good data and information to plan staffing levels, the call center doesn't have the data and modern information systems it needs to effectively plan its staffing levels and monitor its performance to better identify which calls could be suitable for alternative community-based responses. TPS is implementing a new system for next generation 911 that will allow callers to contact 911 by text and video, in addition to traditional phone calls. This won't automatically fix the issues. TPS needs to ensure the data it needs is identified and included in its data strategy and information systems. Operators have a difficult and stressful job. There was a high rate of daily absences for sick time combined with an increasing number of staff injured on duty, resulting in fewer available staff. This can lead to increased overtime hours for some and can impact their well-being. TPS needs strategies to address staffing issues and to improve the operator's health and well-being. TPS may also need more staff to be able to meet its service standards, particularly during peak periods. While the 911 number is for emergencies, we found that non-emergency calls made up almost 60% of the total calls to 911. About 1/3 of the non-emergency calls were abandoned calls and pocket dials, and operators must call them back. To reduce non-emergency calls, TPS and the city need a public education campaign about calling 911 when it's an emergency and non-police or non-emergency numbers to contact. Our report also found a need for improved clarity of the operational manual, technological supports, and additional training to better support operators for the call center. A need for all police officers to indicate their availability for the next call to help reduce dispatch wait times, and the importance of funding 911 operations, including NG 911. The Auditor General has made 26 recommendations in 5 key areas to further improve the 911 operations and its ability to help keep Toronto safe. TPS has committed to implementing all 26 of them.
So to quickly recap, the two main factors impacting call wait time are call volume and staffing. And in terms of assessing the appropriate event type and priority rating for the event, we found that 85% were done correctly, but there can still be further improvement and support provided for the operators. So the 4 key next steps needed related to our 911 audit are regular public education and targeted awareness campaigns. So those will help to reduce the 911 call volume for calls that are not emergencies or not police matters. Number 2, to modernize TPS's information systems and use the data to inform workforce management, operations, and decision-making. Number 3, to determine minimum staffing requirements using the data and ensure sufficient available staff are in place, particularly during the peak periods, as that's when we found that that was needed, and that will help to improve call answer times and reduce wait times. And last but not least is to better support the communications operators. So the 3 areas we've identified include improved clarity in the operations manual, technology to assist them, and additional training. And now we're going to show you the video on our review of opportunities to support more effective responses to calls for service.
Okay. Well, that's coming up. The first report really is to support the workers through the 911 call answer. Okay.
This review examined whether the Toronto Police Service is using resources efficiently and effectively to achieve its mandate under the Police Services Act and providing the most value-added services and outcomes for the people of Toronto. Of the total dispatch police calls in 2019, lower priority non-emergency calls represented almost half. The blue pieces sometimes need a response, but not all need to be from a priority response unit police officer. TPS has some alternative police responses in place for some of these lower priority calls, which helps free up time of the priority response unit officers. We reviewed a sample of lower priority non-emergency calls from 6 event types. We wanted to see if a priority response unit police officer was needed to respond or whether another group could address some of these calls. Our results gave us a window into what was happening so that we could make recommendations for change. On average, in 2019, it took officers about 19 minutes to respond to Priority 1 calls and 50 minutes for Priority 2 calls. TPS's target is 6 minutes. While most calls we looked at still required a police response, a substantial number did not. Many of these calls involved people experiencing homelessness or mental health challenges, or were disputes with family, neighbors, or between landlords and tenants. The root cause of these issues was not intended to and can't be resolved by an emergency police response. In some cases, a non-police alternative may be more effective. Also, when a frontline officer is tied up on a lower priority non-emergency call, it means they're not available for a higher priority call that comes in at that time. This highlights the importance of having alternative responses available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The city and police are piloting alternative non-police responses for mental health-related calls and should, in partnership with the community, consider additional alternative responses that could provide better outcomes. This could include community dispute mediation and its Streets to Homes outreach to connect people experiencing homelessness with housing and other supports needed. To move forward together, it will take a whole-of-government approach and investment to set up the social services infrastructure. Change needs to be built from evidence-based data. There's a need to invest in TPS systems to capture information that can be analyzed to help inform future alternative responses. TPS, the city, and community partners must make the bold decision to work together on developing these alternative responses to have long-lasting and better outcomes for all. It's important to recognize that this is not a quick fix, but a journey of change that needs clear leadership, significant investment, commitment, and collaboration. The report also identified that public education can help reduce 911 calls and calls to the non-emergency line where police aren't needed, and opportunities for increased use of technology will help TPS to become more efficient. The Auditor General has made 25 recommendations. TPS and the city have committed to working with each other and other partners to implement the recommendations.
So to recap this one, the PRU police officers have effectively become the default response to many lower priority calls, due in part to there not being an effective alternative non-police response available when needed. And many of these calls involve mental health and homelessness, where an emergency police response is not intended to and cannot resolve the root causes. And if an effective alternative response was available 24/7, it could help to provide better outcomes for people. And also response times for emergency calls need improvement. So in summary, the three next key steps needed related to this review are, number one, to explore alternative police and non-police strategies and responses together with the city and communities using evidence-based data. Number two, to improve police response times for emergency calls for service. So that's priorities 1 to 3. And the third one is to increase leverage of technology and automation to improve TPS's efficiency. So for example, accelerating the digital officer program. Now I'm going to turn it over to our Auditor General, who will speak to our key common themes report and the overall key next steps needed to address our recommendations.
Thank you, Assistant Auditor General. So it's interesting. It's interesting that these reports come today. We started simply by selecting calls at random, and this is where the data has led us. And we ended up focusing our work in the lower level priority items where a police response might not be needed. And the reason we focused there was because it provided the best opportunity to start making change happen. It was a window into the systems. It was a window into understanding why, seeking to understand why police were there speaking to the officers. So the 5 common theme areas, and I would say areas of common ground where there might be opportunities to move forward are as follows, and I'll list them down lower if you can just put them up there. I'll walk through them and then I'll walk through each one individually. Improving data across the information systems. For accountability, it's key to understand the nature of the call so that they can be routed to the right alternative strategy. Data is important. And looking back to see how well things have happened so that you can continuously improve. Transparency. Data is important, and we had significant challenges there. I'll go over that in a few minutes. Further explore alternative responses, but also coordinate, share data, and really take what is now patchwork of pilots, I would say, and keep moving that to a plan, almost a Made in Toronto plan of some alternative responses that will assist in relieving 911 of some of the calls and also support the community. Greater community education and awareness around what the lines are for. You have 2 lines. You have a line for an emergency response, and then you have a community help kind of assistance over here. And so that has to really be distinguished. Everything is going to the same place. Enhancing response time methodology and improving emergency response times, they are quite high. Regardless if the standard is right or not, it's 6 minutes. They are extremely high for priorities 1 and 2. And I have heard so many people coming to me to say, that was me on the end of that 911 call. And I thought it was just my call. And so that they have to be, and they should be looked at. And putting items 1, 2, and 3 in place is going to help on item 4. And then recognizing this is a journey of change, and I'll go over that a little bit more, but it's the stakeholders, it's the communities. And I don't see this as a quick fix. I see this as a strategic initiative to make sure there's sensible action to start moving to where the community should be and where Toronto Police should be and which calls they should be acting on. So just item 1, I'll go through them very quickly and put it up. At the top, we have communication services. That's your 911, and we were missing event data. We were missing information. For example, I'll give you an example. When we were looking at the data, we couldn't tell that it was a call that involved a homeless person, which may have impacted a result. We had to fully listen to the call and then understand what the action would be. So if you're looking back in the data, you're not going to know that that was a call involving somebody who was homeless. There are many mental people who are in a mental health crisis that are in priorities 1, 2, and 3, but there's also many in priorities, 4. So you want to make sure that that data gets better, and so we do recommend an investment in the system for the overall community. And in 911 call center, we were using manual spreadsheets to try to come up with our data. It was very challenging. The blue part is really looking at the alternative responses to identify events, to identify trends in calls, to hold people accountable, to look back to say, could we have done better? Let's move forward. That's where the data is going to come in. So that's the first key common ground is data. The second one is further embracing and growing alternative responses. Alternative responses will help to reduce some 911 calls. When I say alternative response, it's not just when the call comes in. I'm thinking, what is the community strategy to support prevention of a call over and over and over? Is there mediation on a noise call that would help? Is there homeless people? Of course, there's some investment in the community that needs to happen. But also, when that call comes in, is it a police officer who's the right person to respond to that person? Or is it somebody from streets to homes? And how does that work? And really, when you unpack that more, you get into conversations related to which we didn't make a part of this project because there's other projects underway. But really, there are some groups that are overrepresented in the homeless population, and like, for example, mental health, people living with mental health illnesses. So, and Indigenous people, So it's very, very. There's opportunities here to change that narrative and to change that dynamic, but investing in alternative responses helps the 911. It helps reduce calls. It should help with better outcomes overall, so you're not having repeat calls. And it helps with time efficiencies because you'll know where to go. And also it helps the priority responses because the call is going to the right person. What I consistently heard from officers when I said, why are you going? Why are you on that call? And they said, my duty is to go to the call to serve, protect. My duty is to respond because there's nobody there right now. It's not a 24/7 situation. Maybe somebody's operating part-time. There are huge opportunities to come together as a community to lay out a plan, to find a strategic way to address the needs. And really, what I found from the people, the officers, the police union, of representing 8,000 people, they supported taking that time and using it to work in neighborhood policing and neighborhood support and whatever those conversations would look like. So there's opportunities here for alternative responses to move forward, and that will reduce 911 calls. Next slide, please. Certainly reducing the number of calls coming in, there's an opportunity here. I know we do have 311, but people think of dialing 311, often that's to deal with their garbage didn't get picked up. I think there's a difference between those items and then a community helpline. The 211 and the great work that the city is doing and the great work that the police are doing, these are good options to continue to explore further. 311 can work, but the education isn't there of all the services it provides. Also, I'm concerned about cell phones. You have the abandoned call. I know when I go to shut my phone down, I have two options. It's an emergency call or it's a hang up. And there's a lot of abandoned calls coming in and pocket dials coming in, people asking for information. 911 is for an emergency. You need police, fire, or rescue to be there in seconds. And so there's an opportunity to come together and to make sure the community knows when to call and which to call to get their best response. Next slide, please. And there are challenges. So in dealing with all of these calls coming in, it's not benefiting the force either, because their target on the right is one of the targets that have been set many years ago and adopted by the board. And although there have been discussions for staffing around a 10-minute target for priority 2, really there's not much that has been adopted here beyond the 6 minutes. So it's really important to look at the highlighted average response time of 19 minutes for a priority 1. That could be a shooting. 50 minutes for a priority 2, and this is the average. It could be longer. And priority 3. So by reducing the amount of time that is in the areas where the police do not need to be, it should naturally be a factor in the ability of police to be at those other priorities in a faster way. And it could mean a life or death for somebody. So when you're thinking about whether we should respond to a call, the question is, your options. If you don't change, it could impact, life of somebody. So it's really important. On your right, improving the call time. So we do see it's 15 seconds, and it's only been met in 2018, 2 days. And I can tell you the workers are working very hard, and they are under a great deal of strain. And I haven't seen in a long time the level of commitment that I've seen to be backing each other up when one of them has an injury. But they need support, and part of that support comes in reducing the calls where they're not necessary to 911 and being clear on that. And the next slide, please. And this is really about a journey of change, and I think this is probably my most important slide out of everything. The community needs a solid step. I have heard in the prior presentation, a lot of hurt. And what I'm seeing in the work that I have done is some areas of common ground. And building on that common ground for a solid step forward for action. It might be a program, or it might be a plan together, a strategic plan developed together of what some things could look like. Could be very exciting for Toronto. It's not a straight line. It's intentionally not a straight line. I can tell you on this audit, Chief Raymer knows that I've reached out to him, and I said, there's some real barriers here, and you're going to have to move a few barriers for me to get through what I need to get through to get this done. And the board staff equally, everybody got on board, and that's the only way that we could push uphill. So there is a huge opportunity to build on the common areas, then to develop a plan together, and it's not the service on its own. It's the city, they're doing great work that's complementing it, and it's really a community overall solution that needs to happen and to outline that. And I would caution on the funding. After all the work that we've done, and I would call it a detangling of calls versus and then obviously there will be a time when there will be a rebalancing. But if we're focused on doing the right thing around where these calls need to go, and we put the systems in place and we keep working to detangle those calls to make sure you bucket them so that you can identify the best solutions and options. And you're building those options as you move forward, with the city building its options, coordinating, sharing results to get an overall, not a patchwork, but a framework as you move forward of pilots based on evidence to move forward. It could be really exciting. And if right now I don't see by freeing up the officers from some of these calls is going to happen immediately as far as funding goes. I believe that and with NG 911 coming in and the increase in population, I think you're going to be challenged. I do believe that there is an investment after a plan is in place. There's an investment that I believe the city should get behind. I think that the service, the community groups can get behind to fund the pilot program, the pilot framework, to move forward, to see what those results would be without doing harm or jeopardizing safety, doing it in a responsible way. I believe there could be good outcomes for people who are interacting with police because they're homeless, or interacting with police because they have mental health, and the police are trying to help, but it might not be the right solution. So there's an opportunity here, and if you can go to the next slide, please. And I'm going to wrap up with 5 things from these slides. Overall summary, and I would say overall some common ground here, can be that the city, the community agencies, other stakeholders can move forward together. You need shared outcomes, reducing 911, having the right response, and parking the funding once you get the plan together. Have a strategy so that funding can assist, I believe, can be really exciting. Exploring alternative strategies for a gradual transition of some calls. If you can't do it with 4, 5, and 6 priorities, you can't do it for 1, 2, and 3. And there may never be items for item 1, or it might be different responses. That's really for stakeholders to determine. But I'm saying there's an opportunity here, and I think you can work with the lower priority items to get that in place. It's a whole of government, and I say a whole of community approach. We've heard today the community has, views of lived experience are really important, and that's going to be important for the result. But there needs to be sufficient investment. I have been on 2, I've ran, since I've been here in 7 years, 2 homeless shelter audits, 1 on case management of people within the homeless shelter system, 2 affordable housing audits, 1 about the income to be able to afford, it's called rent gear to income, 1 about the centralized waiting list for housing, and 1 for the revitalization of TCHC housing. And 7 audits, and I believe that City Council is working as hard as they possibly can. What you're dealing with here are things falling through the safety net, and that net needs a little bit more strengthening. And I've only, in my 30-year career, and this is my last board meeting here, my 30-year career, I've never supported the organization to request funding except for the homeless audit. And I talked about the importance of supporting seniors and really getting them medical care out in the shelter system, and this audit. Because I have looked, and I've had many hard-hitting audits, and I have looked for savings, and there are some savings here, there's going to be some, but my view is develop the plan, come together on the common ground. There's going to be many areas where you disagree, put that aside, come together on the common ground, set up a plan for that, work together, and then design that funding and show the outcomes. There's a huge opportunity to lead in Canada, to lead in other jurisdictions, to potentially lead in the world, to move forward. So I'm going to, next slide, please, and this is my final slide. To do this, there is investment, and the savings, I think, really have to get there to get the information to hold people accountable as you move forward. When you have a plan, we've all heard accountability is important, but that can't be done without the proper information in the systems to be able to look back to say, we have an opportunity for another group we have an opportunity to deal with other calls. Here's how we have to do that. So there's modernizing your information systems. You need to improve your response time, so there's a project that needs to happen there. And then the public plays a role all across the entire system, right from, before that call comes in to all the way through to the making the right call, and then, supporting the other agencies and alternatives. So that is the end of my presentation. I didn't, commence this presentation with these outcomes in mind. I didn't commence this work with these outcomes in mind, but as we went through it and we talked to all of the stakeholders, I found that this was the best long-term value for the community. And it's not going to work without the involvement and the commitment and the leadership of everybody. I can say that in working with the Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Police Association, I believe that they see the value in this. I'm working with the city crisis response. I know they see the value in this. And working with the city manager, with everybody on the call team, the call answer team, with everybody in the service who reviewed all our findings, and we had some very hard conversations. I believe that you're positioned now, if you choose to move forward, I believe you have a framework and a roadmap to do that. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Auditor General. Before we go to questions of you, we have, I think, about 5 deputations that we need to hear from first. So we'll hear from the deputants, and then we'll come back to you for questions. Thank you very much. Please put on the first deputant when you get a chance. First deputant.
Torontonian, I would really welcome a 911 call diversion program. The non-police 211 Toronto Community Crisis Pilot will provide a calmer approach to a person in crisis. In my personal opinion, I have found non-police responders like paramedics to have a calmer effect when I'm upset. The 211 non-police community crisis program consists of trained social workers who see the whole person rather than just stopping the situation and moving on. The Gerstein Center Pilot to Answer 911 Calls is a great companion program. Again, a trained social worker can calm a person down. In many cases, a responder does not have to arrive, and if a responder does arrive, the person is calmer and there is a better chance of a successful outcome. The suggestion of using video conference is brilliant because it allows a person to be de-escalated at a safe distance. This is essential in light of tragic cases like the one listed in item 18.5. Both items 18.4 and 18.5 deal with cases of persons in crisis being shot by police, and 18.5 involved a man with schizophrenia being killed. There is also needs to be more education into the difference between 311 and 911. However, Toronto Animal Services stopped providing a 24/7 response in 2018. The same year, Toronto held its Make the Right Call campaign. But if a person calls Animal Services through 311 between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., they are likely to be defaulted to call 911 through the 24/7 police services. The police are certainly not the right response for Animal Services, as they have no humane training. The TPS should ask the City of Toronto to reinstate 24/7 Toronto Animal Services. Respectfully submitted by Nicole Corrado.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it. Next deputant, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart, members of the board, Chief Raymer, and members of the command team. As you know, my name is John Reed. I'm president of the Toronto Police Association. The association represents almost 8,000 members, both uniform and civilian capacity. Our membership includes frontline police officers, specialized investigators, community officers, special constables, and civilian staff. With an unwavering dedication, all our members are committed to upholding the City of Toronto to make sure their residents are safe, often under dangerous circumstances, under the ebb and flow of constant criticism. We would like to thank the Attorney General for her office for a thorough evidence-based look at the 911 operations and the police response and calls for service. As we are pleased to see, they have acknowledged the dedication of our communication staff and our PRU officers. We are not surprised by the findings of the recommendations. As the AG has mentioned in the report, many of these issues have been raised various times by various reviews going back more than a decade. We're a world-class city, and it deserves a police service that's appropriately funded and resourced. It is time for the TPS and all levels of government to provide members with the support they need. We also know without proper investment in other social services as well, calls for help will continue to fall at the feet of policing. This cannot continue. It's impacting our members' ability to deliver adequate and effective policing. As the AG notes, our members want to help people, but we are also open to different ways of doing business, including having non-police entities respond to certain calls for service. What's needed is proper investment in these services that address the root causes and support for organizations that can step in and act anytime on any day. But this investment cannot come at the expense of police. If we are to be successful in implementing the 70-30 model as proposed in 2019 and is now supported by the AG, we must have an appropriate investment in the number of officers required to make this a reality. We also know there are small things yet meaningful steps that can be taken right now to improve the day-to-day circumstances for our members, especially communications. For instance, these members are tasked with one of the most stressful, high-pressure jobs in the service. At the very least, they can be provided with furniture and equipment that keep them comfortable. These members are also at greater risks of PTSD and other mental health issues, more than any other civilian role in the service. It seems reasonable to provide them with the easy access to a trained mental health professional. The TPA is optimistic about the recommendations made by the AG, and we look forward to advocating on behalf of our members during the implementation process. In the interim, we hope the service will consider making the changes, short-term changes that we have suggested. They will go a long way in demonstrating to our membership how truly valued they are and how grateful we are for the contribution to community and officer safety. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, John. Board members, any questions? I just have a real quick one, John. I think I heard you right. You support the findings of the Auditor General's reports, and I guess in addition, the managed response from the TPS. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I think it's very important to understand, our men and women are out there each and every day doing the very best they can. Unfortunately, communications has been one area which has been at some points overwhelmed. We need to make sure we look after the people who are out there doing the job 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I was very, very happy and to see the support from the AG, and very happy about the very detailed evaluation of communications. And also in addition to the point in regards to the priority response officers. We need to make sure we get these response numbers down, and it's critical that we have the staff in place to do it, and also not to put our members at risk. Because as everyone's aware, we are as an association very concerned about burnout, and we can't have our officers going from a gun call to a gun call to a gun call, day after day after day. So it's important to have it properly staffed, so our members are able to respond to the calls in a timely manner, but also in a reasonable manner too.
Thanks very much, John. We really appreciate your deputation.
Thank you very much for your time.
Please put on the next deputant.
Play the 911 calls I made for the Auditor General so she can understand this issue better. Specifically, the one made from Ryerson University that had the France 4 warnings in it. As a matter of fact, I did file a complaint with her office. 2022 are the first 4 digits of the file number. Please invite her in to do a full investigation. Good morning, happy to be here. Glad everyone listens for the 5 minutes. Should get some practical results now. I call this one Brady material and Giglio cops. A few reasons why to keep going. New predictions can save innocent lives. The UAP abduction has 0-point energy. This is a public declaration for the Auditor General to escalate this matter for a full investigation with a written report, as it is within their mandate to do so. Breach of public trust, excessive overtime, fraud, waste, basically put a check mark beside everything on the list of allegations to investigate. The review into MacArthur has proven everything I am saying. They have a copy of both forewarning emails, France and the virus, 911 audio recordings, cross-examination of Ryerson and reporters, all of whom are honest and gave the same account as mine. Since 1990 till ongoing, I have been reporting the next terrorist event to TPS with name, date, and place. They always squander the information, and they never know what to do. The review themselves had forewarning of coronavirus, Ukraine Jet 752, Kobe Bryant, and Gabriel Wortman. Part of being transparent and accountable is to release the full audio tape, unredacted, to YouTube. For accountability, Sandler should be giving witness testimony to the commission in Nova Scotia. The France forewarnings included Incel, Danforth, MacArthur. 51 Division said it is not their catchment area to do anything about it. Then billed for excessive overtime, driving around in circles, which inflated property tax. Everything the review has is Brady material and should be made public without me even requesting it. Full disclosure. I have reason to believe Giglio cops are scrambling about destroying evidence. One such example is when I said the badge number of 51 Division first responder who is honest. They now say there is no such person and they cannot find any such badge number. Good thing the review crossed him and made an audio recording of it. White shirts will then put leaders in counterterrorism on their resume after they squandered all of the France and virus forewarnings. That would be breach of public trust. Representative Carson convened Congress on the unidentified aerial phenomenon issue. Does Congress advise people to report UAP abductions by calling 911? That would be Toronto Police. They have known about the Ryerson incident since 2015 and have done nothing about it. It is waste to spend money on gasoline when there is a free energy source with flying cars. What was the response when the virus forewarning came in? White shirts know to contact CSIS RCMP on any warning of terrorism. They did that, right? Keep in mind, this is after everything in the France forewarnings was squandered. Both warnings were sent to every email address on the contact page. I urge the Auditor General to escalate this matter for a full investigation, take an act on new predictions, and place zero-point energy into the public domain. Apologies and form letters are useless. The AG ought to come in with a pincer from the top and a pincer from the bottom and squeeze them in the middle. For predictions, this is the gold standard. I should be getting a better response than scoffing Giglio cops. Call out the 5 eyes. The information is correct.
Your 5 minutes is up, unfortunately, but thank you. You're 5:05. Thank you very much for your deputation. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Oh, seeing none, thanks for coming in. We appreciate it. Next deputant.
Let the record show that as Chair Hart, Law Society member Ryan Teschner, members Councillor Nunziata and Lisa Kostakis joined the white shirt Toronto police officers in the same room for the first time last month. Since the beginning of COVID, by excluding members of the public from last month's meeting, the Toronto Police Services Board violated Section 35 of the Public of the Police Services Act, barring any objections. So in this report, it mentions the Toronto Police Services Board sets strategic direction and provides oversight to TPS. And when I read this, it reminded me of something that happened at City Council last term, where Mayor Tory here thought he'd school Janet Davis on the fiduciary duties of boards. Mayor Tory is repeating something that she said back to her. He starts off with, there's a fiduciary duty involved in being on this board. Well, there's a fiduciary duty involved in being on all of the boards to which we appoint people, and to me there is no distinction from one to another, and that the responsibility that rests at common law and as well as under all of our codes and procedures to respect that fiduciary duty and to conduct oneself in the way we're expected to do here. Because I noticed during the AG's video that they mentioned that they're analyzing whether the TPS is fulfilling their mandate. Well, I mean, at this point, what the Auditor General should do before she leaves is analyze whether this board is fulfilling its mandate in the Police Services Act. Because Chris Langenfeld, candidate for mayor, by the way, sitting outside is absolutely right. This board has now created 2 new obstacles for members of the public to come and attend to these meetings. One, as I approached the front door, a court officer came outside and gave me this motion, and I was not allowed in until I confirmed that I was on the list to speak. I asked, well, what happened if I'm not on the list and I'm just here to watch? And I didn't really get a straight answer, but like, I don't know, what would I've gotten the Dion Renee treatment and been body slammed to the ground? I don't know. The other one is members of the public are being unlawfully detained downstairs, as what happened to me when you go through the X-ray and metal detectors. I was told by a special constable, now, you stand right there and wait till I escort you upstairs. Excuse me? What if I didn't wait to be, first of all, I've never been escorted. Once you go through the metal detectors, I've always just walked into this room, maybe go to the bathroom a couple times. What if I didn't wait? What if I didn't wait to be escorted? What would happen to me? Would I get the Dion Renee treatment and be body slammed to the ground? I don't know. I guess we'll find out next month. So just so she knows, because she's also a lawyer, this is from Canadian Broadcasting Corporation versus Ferrier. I believe he was the chair of the Thunder Bay Police Services Board at the time. 2019, the Ontario Court of Appeal said, the Police Services Act, Section 35.3 and 4, set out a specific statutory test for how to address the question of whether a hearing is to be open to the public. The principle that proceedings be open to the public, recognized by Section 35.4, is considerably fortified by the Section 2B charter right recognized by Langenfeld in relation to Police Services Board meetings. And then they quote Justice Copeland from the first Langenfeld. She said, I find that the right of members of the public to attend public meetings of police services boards is protected by Section 2B of the charter. Now, as she mentioned, she provides examples of response for service calls by Toronto Police in this report. I have a couple of others for her to think about whether or not they were good use of police resources. One, for the first time back at Executive Committee at City Hall in March, I was gently assaulted out of the building by security, where I had the police called on me. And then upon getting there, it eventually occurred to officers Jay Gallo and C. Hawley that they did not know why they were there. I asked them, well, what are you talking about? City Hall said I was trespassing. They said, yeah, that's what we were told when we were called. But then they go inside the building, they speak to whoever runs that place for security. They come outside and admit to me that they never actually trespassed you. So I considered charging whoever runs that gong show with public mischief, right? Accusing someone of breaking the law but not having done it. And the officers were impartial enough saying that, yeah, you could do that, but charges probably wouldn't stick. And I said, that's right, because Mayor Tory is on this board.
Thank you, Derek. Any questions of Derek?
There's a lot of chairs up here.
Seeing none. Thanks a lot, Derek. Next deputant, please.
Last deputant.
Yes, on page 5 of 11 on point 6, your first report recommends TPSB direct the chief to evaluate the root causes for increasing response times. At point 7A, to evaluate the root causes for increasing clearance times. So the question then is, should the public take from these two statements that your auditors found over multiple years that neither the board nor the past or current chief have done any evaluation of the root causes for increasing response and clearance times? Isn't that what we expect them to be there to do? At point 8C of your report directs, consider publicly reporting out response time performance to increase transparency and accountability. But as Derek pointed out, the Police Services Act requires that board meetings be public. So if the board is involved, then it should be public whatever's happening. I note it's illegal under Section 31 sub 3 of the Police Services Act for a single member to direct the chief or any other officers. So if these conversations aren't happening at a board meeting, then either the board is meeting in secret in violation of the act, or those members aren't acting in accordance with that embargo against them as directing officers. And that is part of what your audit should, in fact, disclose if the board is violating the Police Services Act. At page 6 of 11, point 9 recommends to determine if an automated technology solution can be implemented to improve completeness of information for officers arriving, or increase compliance with officers pressing the, quote, at scene button. I note item 81 of this month's report, page 2 of the chief's sexual assault of complainant 2019.36 mentions the TPS automated vehicle location system. Wouldn't that system provide the data that you're saying is missing from your reports? And couldn't that system actually be the automated technology that you're directing the chief and the board to develop? On another tangent on that point 9, it mentions a lack of compliance with officers pressing the button. That led me to wonder, did your audit look at whether or not officers are investigating whether officers activate their body-worn cameras? If you did investigate, what level of compliance exists? If you didn't investigate, is there any reason that you didn't? Would you please commit to include that as part of your future audit? Looking at the 911 audit, item 11 today is talking about the now $7 million proposed, and I note that in 2019 the figure was $5 million, so it's increased now by another $2 million. But now it'll cost $7 million to have Toronto Police set up next-gen 911 services. That's only to buy and set up the equipment. That has nothing to do with the cost of salaries, et cetera, to operate it. We know from this report that it takes Toronto Police way longer than other cities just to pick up the phone. So the question is then, why are Toronto Police the ones running the 911 system? We already know that they have a predisposition to send out and use force. So perhaps we wouldn't have these issues, we wouldn't have both the delays, and we wouldn't have officers being sent to the inappropriate calls if it wasn't police making the decision to send out officers, and it was instead any other group within the City of Toronto. Aren't there other City of Toronto departments that are better qualified? And couldn't they, in fact, set up next-gen 911 for much less than the $7 million that's proposed in the Toronto Police budget? Does the Auditor General really believe that Torontonians' only option is to pay yet another $7 million so that Toronto Police can answer the phone? And I find it absolutely staggering that the Auditor General would, as everybody in society or the majority are calling for defunding of police, would recommend that there be another increase in the budget of police beyond the $1.11 billion that's currently spent, in excess of the $1 billion it was just a few years ago. That concludes my most serious points on this brief 5 minutes that I'm allowed to cover the Auditor General's 350 pages of reports today.
Before we move to questions of the Auditor General, I just want to thank Steve Lurie and Jennifer Chambers for their written submission on this item. Thank you very much to both of you. We'll now take questions of the Auditor General. Board members, Vice Chair Nunziata, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you to the Auditor General for your report. Just a couple questions on some of the recommendations. On recommendation 1D, where you talk about municipal licensing and standards, for complaints that come in for small gatherings and that. So, what would does your recommendation refer to possibly these calls going directly to 311 for MLS, or if you can just elaborate a bit on that recommendation.
Yes, we are. You have to take that away, and we're asking the city and actually the city manager to take it away, and also to consider those calls going in. Let's take a noise call, for example. The challenge right now is MLS is not available 24/7. Therefore, 911 is called. When a police officer goes there, about 20% of the time, it's gone on arrival. They don't arrive until many hours later anyway, and the impact of that is that they're not available for other calls. So that is a piece where we felt it's important that as part of this, take it away and reevaluate that. And I think it's a broader conversation, but definitely those are the kinds of things that should be called through 311. The challenge right now is because it's after hours. People dial 911, so that really has to be rethought. What's the community structure going to be, so that it's just the police calls that are going to police, or the emergency calls, so that the emergency vehicles are, receiving that call.
Yeah. So that report came through council a few months ago. I can't remember when, about when noise calls, parties at night. But what I was told that is when they call 311, 311 informs them to call 911.
That's correct.
So,
yes,
we have to be all on the same page, right?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting in my report. Yeah. Counselor, you're exactly right. I think there's more discussion there. I mean, it's we have, for example, a noisy birthday party, and of course some people were having alcohol, but it wasn't, it depends on the gathering, and so there's just a lot in there to unpack. And so the city manager, I know, is heard that, and I think there's an opportunity to take that offline and discuss it further, and perhaps bring a report back on that, because why have 311 there if it's going to 911 anyway? So
right.
This is yeah.
And I know there was a report that came through council which talked about the noise bylaw through MLS. I don't remember when that went through council. But my next question is 3B. If you can just expand, consider if all TPS special constables, including court officers and district special constables, can be cross-trained. So can you explain that?
I'm going to ask my Assistant Auditor General to jump in on that one, but essentially it's just really to allow the special constables to be able to handle calls with more flexibility. I believe the use of special constable, if I understand the history from the TPA, was suggested by the TPA, and we're saying where there needs to be different responses, the special constables can do certain things, but it has to be in consultation with the TPA, and more broadly training them to do those things is important. And I'll turn to my Assistant Auditor General, Tara.
Yes. So just to add further to that, so there are certain special constables that have certain responsibilities, and so if they were cross-trained, there could be a greater pool available for more tasks to be done.
But for clarity, they're not full police officers, and I think that has to be in consultation with the TPA.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Mayor Tory.
Yes, and we're considering all these reports together, so okay, because I have my questions more organized here for the first one. Is a question that's probably better answered by the service. I don't know, that whoever has the answer. There's a number referred to early on here, page 10, and it's referred to a few times, 85,000 hours over a 5-year period. What does that amount to in terms of the number of police officers? Like if you assumed a certain number of hours per police officer per, what does that amount to? How many police officers is that? It's divided by 5. 9 or 10 police officers, okay. But,
Yeah, it's not a lot.
you know, I mean, 10 police officers is 10 police officers, okay. I just wanted to know that. Now let me just flip to my next question here. And I'm sorry, Chair, but I'm going to ask some that are, I saw you recommended later on with respect to the C ambulance calls for service, and I mean, this is tied up, and my biggest concern, I guess, and this is directed to the auditor, is that all of the recommendations, which I see management supports, and so do I, but they involve this kind of comprehensive approach to be taken. I think, as you called it, whole of government, and in some cases, whole of community. And I'm just worried that, you know, that makes it much more difficult to achieve, and it also, some of the timelines are stuff that, you know, in government, things seem to take an awful long time, except when you're in a pandemic, when all of a sudden things can get done more quickly. But on the C ambulance, I mean, it's such an obvious one, you know, where you say in here you could change the protocol so that there were fewer calls that kind of required an ambulance to come, and can you talk to us a little bit about that? Because it seems to be a massive tie-up of both ambulance and police resources.
Yes, and I would say that there's actually, thank you, Mayor. I would say there's a couple of things that can happen at once. There's I call them, I don't want to say buckets of calls, but definitely calls in certain categories and certain profiles that can, or certain kind of characteristics that you can look for solutions for. And I'm going to hold that C ambulance here for a second. And over here, you know, really thinking about the overall framework as we're dealing with these calls. But C ambulance in particular is a good example where there are thousands and tens of thousands of calls coming in, where there are times when an ambulance, a police escort is required. For example, if a paramedic feels unsafe, and right now the protocol is if somebody's had alcohol at the scene. And so you can have a party, maybe have a heart attack, have alcohol, and a police officer would not only have to go to that, but also the ambulance can sometimes and many times wait until the officer arrives before entry happens. And this happened actually within an inquiry called the Hearst inquiry, where there was somebody that did have, they said that they were maybe had a drink, there's, you know, some alcohol, and they waited for the officers to arrive, and it took the officers about 35 to 38 minutes to arrive because that protocol at that time did not allow them to enter. And what happened was the person passed away, and there's an inquiry. That was 38 minutes, and they said it was on a busy night. Priority 2, which was the priority at that time, is 50 minutes now. So what we've asked is so that the police can be there when they're needed for the ambulance drivers, really asking the service and Mr. Raptis to take a look and look at that protocol again in conjunction with police to say, is that protocol working well? And I know that they changed the protocol, but in action, we still saw it happening. So that would be an example of a bucket, an opportunity to change that protocol to reduce those calls. If a paramedic feels unsafe and says, I feel unsafe because there's people outside or for some other reason, that's fine. But just as a more route to say, I see you there, see you at the call, I'm concerned that those calls are going up, and so they need to look at that protocol and come down a bit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm asking some of these questions not because it's going to change the recommendations and so on, but I think it's really important that the public, you know, understand some of these things and some of the policies that are in place. You know, and I'm not blaming anybody who designed these policies years ago, but I'm just saying that these are things that are in place that almost guarantee this kind of, I'll call it inefficiency or inability to meet our own standards. The next one that I had marked here was the fact that the PRU have had to attend, and I guess they don't have any choice when they get the call, 1,000 times over 3 years at how many locations? It just said a number of, four addresses, fast food locations where the police attended 1,000 times over 4 years to mostly deal with unwanted guests. And I mean, maybe you could just comment on that, but I mean, to me, you know, it's no wonder we have trouble answering the calls when that's what the police are having to do.
Yes, and I mean, what I'm, hearing is they do want to help. They want to help the business owner. They sometimes connect and often connect some people to some services, but it's not really helping. We're saying a better data analysis to take that bucket and to say we need to deal with that differently. First of all, it's causing people who are homeless to interact with the police more often than they need to or should be. They're having a streets to home connection where they can roll around, and especially if they're not breaking the law, they can roll around and say, can you have a smoke? Do you need something to eat? And how can we work more diligently to move people through? I guess overall, and I appreciate you raising these questions. It's, I remember when the board asked me to do this, and one of the things actually, Mayor, you said is, it's not easy and it's complex. And I can say, after doing all of this work, you were absolutely right. It isn't easy. It's taking each piece to say, that doesn't work, let's find a strategy. That doesn't work. And then overall, what is these strategies? So that's the second piece. The homeless piece is one that does need to be thought through and think about what should it look like going forward. Running to these calls and trying to help is causing the police to interact more where they probably shouldn't be, and it's eating up the time. 4, 5, and 6 clearance times in our report are extremely high, which means they're not available when that 911 call comes into act, and the operator's holding people on wait to be able to get a car to dispatch. So it's a vicious circle, but it's very complex. It can be done. It can be done piece by piece, and it can be done by working together.
Just a couple more, Mr. Chair, but I'm sorry. I read all this, and I just think these things are very, very important that these things be sort of put on the record. As you go along through the 911, I just added up, as opposed to the 10% you said were for lower priority events. If I'm right in my math here, 18% abandoned or hang-up calls, 3% pocket dials, 12% not police or matters like animal services and stuff, 14% for information or advice. See a lawyer, stuff bizarre. But, would you agree with me that it would be the biggest no-brainer ever as to whatever the public education campaign is? Ted Rogers used to tell me when I worked for him, the greatest way to reduce your losses, or to improve your profits was to eliminate your losses that you had in business. And isn't the best way here we can make this call center work better to reduce the number of calls by getting rid of, what I added up here is 47% of calls that have nothing to do with an emergency.
Yes, I can say yes to that. I know that the service has updated their website. It's not enough. Clearly, an emergency is different than a community help. And knowing when to dial that 911, your mother has had a heart attack and you need the ambulance there. This is not just police, it's ambulance, it's fire, and you need them there right away, and those seconds matter. And so getting that out to say it's 911 for these things and it's community help or whatever those strategies are over here, you need an immediate community response, but it's not a 911 call. So really distinguishing that very simply in the minds of people so that 911 isn't the default safety net. And then the police, you have so many frontline officers trying to respond, which is a staffing issue and it's a burnout issue, and they're not available. I think what's happened anyway. So that's my response to that. I can go on, but.
Thank you. This question may be for the service, Mr. Chair, and I'm just about finished here, but I just think these things are important. The auditor identified one phone number with a total of 3,141 calls over a 3-year period, so 800 calls a year. Does the service have any, what's the word I'm looking for, any, what's the word, I'm struggling for that word, any opportunity to do anything about this? I mean, this to me would be borderline mischief, but I mean, to call, do we follow up on these things? We have 40 phone numbers who had 20 pocket dials over the same period of time. So it's people that do this over and over again. But the ones that are particularly, I would think, abusive, I would call it that, are ones that call 3,000 times. So 800 calls a year. I mean, we have their phone number. We know who they are. I mean, do we do anything? Do we feel we have the latitude to do anything about this?
I might just, if I can just jump in on that, if I could, Chair, and then would that be okay? Is that phone number is a phone number from a coffee shop, but it's within a hospital. So while there might be, different things happening there, certainly looking at that as a strategy to see what can be done. You're absolutely correct. There are other calls coming from, for example, there's certain condominium buildings that have a lot of calls, hundreds of calls, compared to other condominium buildings that have none. And I'm talking in the downtown core. So we're talking the downtown core, two buildings side by side, and one of them will have a lot of calls. My view, analyze those calls, talk to the board, and because there is something happening in that dynamic where repeat calls shouldn't be happening. Pocket dollars, you can have some people that have some mental health challenges, but certainly doing whatever you can to reduce those repeat calls is important, and detangle so that you can task appropriately, I think is really where I think this should go.
I had one more question for the auditor, if I could, Chair, which is this. You have had all these years, and you've done magnificent work for the city, and sometimes it made me uncomfortable as mayor, but and that includes some of this. If you were to sort of give the one piece of advice you would give as to how we would actually go about getting this stuff done, recognizing that the management has said, the police management have said, they endorse your recommendations, and so do I. A lot of them are just common sense things that should be done here with regard to, say, a public education campaign and 50 other things. What would your advice be as to enhance our chances of actually getting this done, given that you've got, in many cases, the police, the city, 311, which kind of operates a bit on its own. You've got the fire department, the paramedics, the list goes on. How would you suggest we might, given your experience, go about actually getting this done?
I think there has to be, on the common ground, a decision to work together, no matter what. I believe I put in the back of one of my strategies. I said, you have to identify the key shared outcomes. That's the first thing you need to do. And those key shared outcomes are, let's reduce 911. Let's get a team on that. Let's see what that looks like. It could be mediation. Your strategies can be different. It's almost like guerrilla warfare from the perspective of, it's not just walking forward to shoot. It's saying, okay, this is the problem. Maybe we need a mediation group. Maybe we need this. So what are the shared outcomes? You need to have a plan around that, and that's a shared plan. And it can be shared from the perspective of the city has its pilots, TPS has its pilots. What do we need to move off and how we're going to do that? Let's get some successes happening. And there has to be transparency, accountability, and commitment. And that's at the bottom of my audit at a glance. So I feel that we all know what needs to be done. And we all know there's a lot of things we do not agree on. But I feel we can agree on some of the things I've brought up today. And that begins with a solid step to say, we need to reduce those calls. Let's get some success there. How are we going to do that? We need to have some pilots in various areas, and we need evidence. How are we going to do that? Or evidence in how it's working, because some things might work and some things don't. And it's not a failure, it's to pick the right one overall for the framework, and then have a plan, a structure, go forward, and then fund that. So there's lots in there. One thing, but there's definitely things to do. But I certainly think the commitment to work together to find that common ground and start some positive outcomes and strategies, I think, is truly important. I found that asking the why a lot. Why are you going? Why do you feel that way? It really started to unpack so we could clear up and move. I can tell you what, and one last thing, I can tell you what I don't think it is. And the last deputant spoke to about funding. Every jurisdiction that's bringing an NG 911, that's a legislation, needs funding to do that. All other provinces have a levy for that, and Ontario doesn't. And so regardless of where that NG 911 sits, you're going to need funding. And I understand that the City Council has brought up in looking at 911 call answer point. But what I have found, and when I was sitting on the end of that call, listening to that call after call, hearing the person that was on the call, It wasn't a matter of me not knowing where it needed to go. It was a matter that the service wasn't there. So when I heard the person who was inside a shelter, it needed the shelter team, not police. And so regardless of where that call is taken, I didn't find bias on that part of the caller. I found myself pretending to be that answer person, not knowing where to place that call because other than police, there was nobody to go. So really getting those protocols in place, the plan in place, what does this look like, and building it together as a community, because it's not just the police and it's not just the community city, it's the whole community. So building it together with a plan, get a leader, outline it. I think it's going to be that's your biggest gain most quickly, and be accountable for those outcomes, which means the plan is here. Have we dealt with the 911 calls that deal with homelessness? Have we dealt with the calls outside of the fast food place? Have we dealt with the ability to have mediation around noise calls that are repeat noise calls? Or how are we dealing with that? Accountability once you design your strategies to moving forward with that plan is really key. It's going to be time. You're not going to see this in place because you yourself are almost rebuilding a social infrastructure. You yourself are really trying to identify let's right this ship. And then we'll deal with the funding later. I think people get lost in the defunding. Let's park that over here. Let's decide what's right and then say this is the funding that's needed to fund things appropriately, and everybody pulling together, all sides, be it city council, be it the Toronto Police Association, be it the Black community, the Indigenous community, be it all groups pulling together to get that funding. It will create a wave, and that could be, a very very important change for society. I feel right now it's almost like there's kind of a competition for resources instead of saying what's the right model and let's fund the model. And so anyways, you have lots of opportunities here, lots of exciting opportunities to make a difference. And if we can simply, while feeling hurt over so many things, all valid, all concerning, at least say, can we take one step together and solve some of these? It will create some momentum and it will create some opportunities to move forward.
Board members, other questions? I have a number. I'll try to go through them as quickly as I can, Auditor General. The mayor already pointed out the 85,000 hours over 5 years, which I estimated would be about 9.2 officers. And your report, I think, really talks about the Way Forward report as well. You reference it in your report. And the Way Forward report talked about moving some calls over to the city, lifeguards and services, crossing guards, and we're now working on persons in crisis. Would you say that your report is very much a continuation of the work of the Way Forward report?
I would. I have seen a change since I've come here and 6 months into the job, and I feel that the work that's being done is really exciting. The community crisis, the Gernstein Center, that's very exciting. And if you can keep moving and seeing what works and have your shared goals at least put up what they are, I think I think it's exciting and it's a continuation. I'm here because of that report.
And would you say even a greater opportunity perhaps is around business improvement? When I look at maybe efficiency gains, advancement in technology improvements, business improvement, is that really where we can get the biggest bang for the buck, if you will, rather than looking solely at moving some services over?
You need both. So service improvement, when I say service improvement, I think you're talking about, I believe, technology and those kinds of things. You do need that. You need to not only, it's not just modernization, you need the data to be able to inform shift schedules for efficiency and call turnaround. You need it to inform your strategies for alternative responses. So you need to have that business improvement, and then for the and moving services, it really depends on, from my perspective, what's the best long-term outcome. If somebody's interacting with somebody and they know their history from a case management perspective because they've been in the homeless system and they need certain supports, that to me is the best long-term outcome. You know, so I was very thoughtful. I don't think you know, I don't often, very little spend money. Cyber, I think, was one area where we needed to improve. But there's not a lot of, there's investment that's needed here. The service has not kept pace in certain areas. So for business improvement around data and modernizing your information system is going to benefit everybody. And I think that around moving services over, it's about having the right response, long-term, overall best value. And that's going to happen. You're going to be moving certain things.
Okay, thank you. Another question. On page 25 of your report, you have a chart on population served by officer. Does this chart tell you either that the TPS is operating really efficiently, or does it tell you something else? So you compare the TPS with other cities and other services. I'm just wondering what that tells you. Either it shows you're very efficient, or it could tell you something else. What do you think?
Well, I think that it's, you know, I didn't see it to be the highest or the lowest. I saw it within range, but I think you have to take that and think about it from the perspective that the population is going to grow here in Toronto, and also in the Greater Toronto area, people who work downtown and play downtown. So you're going to have an increase. And the reason I didn't go for cutting officers, I can say that in getting staff and retaining staff right now, it's costing even my office personally more to do and to train, knowing that there's a big work coming. And so I feel that, you know, it's not about cutting out those 10 officers. That's going to make a big difference overall. There's something much bigger at play here. You're going to need officers to respond. Goodness, you know, you're at 50 minutes on average on a priority 2, and quite frankly, something's going to happen. It's going to happen. So you need to, I believe, keep those officers, but deploy them appropriately if you can reduce the number of 911 calls, and think about the population increase, because it's so hard to retrain, the cost to retrain. But you know, population-wise, I mean, you're going to see your population, at least in Toronto, going up. So I think it's, you know, in the middle, so almost. So.
Okay. In terms of clearance times and response times, you have a chart that talks about how the service is doing citywide. Would it make sense to do a deep dive by division to see why those metrics vary, to see if there's efficiencies in one division that maybe don't exist in another? Would that be kind of a first step?
Yes, I do. I think there's some overlying factors. And I'll have to thank my team and everybody that has worked on this at the end, a very, very engaged team. But there's only so much time that we can have. We do know the times are high. I divided it by division, but you need to get under why. I think correcting or adjusting some of the things I've brought to you in this report is going to help. It could be distance, it could be a higher population, it could be traffic on the road. You definitely need to dive deeper. It's not just one thing. I do believe that is important, and that would be an audit area, but I would suggest it's too important to leave for the Auditor General, because there's going to be a time lag. I feel that's something that should be jumped on now. If the public does expect, at least for a priority 1 and 2, a response time that's you know, within a range, it doesn't have to be 6 minutes, but within a range that's reasonable, I feel that definitely has to be unpacked.
Okay, thanks. On public education around 911, I'm just wondering if you know of any cities that have been effective in that regard. I know there's been public education on 911 here numerous times over the years that I can recall, and we're still at over 40%, I think the number is, of calls that are coming to 911 that maybe shouldn't. And I find it hard to believe that anyone out there doesn't know 911 is for an emergency. So I'm just wondering what education we could possibly do to inform people in that regard that would make a difference.
Well, I think that's something to take away. I do know that you know, there's been some updates to the website. That's good. But I think people think if you need help, dial 911. If you need an emergency, dial 911. If you need community help, it might be something else. And people are not necessarily dialing 311. I mean, the number of calls that, are very, very low, for the service, I just saw calls being referred back and forth. I think there's just real clarity needed there. I have seen better advertising for 911 versus other numbers in other jurisdictions, and I have it, but I don't have it at my fingertips. I think with this report, and I think people understanding the implication of dialing 911 because they need a noisy party, or versus maybe a call to another group that's going to connect the parties to solve that weekly issue. I think people knowing the implication of somebody not getting that emergency, it might help with changing the public's expectations and maybe just paying attention. But I can tell you personally, I've seen somebody that was walking in the middle of the road. Was in the morning, a little bit in crisis, and I didn't know who to call. I mean, it wasn't to me a 311 call but yet they weren't harming themselves. Maybe it could be some harm. So it was really challenging. I didn't think it was a 911 call. Clarifying those, I think there's opportunity there. I certainly do. And part of that might be researching what is working in other jurisdictions more. I've done my research. I can send you some of the better advertisement, but I think there's an opportunity there for sure.
Thank you. I just have two more questions, one for you and one for the chief. In your 911 report, you note that the city is also looking at 911. I'm just wondering if there's anything you've learned out of all of this review that would inform the city's review that would be helpful to the city.
Yes, I actually have just one second, I have a slide here that I had. So what will inform the city? I believe it might not be solving the area that I think is the most important. Although we have lots of observations around the answering of the call, where there's opportunities for improvement because of some of the systems, I found the real issue was where to put that call, and do those calls need to come into 911? And I understand that that's an area that's going to be looked at by the city manager. I certainly think that pulling forward everybody together and trying to fix those other alternative responses would be the biggest bang for the buck. But if you're going to go down that route, there's just a lot of things to consider. There's the cost benefit analysis is one. We already have a response time issue. I feel that these workers take about 1.5 years to hire and train, and maybe at the end of it, maybe 50% pass, and they're completely, there's strains. They're injured on duty for some of the work that they're doing. Jeopardizing that in an environment where we don't have the other things set up is a challenge. I think if you get it's the most important to get the alternative framework in place and strategy so that there's options to put calls. I think you're going to see some better outcomes. But really I've just, there are some risks. I think it's really, what problem are you trying to solve is really the question I was asking. Is it that the person answering that call is not directing it to the right area? Or is it that service is not set up in a combined way? And I think it's more of the second, and I think that's where your focus should be.
One final question is for the chief. The Auditor General points out to a number of staffing implications in 911, but I know you and command have already taken action on staffing in 911 and done a few things to improve that circumstance already. Can you maybe summarize some of the things you've already done in terms of improving staffing, in terms of hiring, turnaround time, all of that? I know you've done a few things already, Chief.
Well, we've been working to determine optimal staffing and deployment models. We are determining how members off on long-term occupational stress injuries can be reintegrated into the work environment at a pace that will assist the service and still support their wellness. We're reviewing new shift pilot schedules to address staffing and wellness. We've authorized the PSAP to hire over strength in 2022 because of that loss of staff, so we're always shorthanded. We've implemented a one-year contract to increase the number of call takers, which will allow communications operators who are unsuccessful in dispatch training to continue working as a call taker for a year. And then I think one of the key things we've done in collaboration with the board and the TPA is launched an 18-month probationary period for our 2022 hires. Because what's happening is people are only getting that year, and then maybe because we don't think they're going to pass, they're being terminated, where with that additional 6 months, they could become viable dispatchers. And so we're hoping that'll allow more people to pass the program and be successful as we go through all of this training.
Thanks, Chief. Anything else you want to add on this item while I'm asking you?
Actually, I was just going to, there's, very quickly if I may, I wanted to thank the Auditor General and her team, in particular Tara Anderson, Bruno Galli, and Cecilia Young for the careful and thorough approach that they took to this whole program and their investigation. While the work we've committed to in accepting every one of the Auditor General recommendations will be challenging and require close coordination and cooperation with our external partners, it's important work that will enhance the safety and security of everyone. It will also provide us with clear opportunity to address shortcomings in our own service delivery, such as our response time, that have really degraded over the years. It's important for the board and the public to know that the service devoted considerable resources to ensuring this work can be done. We had to overcome some legal impediments to providing this information, but once we found a pathway, things actually moved very, very quickly. And I particularly want to thank our internal team, and in particular, Inspector Catherine Jackson, who just did phenomenal work to assist the Auditor General's team to get them the information they needed. The approach the Auditor General took to what some call detasking, I think is fair, reasonable, and prudent. The service will build on its collaborative processes with the city and strive to assist in the creation of the alternate service delivery methods that the Auditor General has identified. And with that, I would ask Staff Superintendent Carter to just explain some of the recent positive developments with our Gerstein pilot. Randy? This will just take a couple of minutes.
Can you hear me here? We're good? Thanks very much. Chief of Command and Chair and the board. I spoke with our partner, Susan Davis, Executive Director of Gerstein, over the weekend and came up with a couple of comments, so I share them in common. You know, the Toronto Police Service, in concert with our partners from Gerstein Crisis Center, would like to share that we've agreed in principle to continue our partnership in alternate crisis response for the public in Toronto for a second year. A crisis worker who was co-located in our emergency communications center 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. We commenced this project, you'll remember, back in October of 2021, so it's now therefore been in play for a little more than 8 months. Responding to persons who are in crisis where there's no criminality, there's no violence, and there's no immediate plan or means to commit a suicide, and when that's presented to our call takers. So in those 36 weeks, I can tell you that over 422 total events the police have been diverted from going to. That's a lot of work that crisis workers have been able to resolve, create safety plans, and provide arguably a better service to people who are in crisis. Along with that, a value add that we didn't anticipate in the beginning but that we've celebrated is 247 events where crisis workers have talked to either the person in crisis or to a complainant while the police had to attend because there were public safety issues, and have contributed to a successful resolution or outcome at the scene. The first year this partnership was budgeted at $522,000. This is on track, and it's funded within the service's 2021 operational budget. So a second year is estimated similarly, given that startup costs are not repetitive, and will again be funded from within the service's 2022 operational budget. Following the report tabled today of the Auditor General and from their review of the Toronto Police Service opportunities to support more effective responses to calls for service, at recommendation 18, we will work together to conduct joint program assessments of the outcomes from this service diversion pilot. The service is in agreement that in collaboration with the city and other agencies that we should continue to explore non-police alternative responses that are able to provide wraparound and community-based supports that could also help promote better outcomes for vulnerable populations within the city. especially those experiencing homelessness and mental health challenges. This current partnership with our Gerstein Crisis Centre and the partnership between Toronto Police Service and the City of Toronto for the Toronto Community Crisis Service both continue to build out partnerships with the Toronto Police Service, with the City of Toronto, and the partnering community crisis agencies. Police have really seen the value in these partnerships with our communities, and we recognize this is a great strength with opportunities to evolve and improve as there's still more to be done here for those that are in crisis in Toronto. We have some examples in Scarborough where the police have attended at the same time as the crisis service, and I'm excited and encouraged to be able to tell you that the police officers do take one step back and allow the crisis workers to do their work. So we're recognizing the talent and the ability of our partners that way.
That's a great update. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Just say that, I mean, that's one of the real bonuses we're seeing is that collaboration with Gerstein and the police actually attending calls, and the police have to go there, and Gerstein is actually handling the call before the police get there, which make it a better call to address as well. So the collaboration here is very, very good, and we'll continue to work. We are continuing to work very effectively with fire and ambulance, where that collaboration is very important to meet the AG's recommendations as well.
Thanks so much. Board members, speak to this item. Mayor Tory.
Well, I think we've made some of the points, Mr. Chair, just by asking the questions we have and allowed the auditor. And I do want to begin by saying thank you to her and to her team. As I said, when you're in these positions, and I was no different when I was an executive and the internal audit department would come around with reports that, made you feel a bit uncomfortable. That's what they're there to do, is to sort of make sure that, even if you're doing a relatively good job of administering something, that you can always, there's always room for improvement, and certainly that's evidenced here. But I think that, the key to me is going to be, and it's the last question I asked the auditor, is how you go about implementing this, because I was speaking yesterday at this collision technology conference about the fact that when it was necessary for us to move extremely rapidly as a government, and this is endemic to all governments and large kind of public and some private organizations, when it was necessary for us to move extremely rapidly during the pandemic to do things involving not dissimilar to this, its process, we suddenly found our way to doing things much faster because it was an emergency. And we had to have things changed and things done differently and so on. And, otherwise though, and I think it's a bit of the curse of the public sector, but I also understand why, because of public accountability, there are, 2 hearings and 3 committee meetings and a consultant study to sort of reaffirm what often is just common sense. And it's just common sense here, as the auditor, I don't want to put words in her mouth, that, the best way, to go back to the old adage that I got given about how to run a big business, is to take the parts that are losing money and try and eliminate those losses. I don't mean eliminate the business, but, cut out those losses and do better, as the best way of increasing your profits. And similarly, the best way to make this call center work better, for example, and have it available for real emergencies in the 15 seconds, is to eliminate all those calls that are coming in that have no place there. And so I think the key, though, is going to be, and I'm just thinking about this because I think I will obviously have some responsibility working with the board, and it has nothing to do with the fact I'm a member here. It has to do with the fact I'm mayor and the head of the council, that I think we're going to have to put somebody in charge of this, one person. It's going to be somebody who's had the experience at bringing about this kind of transformative change and bringing people together and just saying, in a period of a relatively short period, you come back with a plan that says this is what we're going to do, and then we will have to come up with the investment. But I think it's going to require somebody, quite frankly, to mediate and to negotiate, but also to knock some heads and just say we're going to change this, because people do tell me that I was talking to some people yesterday who raised this with me, not even knowing this was being discussed here, and they were talking about the fact that when you're calling because somebody's having a heart attack, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, not only is going to be better for the patient that's having the heart attack, but the people that are making the call are terrified. And so we have to fix it. And I think the way to fix it is going to be to, just have somebody that is given an assignment to come forward with a plan, and the plan is not going to be, months of hearings and months of consultant studies. It's going to be just to take the work the auditor's already done, quite frankly, and to implement it. And so I just want to commend her for her work. I commend the management for, oftentimes management, and I had this tendency myself when I was, an executive and these reports would come, you want to resist it. You want to be defensive about it and say it's not true or it's not happening. And the management here have said, no, they agree that there is something that needs to be addressed. We're going to have to, make sure that we find ways to allocate the resources to implement the plan, whatever the plan is, and elements are here already. So it's not going to be as if the person has to start from scratch, but we've got to start. And may I just say, just as a sort of a sidebar item, it really has more to do with the previous item this morning, but that report heard about something that is, people give little credit in the city, both to the city government and to the police service who've been a partner in this, to the landmark initiative in this country of having the alternate methods of response for people in distress. And to hear the progress of that, we got it up and running as quickly as any big initiative of this kind I've ever seen. And it's going to help with a lot of the things we were discussing earlier today, in terms of people who are, I've often answered the question, when they say, well, why are police sent out to deal with people in distress in the middle of the night? And I've answered the question, which is the truthful answer, because there was no one else to call. And thank God the police went, because oftentimes those people were in distress and they needed somebody, to help them, who had some training in dealing with mental health issues and so on. And, but we found something that hopefully is going to work better. It's a pilot project because I think that's the responsible way to go about it, but I'm very pleased to hear the superintendent's report, and I commend the police and obviously the Gerstein Institute and all the other players, because I think they're proving they can work together, as we heard just now, to make this work better for people and to provide a better answer for people in distress. Thank you. You wanted me to move, I think, a motion that was going to be up here, which I'm happy to do, which basically takes the recommendations and sort of moves them forward with the management's concurrence, because they have, through these reports, concurred. So I so move.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Can staff put that up while we see if there are other speakers? I think Vice Chair Nunziata would like to speak.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank the Auditor General for bringing forward the report. I know, being a member of the Audit Committee, when we did make that request for you to come to the Toronto Police Services and do the audit. So thank you for that. So I just want to, I support the recommendations, and I agree with you that on some of these recommendations where we have, people calling 911 and it's not an emergency. And I think it's really important that we do work with all the agencies, because some of these services I think could be rerouted. And as well, I think that we should work with Toronto Hydro as well, because just recently, as you know, when we had the power outage, people were calling 911 when we had that power outage, because they were trying to get through to Toronto Hydro, and of course they couldn't get through, so they were calling 911. And I know a lot of people that did that. And as well, when people are abusing 911, if you remember about a year ago, not a year ago, even, it happens all the time, when we get these alerts on your cell phone for a missing child, and people were calling 911 asking them to stop it. So, I think that, there has to be a communication, and I don't know how we can, some of them just abuse it. I don't even know if it's what sort of communication we can put out there, but maybe we can look at others. And you mentioned that you were going to send that to us on the ones from other municipalities and what they have. So I appreciate that. So I do support the recommendations, and thank you very much. And we are going to miss you. You've done an amazing job for the city, and I know it's your last meeting, so we're going to miss you, definitely.
Thank you. It's your job is always because of, I'm jumping in here, Chair, sorry, but certainly it's because of the great team, in addition to Tara and Celia and Bruno, Irene Hugh, Aditi, Batish, Faison, Hanif, Bruna Corbezi, and Anil, and also the team on the TPS team. I mean, Catherine Jackson was mentioned, but, James Cornish, Rob Johnson, Superintendent Ferguson, Carrie Murray Bates, the list goes on and on of amazing people, and what can be done when you pull together and have those hard conversations. So thank you.
Thank you. Board members, other speakers on this item? No, seeing none. I'd just like to say for myself, to the Auditor General and to staff, I was very impressed by how closely everybody worked together on all of these reports. I had the good fortune of attending many meetings and watching everybody worked together for the outcome that we got today. So well done to everybody. Really great work. So now we have a motion by Mayor Tory. So move adoption of this report as amended. Would somebody like to move adoption as amended? Mayor Tory, would you like to move the report? Have a seconder? Ms. Kostakis, all in favor? Any opposed? That report carries. Thank you very much, everybody. Do we need to take a break? Are we okay? Okay. Okay, board members, our next item is an issue of ongoing and major importance as detailed in a variety of reports and reviews. An important part of reform must necessarily involve looking inward at how service members treat each other. Today we consider reports and initiatives aimed at building and fostering a respectful and inclusive workplace. This includes a report by Deloitte Canada, which include a comprehensive review of the board and services' current policies and procedures on workplace personnel matters. This review included assessing how harassment claims are managed and focused on the attitudes, perceptions, and experiences of service members, assessing wellness needs and identifying barriers that our members may be facing. The results of the Forum Research Equity and Inclusion Survey will also be considered, as well as the Bernardi White Paper, which focuses on transforming police culture, premised on a commitment to eradicating harassment and discrimination in police services and act as leaders in driving positive change in police culture. There's no presentation on this item, board members, but I believe we do have two deputants when they're ready.
So in this report it says Deloitte reserves the right but will be under no obligation to review these findings, and if we consider it necessary to revise our findings in light of any information which becomes known to us after the date of this report. I would strongly recommend then that Deloitte take a look at my affidavit from Dion Renee versus the Toronto Police Services Board that Justice Kavanaugh was good enough to admit into the record that City of Toronto lawyer Fred Fisher has a copy of, where it says, starting on paragraph 5, in the spring of 2017, I bumped into then Toronto Police Services Board member Councillor Shelley Carroll at the Canada Square movie theaters located at Yonge and Eglinton as I was walking out of the theater after having just seen a movie. Councillor Carroll and I sat and talked for about 20 minutes. One of the things Councillor Carroll said to me was that she thought the Toronto Police Services Board was no place for those who were wealthy, well-off, well-to-do to be a member of, because how could they possibly be able to relate to someone who feels they have been marginalized and abused by the police? Paragraph 6. Councillor Shelley Carroll also told me that she had been subjected to harassment while a member of the Toronto Police Services Board. Paragraph 7. Councillor Shelley Carroll did not bother this time around at the start of the new term of council to put her name on the list to become a member of the Toronto Police Services Board again. So Councillor Shelley Carroll resigns from this board, and only because she ran provincially, gets clobbered like most running for the Fibberals, runs for city council again, and wins. Wouldn't it seem logical then that she would look to get back onto the Toronto Police Services Board? I mean, she asked by far the most questions while she was here, like asking Mark Saunders if an officer had tampered with the security video that recorded the moment the late Andrew Loco was shot. Yet, as I just said, she didn't even bother to put her name on the list to become a member of the Toronto Police Services Board again at the start of the new term of council 4 years ago. And I mentioned this to you when I was in your office a couple years ago, Chair Hart, that when I asked him at the time, Chair Andy Pringle, were you aware at any point that Councillor Shelley Carroll allegedly was subjected to harassment while she was a member of the Toronto Police Services Board? Well, I'd never seen him look at me like that before. He got so angry. I'll never forget that. So in this report, it also mentions the service has also expanded its equity, inclusion, and human rights related training, including mandatory scenario-based interactive courses for new recruits, coach officers, and newly promoted sergeants. Just in case this wasn't covered in their expanded training, there's some other things on equity. This is from Sale Labrador versus Challenge 1, 1999, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, since the Judicature Acts, the rule of equity has prevailed in Canada. This is from Black's Law Dictionary, 9th edition. This is the fourth definition they give for equity. The system of law or body of principles originating in the English Court of Chancery and superseding the common and statute law, together called law in the narrower sense, when the two conflict. So just remember, next time you hear say meritorious saying, everyone has to follow the rules because it's the law, actually, equity supersedes common law and statute law. This is from Grover versus Hodgins, 2011, Ontario Court of Appeal. Section 96, in dealing with the equitable jurisdiction of all courts, provides as follows. Courts shall administer concurrently all rules of equity and the common law. Where a rule of equity conflicts with the rule of the common law, the rule of equity prevails. Golden versus Bennett and Company, 2003, Ontario Court of Appeal. Equity will not permit a statute to be used as an instrument of fraud. It is a well-established principle that equity will not permit a statute to be used as an instrument of fraud, and I'm pretty sure equity will not permit a Toronto Police Services Board bylaw to be used as an instrument of fraud either. This is from R versus Mabior, 2012, Supreme Court of Canada said, however, over time, equity recognized specific circumstances warranting a positive duty to disclose material facts, including a relationship of trust, quasi-trust, or confidence. This is from Dove Audio versus Bank of Montreal, 1992. The Supreme Court of British Columbia said that contracts of suretyship fell within the concurrent jurisdiction of equity. I just can't wait for Shauna Coxon to come back as the new chief of police, as she admitted to me at Municipal Council Chambers a few years ago that their crown is the surety for the person we all have.
Thank you, Derek. Questions of Derek? Seeing none, thanks for your deputation.
You want me to stack these chairs? It'd be easier to move around.
Sure. Debbie, can you put on the next deputant, please?
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Hart, Chief Raymer, command officers, and members of the board. My name is Carolyn Vandenberg, and I retired 2 years ago from the Toronto Police Service. When I retired, I was an acting staff sergeant working in the Operations Center. I retired with 31 years service. I'm here today to speak to the Deloitte report on workplace harassment and discrimination and the recommendations that have come out of that report. First, though, a bit of background on why I'm passionate about this topic. In 2009, I was a road sergeant at 32 Division. I had the unfortunate opportunity to arrest a member of the division for impaired care and control. The fallout from that was nothing short of devastating for me personally and professionally. Overnight, I went from being a well-respected sergeant to being ostracized and unsupported by senior management. In contrast, the arrested officer was looked after. He maintained his prestigious position at the station and then went on to a coveted position in the Organized Crime Enforcement Unit, where, interestingly enough, he was arrested for a third time for impaired driving. I quickly learned that if you choose to do the right thing and it goes against the culture of the organization, you will suffer. The offending officer won't. This poisoned culture of policing within the TPS is a point that was identified and emphasized in the Deloitte report on workplace harassment and discrimination. Over the years, I have tried on several occasions to have my voice heard and to promote change from inside. In June 2013, focus groups were arranged for supervisors to attend. The question was asked, why did supervisors turn a blind eye when members commit misconduct? From my experience, I knew full well why supervisors sometimes chose to turn a blind eye to misconduct. So I requested and was granted a meeting with then Staff Superintendent Rick Stubbings, the head of professional standards. I told him what had occurred to me after doing the right thing. I gave him ideas that I thought would make things better. He asked me to send him everything in writing, and he said he would get back to me. I never heard back. In 2014, my good friend, also a female sergeant, was bullied mercilessly by her superior She was demonized, experienced reprisals, and like my situation, her abuser had support from the rank and file. The female superintendent of that station initiated a complaint against my friend's abuser. As a result, the female superintendent also experienced reprisals in the workplace. Both my friend and the female superintendent were treated deplorably by professional standards. It would seem that even if you hold a high-ranking position, you are not immune to the power of the culture of the organization. In 2019, as the officer in charge of the operations center, I received a call from a detective who was unreasonably irate with me over a radio call. He badgered me and threatened to cause bodily harm to the duty inspector. I followed procedure, did the right thing. The duty inspector did not. In the following days, I received aggressive calls from the offending officer's staff sergeant about how I had handled the situation. I realized really nothing much had changed in 10 years. As a result, I engaged senior management. I met with Deputy Chief Coxon and Deputy Chief McLean, and I advised them despite training initiatives, procedural updates to workplace harassment, nothing had changed. Members, particularly women, continued to be harassed, were afraid to report, abusers were supported, supervisors and senior management continued to turn a blind eye. In January 2020, Deputy Coxon approached me and asked me to participate in the Deloitte review. I agreed, and as a result, I identified 15 other women who agreed to come forward with their stories. Deloitte guaranteed their anonymity, and their identities were never disclosed to TPS. I then took pre-retirement in February 2020. To give you an idea of how these things affect victims, I'll tell you how this all affected me. After I retired, I realized I had really been suffering for 10 years. I suffered from depression and anxiety. I suffered from classic symptoms of PTSD, and I realized that I'd been using alcohol to numb all those feelings. After 31 years of policing, I had driven out of the underground to headquarters with the feeling that I never ever have to come back here again. And I thought that would be enough, that magically I would feel better and life would go on, but it doesn't. So I entered therapy, tried to resolve the issues, and today I'm 480 days sober. I have suffered, and my husband and children have watched me suffer. I've read what actions are being taken to address the recommendations from the report. However, I'd like to add that I think other things are important. Accountability. All levels of supervisors need to do their job. They need to supervise. Discipline is a core component of all our promotional interviews, yet those that are promoted are either unwilling or incapable of doing the hard stuff. Everyone wants to be liked. This is another point you'll recognize from the Workplace Harassment and Discrimination Report. An astoundingly high percentage of respondents report seeing workplace harassment but do nothing about it. In particular, senior officers need to lead. Your leaders set the tone of the divisions and units. If the leader behaves in an inappropriate way, then what is the...
Sorry, I have to interrupt you here. I'll actually let you go to 5 minutes and 30 seconds because I really wanted to hear what you had to say, but to be fair to everybody else, I have to stop you there. Board members?
Okay. I only have a couple more paragraphs, but anyway.
Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. We all heard you. Thank you very much. Okay, board members, before we go to any questions, Chief, did you have anything you wanted to start off by saying before we go to any questions of you or the service?
The true extent of the workplace harassment and discrimination in our organization. While we've seen firsthand how individual cases of workplace harassment lead to trauma for victims and embarrassment for our service, we've learned from Deloitte and from our own work, such as the Equity Inclusion Survey we conducted last summer, that our challenges go well beyond isolated or rare cases. This is a problem that our own membership has told us exists at various levels, including management levels of the organization, and it's unacceptable. Although these findings are sobering, they're critically important. I want to acknowledge the members of our organization who had the courage to speak out on this issue and who invested their time to helping shine a light on it. It is only through your willingness to call it out and to report it that we will ever be able to properly address it. And I'm proud of each and every member who have had the courage to do so. And I want to thank Carolyn for her deputation today, because she's had the courage to call it out, and I want to acknowledge that. I recognize that beyond the pain that harassment causes in the moment, it also leaves behind scars that for some really never fully heal. To know this has happened in our service is nothing short of disheartening. With the release of these findings, I commit to doing all we can to not only address workplace harassment, but to prevent it, to support and encourage victims, and ultimately create a workplace culture that has zero tolerance for all forms of it. Unfortunately, this is a sector-wide issue, and that's why we've put in place this working group across the province. I have Savina Dhaliwal and her team here to answer any questions the board may have, and I want to thank them for their work.
Thank you very much, Chief. Board members, questions? Any questions? I've got one, Chief, for you, or for Sabina. The report talks about leaders engaging in harassment. That's in the report. I just wonder I know what your thoughts are on that, but I just wonder how you're going to address that.
Go ahead, Savina.
Thank you. I'll certainly start, and Laura, if you want to jump in at any point. So there are a number of initiatives underway that specifically look at our leadership. We're right now looking at our complaints and investigation process. And looking at the role of our leaders and in that whole process to drive greater transparency and greater willingness for those that ultimately have a complaint against someone that maybe is, either a rank above or a peer group to them. We also have, both in PRS as well as in EIHR, forms of alternative dispute, so that if someone's not looking for a full-scale investigation, but there are other paths to address it, those are available to them. As the chief mentioned, the working group on respectful workplaces and policing, there's a specific subcommittee that is focused on leadership and their role in driving accountability and a positive culture. We've also rolled out anti-harassment training that's mandatory for anyone in any supervisory capacity across the service to take. And so far, 75% of our leaders have taken it, with the balance scheduled for between now and the end of the year. There's other sort of planned pieces around, if we think of the theme this whole day, a lot of it is around leadership. And so ultimately there is a linkage between who you hire, who you develop, and who ultimately is promoted. And so that is an area that continues to be an area of focus, but there is still, that's, a big future step on real work that needs to be done. Recognizing it's been designed and redesigned a couple times, it does need another look, especially in light of the findings in these reports.
Chair, if I could just add to that as well, that, they often talk about police officers being held to a higher standard. Well, senior officers are held to a higher standard. And anybody who engages or allows this kind of conduct to continue, I can assure you'd be in front of the tribunal.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Savina. Board members, any further questions? Ms. Kostakis?
I just wanted to know if, in light of everything that's happening and people possibly coming out and complaining and addressing the issue, which is really vulnerable as well, are you finding that there are more people that are starting to come out and complain under these circumstances, or are you still finding it very challenging that people are not speaking out as they possibly could? Or have the resources or courage or trust to do so, more so trust.
Maybe if I can, I'll turn that to Laura. She leads a lot of the kind of human resource workplace issues and intake of those types of complaints. Laura?
Afternoon, and thank you for the question. So I would say that in recent years, going back in the past few years, with the the development of the equity, inclusion, and human rights, and the establishment of expertise in the unit to be able to support members who are dealing with issues, we did see an uptick in the number of concerns that came forward, which is a good thing, right? Because we want to be able to hear from members about what they're dealing with. We want to be able to gain the trust in order to be able to address these matters. And so I think, you know, in the past year or so, or the past couple of years as well, there's been some bit of a dip with respect to potentially the pandemic. I think the fact that people are separated in their workspaces might have diffused some of the conflicts that might have arisen. And so we're not sure what accounted for a little bit of a decline, but we're very mindful of the fact that fear of reprisal, of course, as we know, it was reported by the Deloitte report, and we've seen from other reports and surveys, is a very key issue here. And so one of the things that we are working on is establishing improved processes for members and the ways in which they are able to report and come forward in ways that are more confidential than as previous done. So we're continuing to develop those processes to improve that, to ensure people feel comfortable and are able to trust in processes that are internal.
Any further questions, board members? Seeing none, anyone wish to speak on this item? I'd just like to, first of all, thank Deloitte for their report. Hard-hitting reports like this are always shocking, but it gives us information to move forward on, and information that we've known for some time. But you certainly summarized all of that well, and I want to thank the chief and command, because the time that I've worked with the chief over the last couple of years, I know he takes these things exceedingly seriously, and I have every confidence that he and command will move us in the right direction. So thank you to everyone. Can I have a motion to approve item number 5? Ms. Kostakis, a seconder. Ms. Morgan, all in favor? Any opposed? That carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Before I go on to item number 6, I understand, I think I'm correct in this, that Meritori, you might want to release item number 14. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm fine. I can have it dealt with offline. Thank you.
Okay, great. Can I have a motion to receive item number 14, which is the Special Constable's Annual Reports? Motion to receive. Meritori, a seconder. Ms. Kostakis, all in favor? Any opposed? Item 14 carries, which brings us back to item number 6. Just before we have the deputation on item number 6, I understand Chief or one of command members might want to clarify the process undertaken for the numbered company in item number 6.
Yes, the service has a donation policy that, or procedure that follows the board's policy on donations, and I can say that that policy was followed. We've actually updated the policy, our procedures just a little bit to add a little bit of extra information around permits that companies or donors may have with the city or the service, and those documents were in fact signed off by our donors, and as well we've made sure there's no conflict of interest by running all these people on our internal databases, and there's no such conflict.
Thanks so much.
And I'll just add, the reason of the numbered company is just the donors want to remain anonymous. So, and that's it's just as simple as that.
Thank you, Chief. We'll now hear from the deputant.
Let me say, first of all, that the idea that donations are being made from people that want to remain anonymous is a problem. We don't want the decisions of our police force being made by anonymous people who want to decide how our police force is run and what the complement of our forces are. These donations, three $15,000 donations for a total of $45,000, are to buy more horses. And of course, anybody that's paid attention to the news will remember the elderly woman in a walker who was trampled by Toronto Police Mounted Unit in Ottawa. I don't know what was the result of the OIPRD, or was it the SIU investigation into that incident? Was it anything more than just, well, people should learn not to protest government here in Canada? That seems to be the case. The reality is that these horses typically only have one use, and that's to be used against people engaged primarily in lawful protest. Anybody that happened to be down at the February protests here in Toronto will remember having to try to avoid the piles of trailings in the roadway from these units walking up and down around the crowds, presumably to intimidate them. The fact is we don't need horses to be able to deal with policing. You know, you folks talk about de-escalation and communication, and then what do? You put a dumb animal out there against the people on the street. The question here is, okay, well, we've got $45,000 from at least one secretive individual who apparently has a friend that likes horses or has a friend on the police force that is into the mounted unit, and so they're going to force us and buy a couple of horses. Now, how much do taxpayers have to pay to actually maintain those horses? So I'd like to know from the chief or whoever's in charge of this, what's the upkeep cost? What's the maintenance cost on these horses? Is it costing us 10 times the amount of these donations to actually rent out the exhibition stadium there to store these horses and to feed them and for vet bills and everything else? Because $45,000 doesn't sound like that's enough to cover one horse for a year. I'll look forward to that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, now bring this into the board. Any questions of the service members? Seeing none, would anyone like to move adoption of the report? Move adoption. Ms. Kostakis, seconder. Ms. Morgan, all in favor. Any opposed? Item number 6 carries. We now move forward to item number 11, which is budget variance reports, and we have one deputant. Doobie, when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I noticed nobody answered my question, so I guess it's fitting that we now go on to budgets as we look at, well, how much of the $1.12 billion a year is it costing us to maintain horses? Current TPS budget is $1.12 billion. For 5 years, John Tory has repeatedly gone before the media to claim year after year he has kept police budgets at a 0% increase. Yet we need to go back only about 5 years, and the budget was under $1 billion. So the reality is that we've had an over 11% increase in policing costs, particularly when we know that it takes officers an average of more than 3/4 of an hour to respond to violent calls involving risk to life and safety. It takes them an average of over 2 hours to deal with things like noisy neighbor complaints. It takes 2 hours for them to actually deal with those calls. It takes them 5 hours before they arrive there to begin that process. And of course, there's no auditing of what that 2 hours makes up. So it seems kind of surprising that we had an audit that said, well, you spend 2 hours doing paperwork, but nobody checks to see what they're spending their time doing and why it takes 2 hours to do paperwork. On your budget on page 5 says taxpayers paid uniformed officers almost $60 million in overtime pay, including for, quote, court attendance scheduled for when the officer is off duty, close quote. Considering that the courts have been closed to the public during COVID, conducting all but the rarest of hearings over Zoom, how does the board justify $60 million in taxpayer money for officers to sit at home to attend a Zoom meeting? Is anybody actually checking that they're there and that they're actually spent that time? Because it seems ridiculous that they spent $60 million on that. The report gives 2 categories for overtime pay, which begs the question, rather than creating a 2-line table to list overtime amounts followed by 4 sentences explaining what those 2 categories represent, why not just provide a 4-line table that actually tells us how much of taxpayer money is being spent on each of these categories of overtime in this budget in excess of $1.1 billion. It seems very strange that apparently you can accurately budget with 0% variance for paid duty revenues, page 9 of your report, yet you're more than $20 million off when it comes to how much of a bonus we pay officers to sit in on Zoom meetings. Going back to my questions, this is on the service's capital budget, my questions to the Auditor General, I mentioned that the service indicates this year's budget will finish spending over $8.4 million on taxpayer costs over the last 5 years for the new human resources management and time resource management system. Yet the Auditor General's report demonstrated that report isn't properly being utilized and isn't categorizing and giving the information she needs to do her audit. So you have to wonder, where's the value there for the $8.4 million spent? The report also says we have paid over $920 million for body-worn cameras. So that raises the question, how is it that, despite having spent more than almost an entire year's budget for those cameras, or at least more than 90% of what a full year of policing would have cost Torontonians, if not for the more than 11% increases, the chief apparently can't find one bit of video that proves his claim that truck drivers tried to run over police officers back in February. I'm still waiting for that video, Chief. And then on item 11.4, the board's budget, there's no explanation in the report why the board is $90,000 over budget for non-salary expenses. What was the extra $90,000 spent on? In fact, how is it that the board is spending 44% more on non-salary expenses than it's costing taxpayers for salaries and benefits? Where is that money going? We obviously understand that the majority of what the board does involves people. It doesn't involve materials, equipment, or anything like that. So what did we pay, or what did we have to pay those costs? Oh, that was the question. What were we paying the cost for Chair Jim Hart to move out of Toronto? Is that what the $90,000 was? Because I'd like some explanation as to what that was, since obviously it should be in the budget. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Any questions for Mr. Langenfeld? Seeing none. The reports themselves, any questions, board members? Anyone wish to speak to the budget reports? Can I have a motion to approve the budget reports variance reports that are before us? Ms. Morgan, could I have a seconder? Seconder? Ms. Kostakis, all in favor? Any opposed? Item number 11 carries. That brings us forward to item number 13, which is a request for review of a service complaint investigation, professional standards case number PRS 084977, and we have one deputant on that item when they're ready.
Maureen Atwell.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, first I'd like to thank the chair and the board as well as Chief Raymer for their kind attention to this issue and having me present this for review. I have been on the phone actually since 9 o'clock this morning listening to everybody's dissertations on everything, and it's very prescient what I'm complaining about because I've been trying for 10 months to get an answer, and it all falls in line with not being able to get a 911 officer. My name's Maureen Atwell, and I'd like to state up front that I'm a supporter of the police services and a big believer in community policing and partnering with officers, as I've had friends as well as family members in both TPS, Peel Police Services, as well as the RCMP. So I know that it's a thankless job, and it's always easier to help prevent crime than to try and intervene once it's happening. My concern is that I've been trying to get answers regarding the lack of police response on an assault that occurred August 17th of last year, 2021, on the front of our condominium property. I'm hoping that the chair and board members are provided with a copy of the investigation, which included my responses to the report, inserted in red type for ease of reading and continuity. I do not believe that I need to reiterate the information in the report, as the final report and my responses in red to what was provided made the issue very clear. To encapsulate, when the incident where a man is beating a woman up repeatedly on August 17th, 2021, and after 3 calls to 911, you cannot get a police response from TPS as it is coded as a priority 4, nor a police response when it's changed to a priority 1. And officers were all too tied up in TPS throughout multiple divisions to respond to the 911 call. Then when the police cruiser from Peel Regional Police Services drives right by it without stopping while it's going on and said they couldn't see it. Then when this is questioned, it takes almost 7 months of emails and phone calls and being refused information unless I meet in person. Then I'm advised I need to file for an FOI request. Then I still have to file a complaint with the OIPRD to try and get the information. Then there's an extension to get the report completed just to stop getting the runaround. And all this has been done over 5 or 6 questions that could have and should have been answered in writing almost 7 months ago, only for the investigator's conclusion to call the whole report and the whole situation a minor communication deficiency. That is deplorable by the whole system. And I now know why people are harboring the opinions they have regarding police transparency and ownership of responsibility. I sent an email to Mayor John Tory and to Jim Hart and the police services asking why this lady was being assaulted for over an hour and we could not get a police cruiser to attend. I asked 6 questions on August 20th, 2021, and 10 months later, this is where we are today with this issue. Disheartening to say the least. My original email asked 6 questions, of which 3 are still outstanding. Again, I still have not been given the number of officers and cruisers that were attending the accident injury event at the bus shelter or bus stop, and how long they were all there. Why would one cruiser not be broken away for another Code 1 priority, and what would be required for that to happen? I asked these questions and still not have answers. I also asked what a person is to do in a situation like this when it is an ongoing, escalating incident like this assault and you cannot get a police response. That question also has not been answered, and I would appreciate an answer to these questions. I do not understand how these questions have not been answered, yet this report has been accepted. Again, complete dismissal of the public's questions and a lack of transparency and ownership by TPS. Refer to my comments earlier in the report, and I really hope you all have the copy with my red highlighting, that states at 4 p.m. between 22, 23, 12, and 31 divisions who were all contacted about the incident on our property, all divisions combined had 23 priority calls. Ours was the only priority 2 at that point in 22 division, followed by lower priorities. And the other divisions' remaining priority calls combined totaled 16 and had only 4 priority 2 calls in total. The remaining 12 calls were either priority 4, 5, or 6 calls, yet we could still not get a cruiser dispatched to our building. I advised PC Riccardi, whom they passed this issue to originally, as well as Assistant Superintendent Crone and Detective John Dong, when he was tasked to investigate this, that I wanted these questions addressed first so I could see what I thought of the situation once the questions were answered. No one wanted to answer these questions unless I met with them in person. First, we cannot get an in-person response from the police to an ongoing assault for over an hour, and now I cannot get answers to 6 questions regarding the assault without me showing up in person for the police. That shows a lack of cooperation for the public from where I sit and a possible lack of transparency. When some of these questions were answered by the investigation, it is clear that 5 police divisions, including 2211, 2331, and 12 division, including Peel Regional, were all tied up, and no one could respond to the assault from any division for over an hour. That means that no one...
Ms. Atwell,
pardon me?
My apologies. I have to wrap you up. I let you go over time. You're actually at almost 5 minutes and 30 seconds, to be fair to all the other deputies. Sorry about that. And I can assure you that your communication has been distributed to all board members. They all have it. So thank you very much.
Including where I highlighted the report?
Yes.
And that's what's been talked about all afternoon.
Yes.
So I've been on the phone since 9 this morning and found some very
that.
interesting conversations.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions of Ms. Atwell? Seeing none, thank you so much for calling in.
And will I get an answer on this?
I'm actually about to ask the chief right now if he wishes to comment, but thank you for your comments, and
okay, thank you.
Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, you too.
Chief, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I've actually got Staff Superintendent Peter Coda on the line, who's overseeing professional standards, and he'll respond to this.
Good afternoon, everyone. The caller there is not incorrect in a lot of what she has to state in relation to the calls for service that were outstanding through 6 different divisions. The one point that was not made was that not only were there other outstanding calls, but that for a period of about 5 hours, there was just simply no cars or units available to attend. So as much as the number one priority call that was outstanding was this call, it was actually the fact that our communication services was voicing to each one of 6 divisions to see if any officers could pull off of their current call to be able to respond to this, and none were able to at that time. I can tell you the original call comes in as a priority 4, of which it's already been spoken about. It is raised to a priority 2, and then raised to a priority 1, just because of additional calls that come in from this call taker, but also others. And as a result of that, we actually do have the next response is calling over to Peel Regional Police Service for assistance, because the location of this event is basically right on the border of Peel Region and the City of Toronto. And Peel Regional Police Service were able to respond, and they did respond. And when you think about how quickly they would have responded, it would have been 24 minutes since the escalation to a priority 2 call. I understand that the position in relation to the satisfaction of the Peel Regional Police Service member is not where we would want it to be with the Ms. Atwell. I can certainly state the investigation or review that we've done, and Ms. Atwell spoke of Constable Long Jong of 22 Division, who commenced this investigation and took 3 months to do a full review of it, was very thorough and really just speaks to not having the resources available at this time on this date. The one main thing that was not spoken to was the original call that came in for this event came in at 3:43 in the afternoon. What had actually come in some 40 minutes before, just after 3 p.m., was an event where a individual in a car driving northbound on Martin Grove Road at Eglinton mounted a curb and slammed into a bus shelter, injuring a 70-year-old man that we believed at that point to be critically injured. The resources that were assigned to that call and the person responsible fled the scene. So the units that were responding to that call were 16 units from 22 Division, 14 units from 23 Division, and 13 units from Traffic Services. As you can imagine how dynamic of a call that was. So this was just one of those scenarios that we certainly don't want to see happen, that actually did happen and had a great influence on us being able to respond efficiently and effectively to the call that Ms. Atwell was properly making. I can answer any other questions that may come up or that may arise from that. I hope that that's given some clarification or at least some background information as to what happened on this date.
Thank you very much for that background information. It was very helpful to me anyway. Thank you. Board members, any questions? Anyone wish to speak to this item? Can I have a motion to approve item number 13? Ms. Morgan, seconder? Seconder Muratori, all in favor? Any opposed? Item 13 carries. Now we move forward to our...
Just before you do,
yes.
I just have a point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. I know Mr. Langenfeld, the deputy, wouldn't have wanted to mislead the board or the public, but I just was checking, because he talked about the body-worn cameras, a project in which I believe very fervently, in which we even heard this morning, or earlier this afternoon, will be a benefit to us in looking at some of the issues to do with the race-based statistic collection he indicated those had cost, phase 2 had cost $920 million, almost a full year of policing. And of course, if you check here, the number is actually $920,800. And so I just want to make sure. I know he wouldn't have wanted to mislead the public in that regard. And I'm sure it was just an oversight, but I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I assume he misspoke when he said it. I thought the number was a little high myself. Board members, we now move on to item number 15, which is our last item, which is the annual report 2021 recruitment, appointments, and promotions for uniformed and civilian members. And we have one deputy on item 15.
First of all, Mayor Tory's just saying that because he knows Chris Langenfeld is running against him for mayor. Let's be clear about that. I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied. In doing so as fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen. And based on Law Society of Ontario member Ryan Teschner's comments during the February meeting on how clear the rules are for deputants, if I have ever led this board to believe in any way that I am a person, as mentioned in the board's definition for what a deputation is, then that would be a mistake, and then I ask all of you to please forgive me. So in this report it says, internal controls are part of an ongoing management framework that ensures operational efficiency and effectiveness are achieved, waste and fraud mitigated, and compliance with policies, wink, procedures and legislation attained through the management and control of risks. So I have an actual deputation to make. Since interim Chief Raymer sounded so sincere during the Beverly Bain press conference last week held here at police headquarters, thanking those who have held the TPS to account, looking forward to those who hold the TPS to account, and encouraging people to hold the TPS accountable in the future, who then would be the best choice to head up the TPS's internal control unit going forward? So I appoint interim Chief Raymer to name Detective Constable Adrian Gilvesy to head up the internal control unit here at the TPS. Because let's face it, nobody would be better at and more motivated to holding interim Chief Raymer to account than Detective Constable Adrian Gilvesy. And she can start by investigating on just when exactly and at what month during this board's meetings did the TPSB pass their imaginary mandatory vaccination requirement policy that has never existed to begin with. And there's good reasons why it never existed to begin with. So this is the good thing about being here in front of you guys and not like at home. There's a screen, you can't see me. I've presented this at the board before, but this is from the federal government's document, and it says, unlike some countries, immunization is not mandatory in Canada. It cannot be made mandatory because of the Canadian Constitution. Now, this was from a PDF. This was from their own website. And it says, again, unlike some countries, immunization is not mandatory in Canada. It cannot be made mandatory because of the Canadian Constitution. Except this used to be on their website. Well, Justice Paul Rouleau is going to find out sooner or later that someone in the federal government is guilty of obstruction of justice because they deleted this from off their website. And only thanks to someone through the magic of the Internet Wayback Archive machine did somebody manage to keep this and pull it up for people like myself to reference. Not to mention, there's this guy, right? This is Justin Trudeau. He went on something called the Brandon Gonez Show. I think it was like a year ago, where Justin trolled Brandon that we're not a country that makes vaccination mandatory. Brandon even felt the need to put down here, breaking news. Prime Minister Trudeau says Canada will not mandate vaccinations. Hey everybody, look at me. I'm Prime Minister Trudeau, and we're not a country that makes mandatory vaccinations mandatory. See that? You see what I'm doing? Pinocchio, my nose is growing. So now you all know. Oh, and this was the original tweet, thanks to Chris Langenfeld, who's running against Mayor Tory for mayor. Toronto Police Service mandatory vaccination requirement update from October 21st. Here is the news release. If you click on that link, you know what comes up? Nothing, because someone else is guilty possibly of obstruction of justice, because somebody here deleted this press release. But again, somebody through the magic of the internet, way back archive, managed to pull it up. And it says here, it's pretty small writing, the service's vaccination requirement aligns with Toronto Police Services Board policy. And again, once you click on this, nothing comes up. So you know I've emailed you a few times, Chair Hart, on what month exactly did the police board pass your imaginary vaccination requirement policy? And for some strange reason, for the first time ever, you've never gotten back to me. So these rank and file officers should ask the question to their supervisors, which month did you guys never pass that policy? Because they've been screwed over by having to get a vaccination when they never actually had to do it to begin with.
Thank you, Derek.
You
Time's
guys
up.
would screw over your own officers, your own members, with a policy that never be. Yep.
Thank you, Derek. Board members, questions of Derek?
Why were you guys? I wouldn't stand
Seeing
for
none.
this.
Thank you very much, Derek. Any questions on the report, board members? Anyone wish to speak to it? Motion to receive. Motion to receive. Ms. Kostakis, seconder. Ms. Morgan, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Motion to adjourn. Ms. Morgan, seconded by Ms. Kostakis, all in favor? That carries. We stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.